Surprised that Trigo is bowling. He is bowling up the slope, but more pertinently perhaps into the blustery wind, so not going to look to their, I would imagine, Trigo and Mullaney to come up the slope for most of the day and then to try and swing it around a little bit, move it around. Leicestershire have named a change side. I think it's the youngest side that they've ever named. Average age just 24. Led of course by Colin Ackerman. Alex Evans is having a game as well. In goes Trigo from the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump. It bounces a little bit and swings back in towards Azad, who has to make a bit of an extra effort to get his bat out of the way. Could easily have just clipped the gloves, or as it went through, it didn't, and a docked ball to start proceedings. And I'm happy to say the sun has just come out, and looking from where the cloud's coming from, which, as is often the way here at the Fisher County Ground, tends to be from the southwest, it does look fairly blue over there. In goes Trigo and bowls outside off stump, and Azad just plays inside the line of that one. It goes through rather low to the wicketkeeper Tom Moores, and there's no run again. You would imagine Zach Chappell will come down the slope, try and give the batsman a little bit of a hurry up. The batsman Hassan Azad and Sam Evans. Evans fresh from making his county best score, 85 last time out. That is against Durham in a run chase thwarted by the weather. In goes Trigo, bowls very wide outside off stump, pushing it right across Azad, and he looks a bit disgusted with himself, Peter Trigo, because Azad just walked away from that one, and it was almost a natural wide. Umpire Hassan Adnan at this end, the pavilion end that is, for the first two innings, and umpire Nick Cook at square leg, having a chat to Samit Patel at the moment as Trigo, broad shouldered, just tucks his shirt into his trousers. Tattooed arms very evident as he comes in and bowls to Azad, who just outside off stump steps across and then lifts his bat over the line of the ball. And again, there's no run. Well, hopefully our commentary is being linked to a stream, which should be up and running. Leicestershire tell me it's all newly computerised, and indeed, therefore, we should have fewer of the issues that we had last week with timing. In goes Trigo and bowls, as that is right behind that one. No great pace apparent in those first few deliveries in this Fisher County Ground pitch. It did get a little bit damp during the game against Durham, because obviously we had some sort of quite sudden rain showers, particularly the one that, as I say, thwarted Leicestershire when they were pretty much home and dry on the last day. In goes Trigo and bowls outside off stump, and again, although he raises his hands to his head in dismay, Hassan Azad just played inside the line of that one. Let that one go through. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. At the end of the first over, not much to tell them. Yeah, happy to say that the showers, such as they were, have drifted on past. We have mostly blue sky around, and Leicestershire are batting. We've had one over they've yet to score. It was bowled by Peter Trigo. The former Leicestershire player, Zach Chapley, is going to bowl the second over from the Bennett end. He's going to come down the hill. Sam Evans, who scored 85, his county best, is going to take strike. The Foxes are going to have to bat well this morning against a strong Nottinghamshire side. At the moment, they're 0 for 0. Back with you online. Dave's back alongside, having updated BBC Radio Nottingham.
It's going to be Zach Chappell to take the second over of the morning from the Bennett end. Tall fella. Here he comes down the slope. Evans is on strike, and the first ball he runs down into the gully, fielded by Peter Trigo. 3 slips, Duckett, Mullaney and Lyndon James. So a little bit of a rejig here for Nottinghamshire, in that Matt Carter not playing. He's been fielding at second slip. Mr. Tickle they call him, because he's been taking some outstanding catches of those long arms of his. And Asib Ahmed has been at third slip. Well, he did pick up a finger injury. He had to go off and have his finger end taped up in the last game of Mead, and he's down at long legs. So presumably there's a little bit of lasting damage from that. Not in the slip cordon. Here's Chappell. Ian again. This is off the edge, and it's run all the way along the ground and through the legs of Stephen Mullaney at second slip, and Ben Duckett's prevented a run there, quickly getting to it.
They must have played a fair amount of cricket together, I would imagine, Zach and Sam Evans. Roughly of an age. Came through the Leicestershire system. Evans, as I say, made his county best, 85 against Durham last time out, so hopefully that'll have given the young man a little bit of confidence. We were talking earlier about his innings in the pre-season friendly against Notts.
There's Chappell, a little bit of sunshine around now, and bowls, and that's edged, and Mullaney spilt it. Previous one was a genuine edge along the ground, went through the legs of Mullaney. This time the Notts skipper was ready, appeared to have pouched it comfortably, and almost inexplicably it's gone down, just slightly to his right side, right hip area maybe, both hands to it, as regulation as you can get. And did just mention Mullaney in the slip cordon for the first time this season, off the quicks. He's gone in there for the spin bowlers, but off the quicks, and he's spilt one as early as the second over, the 9th ball of the morning.
He seemed to have it, didn't
Yeah.
he? It was quite a delay, almost.
That's almost
A heartbeat before it popped out again.
a flashback to Zach Chappell's fortunes last season, when whatever he did, he just couldn't get a wicket. He was celebrating. Thought he'd got his man. Here's Evans in once more. I beg your pardon, Chappell in to bowl to Evans, and he clips it up to mid-on. You know, we're talking about Evans. I think it was something like a 41-ball duck he got.
It was exactly that. 10 overs he was out there without managing to score a run, and without actually having too many issues in terms of keeping the ball out, but a lot of issues in terms of getting it away. But happily played reasonably fluently in the game against Durham, which was only, what day is it today? Saturday, Tuesday that innings was then.
Was that his first class debut?
No, he's played 4 or 5 games I think for Leicestershire now.
There's Chappell. Ian again, he's hit him on the pad this time, and they're asking the umpire, and Nick Cook. He sort of made a batting gesture with his left hand there, as if he's explaining to Zach Chappell why he wasn't going to give it either. I think
he will have been. He will have been explaining. That's how Nick does it. Any opportunity to talk.
Square leg umpire Hassan Adnan played a little bit of cricket for Derbyshire. Played over 100 first-class matches in all. Quite a bit of it back in Pakistan, his homeland, but East Midlands watchers will have seen him for Derbyshire, I'm sure. This one nice and full for Chappell and kept out. So a couple of maidens for Notts, but that one not without incident. A drop from the 3rd ball of Chappell's morning, and Evans on naught having a life. Stephen Mullaney grassing it.
Yeah, and it wasn't a bad show. The stream is just slightly behind, so we can glance at the stream after each delivery, and it perhaps just hit him outside the line. But yeah, Nick Cook certainly is one of those umpires ready to tell the bowler exactly why the decision hasn't been given, but it's always an instant decision. He always he lifts his head high to one side, and you can turn towards him with your hands and you know straight away it's not going to be given, if it isn't going to be given.
So for Nottinghamshire supporters, there is a live stream running through the Leicestershire County Cricket Club website. I presume there'll be one on the Notts Match Centre website as well, how to get into it.
Trigo ploughs up against the breeze, drops a little bit short, Azad waiting deep in his crease, just pushes it back off, just above off stump, back down the pitch on the on side, and there's no run, picked up by Hamid, who's come up to mid-on.
For the old-fashioned amongst you, those that still listen to us on the tune-in app, we're very, very grateful. This is BBC Live Event 5, if you're going to be out and about, perhaps going to watch your local club this afternoon, or leave the comfort of home.
Trigo in, outside off stump, a late decision by Azad to leave it. Zach looks as like he's bowed to fate in terms of his haircut. It was going a little bit thin when he left, and I think he's sort of almost given up, really.
Yes. Yeah.
He's had it cut very, very short indeed.
Always wears a white floppy sun hat. He's not too dissimilar in build or gait from Stuart Broad when he's in the field, but today far too blustery for a floppy.
Trigo is in, bowls very full outside off stump, just swings back in a little bit, taken by Moores, sort of falling to his right, but again, Azad fully aware where his off stump is, let it go through. Always the bounce a fraction lower from this end, from the pavilion end on these used square. It's a new pitch, obviously a newly cut strip, but we've had a couple of pitches relayed and the difference is extraordinary. In goes Trigo and bowled a little bit short outside off stump, but again, as it's allowed to go through, it just dies a little bit into the gloves of Moores, taking it around about shin high. We played the first game against the Derbyshire on one of the relayed pitches. You can see it used over there on the far side of the square, and it had pace and bounce and carry, and then on the third day it started to turn. It was sort of the ideal 4-day wicket, really, but it's quite an expensive business getting pitches dug out and relayed. In goes Trigo again, a fraction short. Azad can stay on the back foot and does. It does come back into him a little bit, and he defends it out, blocks it out into the off side, and there's no run. We are set very fair now. The showers just were in the air have blown away, and plenty of blue sky heading our way.
The only grounds where there isn't any cricket at the moment, Headingley, the Roses battle, Yorkshire, Lancashire, played due to start at 11:30, and an inspection at 11:30, Hampshire, Essex at Arundel.
Trigo is in, bowls, good length outside off stump, and lots of oohs and ahs again, as Azad again makes the late decision to leave. So 3 overs, 3 maidens bowled. The game has not moved on. 0 for 0.
Of course, Nottinghamshire cricket watchers will be very familiar with Ahsan Azad. He was born in Pakistan, but family moved to Nottingham when he was quite a young lad. Went to Fernwood School in Nottingham, and then the Bilborough Sixth Form College. He played for Notts Academy, played for Plumtree, had a season or two with Cavaliers and Carrington, and also played for Kimberley before getting his chance. And of course he has played for Loughborough University against Notts at Trent Bridge back in 2015 and scored 99. Here's Zach Chappell into bowl to Sam Evans, again nice and full and kept out. 2 Evans in the Leicestershire side. Alex Evans listed at 11.
He's a young pace bowler who will be making just his second appearance for County. He played against Northamptonshire at the end of last season, acquitted himself admirably, picked up 4 wickets in the game. He's a Bedford boy. He's from the same school as Nick Cook, Bedford School, and but he's a very useful prospect, and I'm glad to see him playing, to be honest, getting a chance.
Chappell once more, still waiting for the first run of the morning. This is wide of the off stump. Another member of the Leicestershire side with Nottinghamshire connections is Ben Mike. He was born in Nottingham, and he's the son of Greg. Played for the Notts back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Another man making his debut for Leicestershire in this game, James Wheel, who's on loan from Durham until the end of the season. All-rounder, bowling all-rounder, really, but playing for a chance of a full contract next season. A lot on his plate then.
Evans on strike, Chappell down the slope and bowls, and this is hit nicely just to the onside of straight, down the ground towards the Bennett end. Don't think he's got it as crisply off the middle as I thought he had at first, but it was just a pleasing push to get him and Leicestershire off the mark. Couple of runs, and the Foxes have 2 runs on the board. It's just a nice gentle push, wasn't it?
It was.
Feel a little better for that, I'm sure. 1 or 2 again points in the Leicestershire squad. It was interesting from afar to note that yesterday they signed Rishi Patel on loan from Essex. He's only played, I had a look, he's only played 6 first-class games, and 2 have been against Notts, but he was omitted this morning. As Chappell in again, wide of the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. Aaron Lilly also in the squad, Rich, who was the slayer of the green and golds in the T20 at Trent Bridge last year. Leicestershire pulling off a fine victory.
Yeah, they've gone without a specialist spinner. If you can't call Ackerman a specialist spinner, you can't really, despite his world record breaking feats in the T20 last season. But he does really give it a tweak. So with so many left-handers in the Notts batting lineup, you do need an off spinner, but Ackerman considered good enough.
Chappell once more. Bowles again just can't quite get it on target. With plenty of pace, plenty of fire in his belly, Zach Chappell. But all that was catching practice for Tom Moores, the batsman.
I'm told Patel has been told by Essex that he won't be given or won't be offered a new deal for next season, so he too. It's a sort of extended trial, if you like, and I think he was fairly close to playing, and had George Rhodes not passed a late fitness test on having had a side spasm, he might well have played, but every chance, I would imagine, of him getting a game next week, or the week after, isn't it now, against Yorkshire.
Chappell once more. Bowles, that's an absolute peach, that really is. That's possibly one of the best deliveries Zach Chappell sent down this morning. Might just have nibbled off the seam. Evans clearly pushed at it, but not good enough, as they say, to get a nibble on that one. He did nick one in Chappell's previous over, but that went to ground. Will that be the little bit of fortune that Sam Evans needs to go on and get a good score? We've had 4 overs here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Nottingham, and put into bat Leicestershire 2 without loss, doubling the score there. I was going to give them 4. They're 2 without loss after 4 overs.
We've been joined up here on the top of the pavilion, Gavin Griffiths and Tom Taylor sitting neatly socially distanced in the stand alongside us, getting a good view of Peter Trigo's back as he runs away from us at the pavilion end in past the umpire. Bowls outside off stump, too wide, pushed across Azad, who's almost walking away as it goes past a foot or so outside off stump, again low into the gloves of Moores. The 3 slips, very staggered, understandably, and rather closer for Trigo than they stand for Chappell. That chance to Mullaney carried really nicely, didn't it? It was round about sort of hip high, maybe waist high. In goes Trigo and Bowles down the leg side, tries to help on its way, as I don't think he got anything on it. Might just have flicked the pad, no, it didn't flick anything. And umpire Hassan Adnan raises his hand because a bye was taken. Moores dived away to his right, deflected the ball, got a good glove on it, deflected it slightly around the post, so to speak. Fielding completed by Duckett, running back from first slip, but not before a bye was taken. Hassan is having a long chat up there to Sam Evans, not sure why, but anyway, it seemed okay now.
Yeah, perhaps just passing on 1 or 2 things he's gleaned from facing Trigo the first couple of overs.
In goes Trigo and Bowles, the outswinger as it is now, to the right-handed Evans, but again a little bit too wide. He steps forward and allows it to go through to Moores, and there's no run. 3 without loss.
Rach has been in touch. Always had a soft spot for Greg Mike. Always remember he was very vocal in the field. He was always the voice that we could hear.
Ben isn't, curiously. He's a really pleasant young man, smiling, but he's quite quiet in the field. He's still very young, 20, 21 I think, Ben, and bales blowing off. Heavy bales! Bring them out.
Just looking at Asiba Mead, and if you look at his fingers, all of them, they seem to be very heavily taped, and we have seen him like that, so it was difficult to tell just how much damage he had done.
In goes Trigo again outside off stump, quite wide, and again it almost taken on the half volley by Moores, who might soon start thinking in terms of standing up. Azad in particular likes to bat outside his crease if he's batting against a swing bowler, trying to negate a little bit of the swing, and obviously that's what Trigo's looking to do, but no sign of that at the moment. But no bounce at all on that occasion, as Trigo is in and Bowles a little bit squared up there, Evans, with his bat a long way in front of his pads, but that tends to be the way he plays. His right foot his back foot goes out at a little bit of an angle there. He always looks as though he's squared up, but got plenty of bat on it, pushed it back down the pitch on the offside, and there's no run. The only change, looking around the Fisher County ground, Dave, that you'll see is that the manual scoreboard has been renovated over the winter. In goes Trigo, bowls on off stump, solidly forward goes Evans, again with bat a long way in front of pads, out into the offside, and a maiden over, another maiden over, just the bye from it, 3 without loss, so Trigo yet to concede a run. Is that not correct?
Yes, yeah,
yep,
no,
yep.
absolutely spot on, yeah. No, I was just sorry, just familiarising myself with the scoreboards.
Yeah. The electronic has been sort of rejigged a bit. There's not quite as much information on it, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No.
And it's reasonably informative and quite quick in changing over. So we ask no more, really.
No, just the job. It's going to be Chapel to continue. So in the North group, it should be the Roses game. As I say, they're due to start at 11:30 in that one. Derbyshire at home to Durham, but of course they're not playing at Derby, they're playing it at Durham, and Durham are batting. They're 10 for 1. Early stages there. Derbyshire not playing any matches at home. Here's Chapel in bowls, and a nice push into the offside by Azad. Gets himself off the mark, first ball of the over, so they all swap over for the right-handed Evans, 4 without loss. In the central group, at Wantage Road, Glamorgan are batting, 12 without loss against Northants. Somerset in the West Country Derby are 6, in fact they just hit a boundary. They're 10 for 1 against Gloucestershire, Eddie Byram the man out. At New Road, Worcestershire playing Warwickshire. Worcestershire the leaders of that central group at the moment by 1 point over Somerset. Warwickshire batting, 13 without loss. Give you the South group in a moment as Chapel bowls, and Evans just blocks this one. No players yet at Arundel between Hampshire and Essex. At Radlett, Middlesex playing Sussex. It's Sussex who are batting, 9 without loss in the week that Jason Gillespie has confirmed he'll be leaving the county at the end of the season. And at the Oval, Kent are 10 without loss against Surrey. So you're up to speed, and in the Test match, Joss Butler is into the 90s, 90 not out. Zach Crawley remains 171 not out. It was a terrific innings yesterday from him, from what I saw. Big tall fella, got a ton against Notts last year. This one past the off stump, and then it just starts to deviate, making Tom Moore's move sharply to his left, and was able to clutch it low down. 4 without loss.
Do tweet us if you want to get in touch at Brace Cricket or at Rich M. Ray, and a very good evening in a very wet and cold Melbourne to Matilda, who's watching with her dad down under.
Wishing everybody well down under, particularly in the Melbourne area where we understand things are a little difficult again at the moment. This one banged in short by Chapel, didn't really inconvenience Evans. Chris Morley, morning Chris. Greg Mike, my friend from the old days, 2020 would have suited Greg. Yeah, he liked to give it a bit of a biff. Lily's with us. Morning, Dave and Richard. I'm listening as the Roses is delayed. She's a Notts fan anyway. She makes out she listens to Jonathan Doidge and the team up there at Headingley, but she's a Notts fan, really, Lily. Alex Telfer, years ago, I watched Notts play Glamorgan at Worksop, and during a rain break, Greg Mike got me and my friends to go to the local chippy for him and get him a bag of chips. It's Chapel in and bowls, and this one steered into the gully and stopped by Joe Clark. He specifically demanded lots of gravy and let us keep the change. It was about 20 pence. Different era then.
Chips and gravy.
Alex Telfer. Yeah, probably wouldn't have enjoyed the protein shakes and stuff they get now, Alex. Yeah, bag of chips.
Just wonder what the gravy was made out of.
That's at Worksop, not Glamorgan years ago.
Just one or two comments about the youth of the Leicestershire side.
Here's Chapel. In again to the right-handed Evans, who is very compact, very organised. He's had that bit of a scare Chappell finding the outside edge, 2 consecutive deliveries, one shot along the ground and went through the legs of Mulaney at second slip, and then one went at catchable height. We had 6 overs.
We have, I think.
So it's a hand sanitising
time.
Trent Bridge, they've put little tables all around the outfield, and the players have sort of gone there and done it. But it seems
they're on sort of poles. You can see them.
Yep. I can indeed. Yeah, I was looking on the ground, but yeah, they're on the poles. We've got some here in the commentary box. Hand sanitising gel.
It's a good habit to get into, isn't it?
It is actually, yeah.
I calculated that the average age of the Leicestershire side is just 24, only just 24.0 something. I may be wrong, but people will tell me if I am. But as Brunty remarks on Twitter, he's got fillings older than that. Some of us do.
This is
play at Pompey. Which 2 Test cricketers were likened to Groucho Marx by John Arlott and Jeff Thompson, respectively? As in the way they moved, the jokes they told, the moustaches. I guess the way they moved.
Well, famously, Groucho didn't have a moustache, did he?
Did he not?
No, that's
right.
Okay. That was always his great thing. No, he just smeared the old actor's paint on it.
He had to pretend.
Yep.
In goes Trigo and bowls 2 Azad, looking to that pitch to a fair way outside leg stump, I'm afraid. It's an appeal for leg before, but and it was a good appeal. It was a Trigo-esque appeal. It was a bellow, and it was a demand almost, but umpire Hassan Adnan disagreed. For me, it pitched a little bit outside leg stump.
Yeah,
but
absolutely agree with it. So who was it who made the comparison?
Here we go. We can.
John Arlott.
Oh, I don't know actually. Oh. It did swing and bounce. John Arlott and Jeff Thompson, so separate players of their era, presumably. In goes Trigo and bowls Fuller, and that's a close one. He's calling for leg before again, but again no, says umpire Adnan. Indeed, the appeal wasn't quite as vociferous, if you like, but he's found a good line, and he is getting marked in swing to the left-handed Azad Trigo, and he raises his eyes to the heavens there, the former Somerset man, as umpire Adnan, I guess, explained why he hadn't given it.
I'm thinking it was probably an English Test player then, about late 70s era, if it's Tomo and John Arlott still doing commentary.
In goes Trigo, bowls onto the legs of Azad, who tries to push it away towards square leg. I don't think he got anything on it. I think it was thigh pad, and indeed umpire Adnan raises his right knee and gives it a tap. So he remains on just the one Azad. Evans has a couple. Leicestershire 5 without loss. Living dangerously at the moment. So it's 2 separate players then.
Oh, right.
I'm guessing.
I don't
know. It must be maybe 2 separate players.
Both of them's got a bit of a strut about him, hasn't he?
In goes Trigo and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Evans. Not as much swing. Not as much outswing to the right-hander as he was getting in-swing to the left-hander on that occasion.
The both of them of 40 years ago, certainly. Yeah, he strutted about the field a bit.
I can't see Arlott or Thompson having likened him to Groucho Marx. But you're right. You never know.
Ian Chappell, maybe.
Tomo played with Chappell, didn't he? I guess. So
it's time for me to pop next door. I'll have a ponder.
Yes, there you go. past is coming up, so there'll be updates for BBC Radio Leicester, as well as Trigo goes in and bowls outside off stump and beats the outside edge of Evans' bat. Just drifted away, and Evans playing down the line of off stump, fortunate not to tickle it through to Tom Moores. So very, very hard going for Leicester this morning. We're coming to the end of the 7th over. The positive from their point of view is that they haven't lost a wicket. But both batsmen have survived appeals, and Evans has been dropped. In goes Trigo and bowls, drops that one a little bit short. Evans gets it away off his hip down towards long leg, so he's going to pick up a single, and Trigo cross with himself about that. delivery. It was rather a gimme. Picks up a single. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, Leicestershire have got through the first half hour without losing a wicket, but they're finding it very, very hard going in terms of run scoring. We've had 7 overs in that first half hour. Leicestershire are 6 without loss. Hassan Azad has just got a single from the 18 balls he's faced. Sam Evans has picked up 3 from the 24 he's faced. It's all about survival for the Foxes at the moment. The wicket's a little bit green. The ball is swinging, but as you say, at the moment we've got bluish skies over Grace Road, so fingers crossed we're going to get a full day. Leicestershire are 6 without loss. In comes Chappell and bowls outside off stump, and it bounces through nicely 2 moors, but uninterrupted by Sam Evans. It was too wide, he let it go through, and there is no run. Applause from the Nottinghamshire slip cordon, led by Duckett at first, Mullaney at second, Lyndon James at third, Joe Clark in the gully, Trigo at backward point, as Chappell is in and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Evans, slightly angled bat on off stump, pushes it out towards Trigo, and again there's no run. Samit Patel's at mid wicket. Hasib Hamid is down at long leg. The only other fielders we have are mid-on and extra cover Ben Slater. Briefly of Leicestershire is at extra cover as Chappell is down the slope and bowling to Evans, who is forward. Is he going to pick up a run there? He is. Trigo dives to his right, thought he'd picked it up cleanly, and the ball just trickled a few feet behind him. Leicestershire going for the run anyway, and Trigo frustrated because he then reached for the ball, ready to throw it in on his knees, and found he couldn't quite reach it. It had just rolled that little bit further out of his reach. Cross with himself, Peter Trigo. Ultra competitive Trigo. You wouldn't like to play him at squash or something like that. You imagine it would be quite a fierce game. So Chappell will now be bowling to Azad, almost for the first time. I think 3.3 overs, and they all seem to have been at Evans. So this may be the first delivery he's getting at Azad. In he goes and bowls to the left-hander, who just plays inside the line, as ever. Likes to do that as much as possible early in his innings, and it bounces through to Moores, and there is no run. 7 then, without loss, still yet to catch up with the number of overs bowled, but they won't mind that too much at this stage. Leicester, it is all about survival.
Have you done your update?
I've done the update.
Okay,
You're all done. You may
I'm free to speak.
You may speak.
I've been thinking, but I've not.
No, I can't think of any Groucho-like cricketers. In goes Chappell and bowls a very high bouncer, really banged it in, and it very loopy, the old tennis ball style bounce. Took it a long way above the head. It was signalled just 1 for the over by Nick Cook, but we had 1 or 2 of those in the previous game that were actually signalled no ball on height.
Yeah.
I can't have been far off.
They're off for rain in the Test match.
Oh.
Butler 91 not out. Crawley's not scored yet this morning, still on 171. What about Dennis Lilly rather than Thompson? Had lots of run-ins with Javed Miandad. I could see him being described perhaps as a bit of a Groucho character. Certainly a grouchy character on days.
Chappell is in to Azad again, just curtain railing the bat back inside the line, and that is the end of the over. 7 without loss after 8 overs then Leicestershire, and we were talking about there not being a specialist spinner in the Leicestershire side as such, if you didn't count Ackerman, and Mike Jelfs on Twitter says, what about Hassan Azad, who came on to bowl a few gentle deliveries of declaration bowling against Durham, but his second ball, he bowled a googly, and it spun a mile, and it bowled the unfortunate bride and cast, who was not expecting it at all. And there was general amusement and embarrassment.
I think I saw the clip on
I couldn't
Twitter,
resist retweeting it.
And the non-striker was furious with him. Here's Trigo in and edged, and this time he's gone. Evans has had another little dabble outside the off stump, and Trigo has struck. It's been taken at third slip, gobbled up there, and Trigo with the breakthrough, and Evans goes. He's gone for 4. Nottinghamshire desperate for that early breakthrough, and it was Lyndon James in there.
Yeah,
who,
straight. It was almost giving him catching practice, wasn't it? It really was a poor shot, that, from Sam Evans. He'd be terribly disappointed with the way he got out there. It was slightly wide, and he could have left it and should have left it, and it was an either nout and a summit shot, whether he was trying to guide it down to third man or just sort of flicked at it, and straight to James, sort of left hip height, and made no mistake, unlike Mr. Mullaney earlier. So damage in terms of that drop by Mullaney, not too bad.
No, the skipper will obviously be very relieved that Sam Evans didn't go on and bat all day. Breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. Not been here for 3 years. It was first game of the 2017 season, the last time Notts played here in red ball cricket, and managed to win in 3 days. Greg Smith winning it with a 6, which actually broke a window in the pavilion downstairs. But a much changed Nottinghamshire side I was just looking at. Greg Smith, Jake Libby, Michael Lum, Alex Hales, Ricky Vessels, Chris Reed, James Pattinson, Stuart Broad, Luke Fletcher, Harry Gurney. There's 10 names there that I've read out that aren't playing in this game. Who I missed out that is playing.
And that's just from 3 years ago then?
Yeah, there's just one player playing today that played in that one. And that's Samit Patel.
Samit, yeah.
Of course, Samit got 100 here in 2018 in the one-day game, and that was Michael Carberry's last game. Just seeing the replay again, and nicked, and almost like the catching practice they have before start of play.
Yeah, he won't be very happy with himself. Well, Harry Dearden has been in good nick, young left-hander from Bury, so far this season, and he's got a job on today.
There's Trigo to bolt him. It's a left-hander, so 2 lefties out there, and it's got a nice little bit of shape here at the moment, Trigo, hasn't he? He's certainly wobbling the ball away from the right-hander. That's what it did for Evans, and in for the lefties, and he's got 2 left-handers there now. It's definitely Trigo. We did have Sam Trigo carefully making sure that we got it right from the off as soon as he became a Nottinghamshire player. Said up and down the country there's been lots of Tragos over the year. There's Peter Bowling, and that one just went straight on, didn't it?
It did. Inviting the drive perhaps, but a little bit early for Dearden to be tempted. But Peter Trigo is sitting on rather spectacular figures at the moment. 4.3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1. And he thrives on this sort of situation, really, that the ploughing up the slope against the wind, getting some swing, hard work.
He's in again and bowls short and pulled away. There's runs here for Harry Dearden, and Asiba Meads after it, puts the slide in and does really well. And kept them 2. No, they've come back for 3, haven't they?
Just a couple.
No,
I think.
just got the 2.
Yeah.
Just got the 2. It's good work by Asiba Mead. Always the way when you've got a finger injury, wherever you try and hide somebody, the ball will follow him around. It's a real live wire in the field. We've seen him at.
What's that hanging off the back of his?
I've no idea, to be honest. Maybe hair. He's got a fine mop of hair. This one's
not a ponytail, is it?
Into the pad. The batsman. You've
got some binoculars. When you get a chance, inspect that, whatever that is hanging off the back of his.
No, I think he might have got a bandana, sort of.
Okay. keep his hair out of his eyes or something. He may still have a lockdown haircut, or not have a lockdown haircut.
And the tail of the bandana is protruding underneath his cap. Again, strikes the pad, and once again, surely it was an optimistic appeal. So good work by Trigo, getting the only wicket to go down this morning in that over. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 3, his figures. Top stuff from the former Somerset man.
I was saying while you were off next door, Dave, that he's the sort of man you wouldn't want to play squash against or something like that. You can imagine he's super fit and very, very competitive. It would have been an aggressive game.
He's no stranger to a gymnasium, that's for sure.
No. And he should have played for England at one-day cricket. I always think, at the very least.
So I'm come in the Taunton car park one day in his Somerset years in this 2-seater sports car, top of the range, brand new.
So living the life.
Yes, absolutely.
Living the life.
Yeah.
Grace Road bathed in sunshine now. A glorious sight, actually, because obviously having had so much rain in the last few days, the outfield, and of course the square, is very green. As Zach Chappell, sun glinting, comes in and bowls on the back foot. Azad is just turning it towards mid-wicket. Ben Slade has to jog to his right from square leg, and Azad picks up just his second run of the morning. He moves on to 2, and Leicestershire in double figures, creeping along, 10 for 1.
Yes, you'd imagine this is on particular ground with the slight slope down from the Bennett end, and obviously the wind we've got this morning, where we'll just see Chappell and Barber, the quicker bowlers from the far end, and I'm sure Lyndon James is booked in to replace Trigo when he's done from this end. And Samet, I'm sure, will be hoping for the 1 over before lunch. I can assume that's all he'll get.
Chappell in, bowls, and invites the drive from Dearden. Dearden accepts the invitation and misses. Not the greatest shots. It is a little bit loose, no real conviction as it bounced past the outside edge, but he's got away with it, Harry Dearden. He remains on 2. Playing a little bit loosely there.
Bowling quickly, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a good. It's good to see. Get him on a quick wicket. He's probably at the moment remembering why one of the reasons he left, really, to get on a quicker wicket, perhaps. But
did have a 6 for Leicestershire, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he's got some good figures indeed.
Also had a 96 with the bat.
In he goes and bowls and is driven through the offside by Harry Dearden, who is going to pick up 4. Samit Patel is not going to drag that one back as it just trickles over the ropes in front of the next family stand. Dearden going for his shots early and managed to connect with that one, having missed the previous delivery. Picks up for the first boundary of the innings. Leicestershire on to 14 for 1. Yeah, that was in his first match at Derbyshire. So it was almost a 90th century on debut for Zach. Went to school with my son, and both primary school and secondary school.
Certainly plenty to work with there.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a very talented sportsman.
Yeah.
Getting the opportunity with the likes of Jake Ball and Luke Fletcher still out injured.
In he goes and bowls again to Dearden onto the hip and turned nicely down to long leg. Trigo is down there. It comes to him nice and quickly, gets his throw away perfectly. So just a single to Harry Dearden, who moves on to 7. Leicestershire 15 for 1. But yeah, good to see Zach after a tricky first season, finding his feet a little bit this time round.
Actually, got a lone spell away. Had 1 game playing for Gloucestershire, and he did, funnily enough, pick up a wicket for them in 1 T20 game. But the 6 matches he played for Notts, not a single wicket. It's incredible, really.
Down the slope he comes and bowls back foot. Azad defends the delivery just slightly short of a good length, drops it out into the offside. Patel comes running in and seizes on the ball. Looks in good shape, Samit.
Leicester born, of course.
Yes, indeed.
It's another one lost his place towards the back end of 2019, and he was allowed on out on loan. He went to Glamorgan for the last month of the season. Liam Patterson-White playing the last few championship games, but I've only seen him in a sub-fielder role this season.
He was playing for Glamorgan when we played them at the end of last season, of course, Summit. In goes Chappell, bowls to Azad onto the legs. He waits for it and turns it to square leg, but more or less straight to Ben Slater, who picks up, hurls the ball at Tom Moore's gloves. End of the over. 15 for 1, a slightly heavy cloud heading overhead at the moment, but it is fairly isolated. Beyond it, I can see some fairly grey stuff actually at the moment, so we're going to need to be lucky to get a full day's play in, but maybe we will be. It is a good training ground though, now, the Fisher County ground, A, because of the slope, but also because they had all proper drains put in as it became part of the sort of women's international network and things like that. So, and of course the ground staff work furiously hard, sometimes assisted by the Leicestershire coaching staff.
It's Trigo bowling to Dearden. Lets this one go through to Tom Moores. Dearden did play in this match in 2017. I mentioned that Samit Patel was the only Nottinghamshire player the last time they played a championship match here. There were 3 Leicestershire players: Harry Dearden, Colin Ackerman and Gavin Griffiths. The rest of the Foxes side that day: Paul Horton, Mark Cosgrove, Mark Patini. This one nudged up to mid-on. Lewis Hill, Eckersley, Zach Chappell of course played for Leicester, Ben Rain and Clint Mackay.
Shows how quickly things change. In fact, there's no one at the club now who was at the club when I started commentating on them. I would imagine that might be the same for yourself, possibly. Oh no, Luke Fletcher. Samit.
15 for 1. Trigo in again. Comes away on the leg side and taken. Samit Patel gets the catch. That's a loose one from Dearden, and Trigo strikes in consecutive overs, and the Foxes are 15 for 2. A loose and lazy clip to mid-wicket, and Samit Patel had to go low down to his left and gobbled it up, and the Foxes in a little bit of difficulty here early on.
Absolute given away really by Harry Dearden, who looked to be timing the ball reasonably nicely and perhaps just a little bit overconfident, but a really disappointing dismissal. The second very disappointing dismissal of the morning as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 15 for 2.
What was the jingle? Was that an ice
It was
cream
ice cream van. Yeah. Yeah. Well, just one cornetto, isn't it? That which isn't the name of the tune, but has become known as. I'm sure it's a classical tune of some kind.
I'm sure that was the backdrop to the shot. Actually, it was ringing just as he played the very lazy clip to mid-wicket.
Well, now this is the key partnership as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Dearden has been in good touch, but Ackerman has been in absolutely supreme touch, playing as well as I've seen him play, to be quite honest, which is famous last words, isn't it? But let us hope from Leicestershire's point of view that he can at least establish himself, and Azad is a hard man to get out under any circumstances. He doesn't really change, but Ackerman's scores so far this season 94 and 73 not out against Lancashire, 12-22 against Derbyshire, 61 not out against Durham. Top of both the batting and I think the bowling averages. Unless Hassan Azad has nicked ahead of him in the bowling averages with that single wicket.
A right-hander, stockily built South African, out there just in the 11th over. His fate decided with Mulaney calling correctly. Could be a good toss actually for Notts to win in these blustery conditions, and Trigo making the most of them as he comes in and bowls. And there's going to be runs here. Notts were in fact there's going to be 4 runs. He's got a really good contact on that. Ackerman was just squared up, and Trigo was almost a third of the way through an LBW appeal, but Ackerman sees the ball rebound almost like a rubber ball off a wall as it raced away for 4. Didn't look to impart any real power in that.
Gorgeously timed defensive push, wasn't it? Fairly whistled through a very straight mid-on.
Ackerman, 29 years of age. This time blocks against Trigo, averaging 87 in this year's competition, as Richard said, with 3 50s in those 3 matches, played just 5 innings. Also picked up 4 wickets. Played international cricket for the Netherlands.
Yeah.
The German international isn't playing, is he?
Dieter Klein isn't playing, no.
Did get himself in a little bit of hot water, we saw from afar in the first game as Trigo comes in and bowls edged. It's bounced well in front of Ben Duckett at first slip. Duckett manages to stop the ball low down. That's the next best prize, and Trigo again just shrugs his shoulder and walks off. There's no, of course, ceremonial receiving your cap from the umpire, because all the caps are positioned on the boundary edge when the bowlers are operating.
Yeah, I can imagine that's one of the changes that umpires will be quite keen to continue.
Yes, yeah.
I think we'll keep that.
Don't hold caps and sweaters.
Yeah, pile us up.
Yeah,
just keep leaving them over there.
Got in a little bit of trouble, didn't he? Shied
he
did,
at the stumps. He did indeed.
5 penalty runs.
Danny Lamb was the batsman, and Leicestershire maintained that he took half a step forward, and in fairness, I mean, it hit him on the foot. He wasn't sort of hurled at the body or anything like that. He was bang in front of the
Was
stumps.
Nick Cook the umpire?
It was the umpire, yeah. Chappell to continue over number 6 from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls a very short bouncer again. Ducks beneath it. Azad possibly didn't need to, but it went over his right shoulder as he slipped slightly across and ducked. Trigo's figures at the moment: 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7. Chappell should have had a wicket, he'll feel. Well, he'd be right to feel as well. He found the edge of Sam Evans' bat, and as slip catches go, a fairly straightforward one to Stephen Mullaney, who seemed to have it and just popped out the very last second as Chappell is in long strides and bowls to Azad full. Azad angled back, looking to play it firmly out into the offside. It rather shoots out off that angled bat along the ground all the way towards Joe Clark at Gully, who dives and stops. Big red stripe down the back of his thigh. Joe Clark, one of the designated polishers in the side, clearly.
Yes, Mullaney's drop, had it been sort of early April, normal conditions we get in early April, you might have said, cold morning, getting one on the finger end, but I don't really think that holds much sway this time of year.
Chappell is in again, straight to delivery this time, and meets a straight bat from Hassan Azad back up the pitch to his former Leicestershire teammate, who picks it up, stops it with his foot, picks it up, and then just tosses it to Patel, who is sort of polishing on the back of his trousers, but there's no red stripe for Samit. He's slightly more delicate. He puts a little less into it in some way than Joe Clark. Clearly Lyndon James warming up at third slip now.
Matt Carter was in the 12, so I'm not sure at what point he was removed from the starting 11, and it may be very late on that he dropped out. Stephen Mullaney perhaps not expecting to be in the slip, Gordon.
Chappell in again, good delivery, might just have dropped the wrists there, but it bounced and left Hassan Azad. As good a delivery as one of the better deliveries he's bowled this morning, certainly from Zach Chappell. With Azad having his back to us, and we are in a pretty good position for this game. A little bit difficult to tell sometimes whether he did actually drop the wrists on that one. Looking at it, I think we'll give that one to the bowler. Super delivery.
Durham are also 2 down in the North Group. That's at Chesterley Street against Derbyshire, who are technically the home team. Durham 27 for 2.
Chappell in to Azad again, who looks to turn it on the leg side. It came off something and it's thrown into the air by Moores, but again the appeal, while concerted, was not entirely convincing. Certainly Nick Cook wasn't convinced, and he's pointing to his hip. He's a very good umpire from a commentator's point of view, Nick Cook. He does everything he can to help us in those terms. Not deliberately, of course, but because he's so expressive with his hand movements and gestures.
Well, the leg side catch, you can immediately ignore the appeals from first slip, second slip, third slip, gully and point, because they couldn't see. They heard something. Yes, it might well have clipped the thigh pad. They were concerted appeals, but wrongly on this occasion.
In goes Chappell. Slater's gone back at deep square, bowls outside off stump. Azad just lets that one go through. End of the over. Might be the end of Chappell's spell for now. I would imagine Trigo might just keep going. I think he could just bowl for a long time the way he's bowling at the moment. 6 overs, 2 for 7. Chappell 6 overs, none for 10, and a little bit unlucky. And Leicestershire still very much up against it here, having been put in by Notts after 12 overs. Shouldn't that be sanitising time, or did they do it at the fall of a wicket?
I wondered if they did it at the last wicket.
Yeah. After 12 overs, Leicestershire are 19 for 2.
One for the Anoraks. Can you remember what number Ben Slater had when he was here? Have you got a number 26, or did he?
He didn't wear a number, I don't think. He just wore a...
There's Trigo. Both wickets to go down this morning. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7. Bowling to the Leicestershire captain, Colin Ackerman, who defends his first ball. 17 first-class centuries to Ackerman. And I was a little taken aback when earlier he reminded us that it was only last year he got that was 7 for in the T20 last competition. It does seem a lot longer ago than last season, doesn't it? As Trigo bowls to Ackerman again, solidly behind it, and nudges it back to the former Kent Middlesex and Somerset all-rounder. Been around a bit, Trigo. Wealth of experience.
Good man to have in the dressing room, I would imagine. He was always a good interviewee, I remember. Only having spoken to him twice.
Here he comes again off this angled approach, and another fabulous delivery. Ackerman, you've got to give him a little bit of credit there. I don't think he chased it. He was content to play down the off-stump line, knowing that the ball was just shaping away slightly.
I should apologise to listeners if you hear the occasional sort of rattling or banging noise. It's actually the polystyrene tiles in our commentary box with the wind lift up and down from time to time. It's not a heavy banging, but just occasionally.
I thought it was the door keep opening and closing behind us. This one pushed into the offside. No run there. Slater doing the fielding. Lyndon James continues to get ready. I think it must be about ready, this pair. We've been going for almost an hour. This is Trigo's 7th over. Chappell has had 6, with Lyndon James and Tom Barber, I'm sure, both itching to get in the action. Don't think it'll be too long. Not the best over rate by Notts. This is just the 13th over of the morning. 19 for 2. I guess not the best run rate either, if you flick it over onto Leicestershire's side either.
Yeah,
19.
exactly. That was always with the Great West Indies side argument. Look, if we bowled 15 overs and how test matches would be over in 2.5 days.
Well, I heard Michael Oldham the other day going on about, they were talking about a balanced attack, and ideally what you should go out with there as Trigo comes in and bowls, and this is pushed up to Hamid at mid-off, and there's no run. We didn't need no spinner. We only ever needed 4 quick bowlers. Yeah, you only bowled 12 overs an hour, Michael, all the way through. Had they clamped down on it back then, they wouldn't have been able to go along at that pace, and consequently the bowlers would have had to put a little more into it, and they would have needed more rests, longer rests. They would have needed somebody else in there. Of course, they had, depending on which era it was, they'd have Viv Richards to bowl a few overs, or before that Clive Lloyd would often come on and do a job as a 5th seamer. But when you talk about the Great West Indies 4-pronged seam attack, then about 11, 12 overs an hour. It was painful watching at times.
Painful to be on the receiving end as well sometimes. In goes Chappell. He's continuing bowls to Azad, who does play inside the line of that one. Steps across slightly, allows it to bounce through to Tom Moores, and no run. Also warming up now at mid-on is Tom Barber. Both James and Barber. I might just be keeping warm out there because the blue sky and the sunshine has passed away moving from, well, still there, but it's covered in clouds anyway, put it that way now. I can see it blew away, but it's on the wrong side of the ground. It's been... In goes Chapel Bowles, fullish onto middle and leg, turned by Azad out towards Barber, who's at mid-on. Only two men in front of square on the leg side. Slater, who's 3/4 of the way back at deepish backwards square, and Barber, who is sort of trying to cover mid-wicket and mid-on. Nearer mid-on than mid-wicket. 19 for 2 off 13.2 overs. So at least they've got the run rate just ahead of the over rate, Leicestershire, as Chapel is in, and Bowles full on off stump this time, again deep in his crease, playing from his crease. Azad blocks it out into the offside. 34 balls I think he's faced now for his 2 runs. So intent purely on survival at the moment, Hassan Azad. Colin Ackerman, 1 scoring shot. A beautifully timed straight 4 to a very straight mid-on. First ball. Chapel turns. He's also got a little bit of a beard at the moment. In he goes and bowls to Azad. He's going to pick up another one there as he turns it off his leg down towards Slater, who has to come running in from that deep backward square position, or deep square position. Gets to square leg. Single is taken. Azad moves on to 3. 20 for 2, Leicestershire. Sun briefly pops back out. Trigo comes running up from what was long leg to backward point. For the right-handed Ackerman, who'll be facing Chapel for the first time. 3 slips gully, backward point, mid-wicket, mid-on, extra cover and long leg as Chapel goes in, bowls outside off stump. Grunt of effort, but a little bit too far outside off stump as far as he was concerned, because Ackerman just lifted his bat over the line of the ball, let it go through, and there's no run. Very straight one up, Chapel. Knees pumping, then he settles into his long stride and comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who is half forward on off stump, just dropping the ball out into the offside. In comes Barber from, oh, beg your pardon, it's Slater who's up there now. Barber having gone across to mid-on. Slater at that wide extra cover stroke mid-off position. Makes the stop and there's no run. End of Chapel's over. 7 overs, none for 11. Unlucky not to pick up a wicket in his very first over. Here comes an update. Yeah, they're struggling a little bit, I'm afraid. They have lost a couple of wickets now. Sam Evans got a delivery from Peter Trigo that just bounced and left him outside off stump, but it wasn't a great shot from Evans. Flicked at it rather and gave Lyndon James at third slip a straightforward catch. That was him gone for 4, made the score 7 for 1. And then Harry Dearden, who looked in good touch during his brief innings, played a very loose shot, clipped one off his legs in the air towards mid-wicket, again off Trigo. Samit Patel scooped up a low catch. That was Dearden, gone for 7. 15 for 2 at that stage. Hassan Azad has made just 3 from the 34 balls he's faced. He's been joined by his skipper Colin Ackerman, who's on 4 from 11, and the Foxes limping along rather. They're 20 for 2. He missed just 1 delivery, bowled by Trigo, that was defended off the off stump by Azad, and there was no run. Dave's back.
Yes, I hadn't really picked up on the fact that Azad, after an hour of play, was 3 not out. But he's still there. He's got the power to add.
Yeah.
Unlike Evans and Dearden, who's day may well be over at a very early stage as Trigo comes in and bowls clipped away on the leg side down to Tom Barber at long leg. In comes that speared in left arm throw. into the gloves of Tom Moores. Catches for Lyndon James at third slip to remove Evans, and Samit Patel to go low down at mid-wicket to take a very gentle clip from Harry Dearden in his direction. Still 3 slips. Very blustery out there. Can just about make out Stephen Mullaney issuing instructions to his troops. Edge, and Mullaney takes a good catch this time. Notts have got a bowling bonus point already. Trigo with his 3rd wicket, and Ackerman has fallen. Low catch by Mullaney, an absolute gem from the Notts skipper on this occasion, and Leicestershire's plight has become even worse as they lose their talismanic captain Ackerman out for 4. The Foxes 21 for 3.
Yeah, that's huge, but it was a heck of a delivery. It really squared Ackerman up, and it swung markedly, and it swung late, and not much Ackerman could do about it. Leicestershire really are in deep trouble now.
Good decision, whoever it was, presumably the captain, to keep Trigo on, because Lyndon James has been getting ready for 2 or 3 overs. Yeah, they're all just having a little hand sanitising break now, the Nottinghamshire fielders, and Leicestershire already strongly up against it here. You'd have to say that's a big one, isn't it?
It is,
in the grand scheme of things.
It is. George Rhodes will probably come in next, but he's been in no form at all. And then you're down to the all-rounders. You start with the all-rounders. So no wonder Trigo punched the air into light there. But he has bowled well this morning, and his figures are fairly spectacular now. 7.3 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 8.
Still not gone up on the board. It's almost as if they're refusing to accept it. It's still 21 for 2 on the board.
Frozen in shock. Yes, sometimes it does happen. Sometimes it has to be switched off and switched on again, as we know that sometimes we have to do the same.
We do indeed. So the new man, former Worcestershire player, isn't he, George Rhodes, son of Steve?
Yeah. Struggling for form, I'm afraid, at the moment, George Rhodes this season. Innings of 11, 8, 5, 8 and 10 not out.
This is second year, or was it first year?
He joined towards the end of last year, so he did play a few games at the end of last season. So whether, I think technically he was on loan at that stage, but the deal was done. So he's got I think a 3-year deal, so Leicestershire need him to find some form. Today would be a good day to do it.
Very impressive stuff from Trigo. 3 for 8. Comes in to bowl to the new man, a right-hander. Well, pick him up. That's pretty close to the worst ball he's bowled, isn't it? It's gone a long way down the leg side. Lyndon James continues to get ready. Wonder if he's going to replace Zach Chappell. He just mentioned it earlier. Would presume that a quick left armer, Tom Barber, down at long leg. He's can just see him then for the gap in the window in front of us. Hidden away. There's bat on ball here from Rhodes for the first time, nudging it up to Clark. He's now at mid-on. He's been in the gully for much of the morning, Joe Clark.
The temporary changing room that Leicestershire are occupying. I can see Colin Ackerman in there rehearsing shots time and time. What did I do wrong there? What did I do wrong there? He takes off his whites.
Lots have got sub-fielder on. This one's down the leg side, that'll be 4. It's tickled away nice and fine by Rhodes. Bit of a gift for the new arrival out there in the middle. Yeah, Zach Chappell off the field, and number 47 there, young Jack Blatherwick, is on as a sub-fielder, easily distinguishable because he's the only one with a floppy sun hat. Although Chappell
ruined his figures there, Trigo, hasn't he?
No, Chappell is on at the far end, and he's going to carry on bowling. So we'll sort out who's off the field. Might be Ben Slater.
He's not exactly leaking runs, Chappell, but is it Chappell?
It's Chappell to continue, yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's Lyndon James.
Yeah,
it's Lyndon James.
I thought it was a bit slightly different build.
Yeah.
Blonde hair, but a little more of it. Lyndon James. First time I've seen him bowl, because I don't think he played in the... Did he play in the friendly?
No.
Pre-season friendly? I'd have to look back through my notes. Very tall young man. In he comes and bowls very full to Azad, who again deep in his crease, playing from his crease, just blocks it out to Patel. And there's no run.
Apparently I'm a little quiet. How's that?
I did turn it up.
Oh.
Somebody did tweet that about a while ago, so I did turn it up a little bit, but hopefully it's okay now.
Well, we've cranked it up now, so I'm probably even louder than I should be.
James, quite a short run, bowls and defended again by Azad. A better length delivery in those terms. Again, playing deep. Plays very late, Azad. That's one of his big strengths. His strong points, how late he does actually play the ball. But hard going for him at the moment. 4 off 38 balls.
Chappell's figures 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11 from that first spell. Could and should have had a wicket.
James turns down the slope, bowls, back foot. Defensive shot from Azad out into the offside. No run. Again, you can almost assume it will be a back foot shot from Hassan Azad. It takes a lot to see him make a big stride forward, that's for sure. Even when the weight's on the front foot.
Back off at Headingley, and he got a little bit of play in Yorkshire 8 without loss, but it's raining again in that one. No play at Arundel yet. Hampshire, Essex. They're off at Taunton, Somerset, Gloucester.
James in, bowls, full, drives, and he's caught! Oh, it was in the air, went for the drive, and a really neat catch by Slater at backward point. Well, Leicestershire, well though Nottinghamshire are bowling at the moment, could to some extent be said to be architects of their own downfall, because the wickets that have fallen, with the exception of Ackerman, have all been to disappointing shots from their point of view. The Foxes subsiding, they're 25 for 4.
It's a good catch,
was a good catch
from
good low
Slater,
catch.
yeah. And Lyndon James just having that little bit of luck that wasn't there for Zach Chappell in his first over, just his 4th ball, and he's picked up a wicket. We're in the 16th over, and Leicestershire already 25 for 4. Was a bit of a painful struggle throughout, really, for Hassan Azad, who made just 4 and is out after about 75 minutes of cricket. But he won't be worried about his score. He'll be worried about the looseness, I guess, of his shot.
So, third man to get out for 4. Evans went for 4, Dearden for 7, Ackerman for 4, and now Azad for 4. Painful reading as far as the Foxes' supporters are concerned, and listeners likewise, of course. Just a slice drive. Maybe was beginning to feel a little bit the pressure of not getting the ball away and not picking up runs. But goodness me, down to the all-rounders now.
Well, 3 years ago, Notts opened the bowling with James Pattinson. It was the first time that any Notts supporter had seen James Pattinson. He was making his debut then. He's had 2 spells with Notts in all. He got 8 wickets in that match. And Stuart Broad. And you look at the attack this morning: Zach Chappell, Peter Trigo, and now Lyndon James. And they're being equally successful here.
Young Harry Swindles, the wicketkeeper, 22-year-old from Leicester, comes out to bat. George Rhodes has a word with him. Wow, that's some opening attack, isn't it, Pattinson? And that's a top quality international attack in anybody's
Well, throw in
book.
Harry Gurney and was it Luke Fletcher, did we say?
Pattinson, I remember being asked on the Radio Leicester Cricket Show who I thought was the best cricketer in county cricket that season, and Pattinson, I said Pattinson, and Colin Ackerman was sitting alongside me, and he agreed actually.
Well, he got 8 wickets in that match, his Nottinghamshire debut, and 89 not out.
I remember it painfully well. In comes James and bowls to Harry Swindles, who gets a full delivery on leg stump that he clips away, and it's in the air for a while, but down to long leg. It was safe enough. It was bounced a long way short of Hasib Hamid down there at wide long leg. Swindles off the mark with his first ball and indicates to Rhodes that there was a bit of in-swing there. for Lyndon James.
It's his 4th first-class wicket for Lyndon James. Bowling works up. Got obviously a 3-foot against Essex on debut. Didn't feature in the red ball side last year. Played 1 white ball match.
Down the slope he comes to bowl to George Rhodes. Bowls wide outside off stump, and a relieved, no doubt, Rhodes lets that one go through. So well bowled to Lyndon James. A wicket in his first over, 1 for 1. He's sitting on figures of not quite as good yet as those of Peter Trigo, who's on 3 for 12 from 8 overs. And I think, well, I would imagine it's almost impossible to prize the ball from his hands in these circumstances.
Yeah,
I wouldn't like to try.
I was just going to say this, and no reason to, really.
No.
As we said earlier, he's
super fit.
A very, very fit 39-year-old, and he's, I guess, been waiting for this sort of opportunity to show not supporters what he can do. Those that are enjoying watching the live stream. Got a 3-for in the last game against Lancashire, but his wickets have come very cheaply this morning. He's got on a bit of a roll here. Comes in and bowls, and Swindles, who's just got a single to his name, eases it into the offside. And there's no run. Ben Slater, who took that catch.
Harry Swindles this season, who's I was going to say deputising, but he might well have got the place anyway. Lewis Hill, the senior wicketkeeper, broken bone in his hand, out until the end of August. So Swindles getting his chance. Made 5 in the first game.
Trigo in once more, bowls. Ooh, it's a little bit of a grope in the dark, wasn't it, from Swindles?
Afraid so. And 21 and 41 not out against Derbyshire. Did not bat against Durham.
Lots of 4 from 5 this morning in terms of catches. The first one went down, a fairly regulation effort from Mullaney, but since then, decent efforts from James, Patel, Mullaney himself and Slater.
Yeah.
Catching has to be good on a day like this. It's blustery. Trigo is in nice and full, and this one's driven just past the bowler. I fancy it had been on the bump anyway, but he flung himself to his left there, Trigo, and gets up and finds out that Asiba Mead was behind him, covering all along. Matt Carter's walking round the ground with fitness and conditioning coach, so he's here on the ground. I just wonder if it was late on in the warm-ups that he had to declare himself unavailable. I'm sure we'll find out later. Here's Trigo, squad number 77, in again. This is clipped on the leg side by Swindles. No addition to the total, and Jack Blatherwick enjoying his moment out there fielding, and spears it into the gloves of Moores. He's on for Zach Chappell. I presume Chappell just gone off for a bit of a comfort break after bowling for about 70 minutes.
He's just re-emerged from the corner of the stand behind which Nottinghamshire are housed. All the away teams occupying a hospitality suite in the Turner Indoor Centre this season.
26 for 4. Trigo in once more, nice and full, and nice pleasing drive up to a Mead at mid-off. No run, obviously, as it goes straight to the former Lancashire man.
So, no Leicestershire batsman in double figures yet in the game.
Did, and 7, the top score at the moment. Still to come, Tom Taylor, Ben Mike, James Whale, Gavin Griffiths and Alex Evans. This one's clipped into the space on the leg side. Clark will field, and they take a single. 27 for 4. Ben Slater said, you know, he felt very much at home when he joined the Leicestershire players on the Friday before the season started. He knew Tom Taylor from Derbyshire, Will Davis, he knew Callum Parkinson, another one. So he said, you know, people that he's sort of grown up playing cricket with and got to know very well over the years, and so it was very easy just to slot in, and was given the opportunity of whether he wanted to come on loan or not. There was the huge disappointment being told he wouldn't make the squad for the first game, and was preparing for a weekend of club cricket, and then Paul Nixon had spoken to Peter Moores and Mick Newell about possibly bringing him.
James is in, bowls outside off stump. Swindles lifts his bat over the line of the ball, and there's no run.
So he jumped at the opportunity. In his words, you never know what an opportunity can lead to, and 104 not out overnight against Lancashire. Century on debut, obviously, and then the next morning, well aware the 120 overs cut off, told to the last 20 overs, go and enjoy yourself a little bit, and said he enjoyed hitting Barber into the hotel a couple of times.
Yeah. James is in, bowls, and a little uncertainly half forward there. Swindle takes a thick inside edge. He started to take the bottom hand off the bat, and it trickles down towards Hasib Hamid, and single is taken.
I don't mean Barber, do I? I mean
Bailey.
Tom Bailey, a couple of times into the hotel.
Yeah, one huge blow. In fact, consecutive sixes off Bailey. One was right onto almost the top floor of the hotel, as I remember. I had a better view from my hotel window than I did from the Worcester literally of the pitch, which was cut right on that side of the ground.
Stayed on the ground, did you?
Yeah. And the teams did obviously stay in that hotel as well, and they sort of boarded off their bit. In goes James and bowls outside off, on off stump really. Half forward is Rhodes. It trickles out towards mid-on, and there's no run.
So Lancashire were the home team, were they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Strictly speaking.
I presume it was the same at Trent Bridge last week. They brought all the advertising boards, so we got Visit Manchester all the way around Trent Bridge, and the local, the Manchester evening paper was advertised.
James, very straight run, shock of blonde hair, in he goes and bowls, and on towards the legs of Rhodes. It's full and beats the attempted push into the leg side, thumps off the pad, but it was going down leg side, so nascent appeal choked off very early on. No, I think it probably only occurred to them after that they could have done that, or somebody pointed out to them that they could have done that, because no New Road was Worcester businesses advertising that I remember, but they did bring all their cameras for their feed, and very, very good it was. In goes James and bowls, and that one just comes back in a touch towards Rhodes, who's solidly enough forward on off stump, blocking that one out into the offside, and there is no run. That is Chappell out there under the sun hat now, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Jammed upon his head, no doubt.
Do need a partnership here, don't they, between this pair?
Very much so. 28 for 4, Leicestershire, if you're just joining us. Go through the wickets after this delivery from Lyndon James, who is in and bowling to Rhodes, who takes a thick inside edge. Again, it seems back in towards him as he comes forward. Runs down to Hamid, who loses his cap as he throws in. Rhodes takes 1, moves on to 5, and keeps the strike. It's the end of the over. Sam Evans was caught by James at third slip off the bowling of Trigo for 4, 7 for 1 Harry Dearden. Caught low down at mid-wicket by Samit Patel, again off the bowling of Trigo for 7, 15 for 2. Colin Ackerman got a super delivery from Trigo that he was squared up by and edged the outswinger. Catch by Mullaney at third slip for 4, 21 for 3, and a few moments ago Hassan Azad sliced a bit of a drive at the bowling of James and was caught low down by Slater at backward point for 4, 25 for 4. Harry Swindles has 3, George Rhodes has 5.
The test match is going to restart at 12:40 as Trigo is continuing from the pavilion end here at the Fisher County Ground. First ball of this is 10th over. It's nudged up to mid-off to Hamid, who starts working on the ball, giving it a bit of a buff and a shine, firstly with his sleeves, and then he goes down on one knee and he's working it hard on the thigh area. Hands the ball to Trigo. 2 of the 3 newcomers this season for Notts, the other one Barber also playing. Here's Trigo. Comes in and bowls, and this is eased into the offside. Samit Patel doing the fielding. It remains 29 for 4. Durham are 48 for 3 against Derbyshire in the North Group. Yorkshire 8 without loss, but they're off for rain in the Central Group. Glamorgan 46 for 1 against Northants. Somerset 21 for 1 against Gloucestershire. And Warwickshire 43 for 1 against Worcestershire. In the south, Sussex 65 for 1 against Middlesex, and Kent 38 for 1 against Surrey. Trigo bowls once more, and he squared him up a little bit. He's going to get runs down towards the unprotected third man area. It's not going to go all the way, and there'll be just a couple there to the former Worcestershire man Rhodes. So
flew in the air.
He's gone on to 7.
Almost took the shoulder of the bat there.
Joint top scorer Rhodes on 7, 31 for 4, and Trigo getting bashed about a little bit now. His figure's 3 for 15.
It's interesting about the test match, one of the very few positives, if you like, that's emerging from this situation.
Here's Trigo in again, 3 slip. Oh, and what happened there? Oh no, it's Trigo letting everybody know that he was being buffeted and blown about by the breeze, and backs out.
Yeah, we do have some dark clouds being blown over now, and the wind is much stronger beneath them, as you can probably hear from the tiles on our commentary box roof. Ceiling rather than roof.
31 for 4. Trigo tries again. Rhodes on strike, right-hander, and he defends.
Yeah, it's just that there's sudden readiness to be a little bit more flexible about starting times and so on and so forth in international cricket, indicating that we can start games at, we will start at 10:30 if it's a way of making up a little bit of time, and there has got to be a great deal more flexibility, I think, in those terms, and about light generally, and perhaps that will happen going forward.
2 deliveries left in this. Trigo over, and he comes again. Rhodes gets solidly behind it. There's lots of oohs and ahs, lots of encouragement there. The catching cordon have had to be on their toes this morning in a number of edges. Mulaney taking a catch at second slip and putting one down. There's been one gobbled up by Lyndon James at third slip. Saw Duckett make a fine stop to one that scuttled along the ground towards him earlier. Nick Cook's very watchful, isn't he? He's on red alert. He's like a cat watching a bird in the tree as this goes through to the keeper. He's seen the dark clouds, and I think there's 1 or 2 spots of rain now falling on our windows, and
there are.
I'm sure the umpires will have a little bit of a
ground
check.
Stuff emerging and clambering onto tractors.
He's on his walkie-talkie, Nick Cook.
Could be an early lunch here. Might just try and start umpire Hassan Adnan is waiting almost for instructions from the senior man, and the players are leaving the field. I suspect then, you can see quite a lot of rain in the trees away around the electronics school, but I suspect that might, 12:28 might be an early lunch, but it's been a great 90 minutes as far as Nottinghamshire are concerned. Having won the toss, they've picked up 4 early wickets, including the key one of Leicestershire skipper Colin Ackerman for 4. Well, you'll hear me do an update around about 12:32, something like that. As you can hear, the covers coming on. Dave will presumably pop next door and do his half-past update. My guess is... oh, here comes the update already. My guess is it'll be an early lunch, but here comes the update. Well, sadly, the covers are coming on here. We do have a bit of a shower, but Leicestershire do need a little bit of a break because they've had an awful half hour or so. They've lost 4 wickets now. 31 for 4 is the score. The last 2 to go. Colin Ackerman, the captain, the key man as far as the Foxes are concerned, in supreme form this season. We've got a super delivery from Peter Trigo that he could only edge to third slip, and that was him gone for 4. And then Hassan Azad, the man who usually hangs around, just sliced a drive to delivery from Lyndon James, went low to backward point where Ben Slater held the catch, and that was Azad gone for 4 as well. 25 for 4 at that stage. Now 31 for 4. Harry Swindles has 3. George Rhodes has 7. Maybe the rain is already stopping, but the umpires are staying out there with Leicestershire on 31 for 4. As you heard me telling BBC Radio Leicester, although the covers are coming out and going on, the Nottinghamshire side has stayed they haven't gone up to their dressing room, they've stayed outside, so it may be that already that little shower is being blown across, and they can get them straight back out there. Indeed, although half the pitch is covered, it is only half the pitch at the moment. Nick Cook and Hassan Adnan, with their caps on, are making gestures to the ground staff. The covers are now going on in their entirety, if you like, i.e. having been dragged out, pulled out by the little orange tractors. They're being pushed that last little bit by the ground staff. Nottinghamshire not convinced. They are staying out there, out on the boundary's edge, that is, just by the electronic scoreboard. An umpire Cook and umpire Adnan, hands on hips, watching the clouds. Let us see what's happening. And the covers appear, he says, watching the ground staff carefully. Yep, they're coming off. So that was the briefest of interruptions. How many overs have we had? We've only had 19 overs in 90 minutes, so not the fastest of over rates. But the Nottinghamshire players are wandering back out to the middle. George Rhodes and Harry Swindles, presumably, will emerge from the meet shortly and join them. There are 4 wheeled covers that cover the pitch and part of the run-ups here at the Fisher County Ground. None of your motorised hover mowers, I'm afraid, but they're pretty effective. And the little orange tractors take 2 apiece, linked together by whatever, ropes, and drag them off to slightly separate locations. There go the 2 tractors, there go the 2 sets of covers. All we await now is the return of the Leicestershire batsmen. At the moment, conspicuous by their absence. The umpires are out there, the Nottinghamshire players are out there, where Messrs Swindles and Rhodes. It is pretty dark at the Fisher County Ground at the moment, and I can see a rain shower away to the sort of south-southwest, directly behind the Turner Indoor Centre, but it is a couple of miles away at the moment. Here come Rhodes and Swindles. It was the end of the over. Trigo 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 15. James 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 3. And James it is who will continue from the Bennett end. Nick Cook chuntering away to Zach Chappell, who's listening respectfully. It'll be Harry Swindles who'll be on strike. Short-sleeved shirt for Harry Swindles. Neither Swindles nor Rhodes the biggest of men, or not the tallest of men. Anyway, look about 5'7", perhaps, that sort of area. 5'8" at the most, I would suggest. Swindles just checking his guard. From umpire Cook, it is still correct, umpire Cook tells him. James, eager to get going, is ready at the top of his mark. He's charging in now. I'm not sure whether Swindles is quite ready. Yes, he is. And James is in and bowls and just drew him forward there. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball as he defended that one out into the offside. Picked up by Zach Chappell, who's at that wide extra cover position. And there's no run, but again he was just a little bit groping for that one, Harry Swindles, and it could easily have bounced and taken the edge. And Dave's back with us.
Yeah, well, did we ever get the answer to the Groucho Marx question?
I will check on the Twitter feed. In goes James and bowls down the leg side, and that will be for Harry Swindles. It was in the air as it went past Moores, but it was well wide of him. It would have been a quite spectacular take, and the 4 is taken. What have you spotted? A bit more rain on the...
Well, also the floodlights are coming on, I think.
I called for the lights. Well, they'll stay on now. I can see a lot of rain over there, actually.
1 or 2 bulbs are just starting to fire up. 35 for 4. That was a little bit wild and woolly from Lyndon James. He's bowling with decent pace, but got the radar wrong there. Went down the leg side and was just helped on its way. So Swindles joins Rhodes on 7.
James in again and bowls 2. Swindles better line on off stump. Swindles forward, but a better defensive shot from him as well. More or less getting to the pitch a bit and pushing it out into the offside. Picked up by Chappell, and there's no run. He's got a little bit of seam movement back in, Lyndon James. But as you say, just got previous delivery, just line was a little bit wrong.
Good toss to win here. Fancy it's blowy, it's blustery. Surface is tinged with green. It looks quite juicy. Difficult for the batsman to settle.
James in, bowls, off stump again. Solidly forward goes Swindles. Bat quite close to front pad. Back up the wicket towards James, who picks up in his follow through. No run. Leicestershire CC members have tweeted, what are the odds on Benny Slats getting 100 after honing his skills at Grace Road? Slightly tongue-in-cheek tweet.
Well, I asked him if there'd be any hang-up, any residual damage about coming back here where he'd got a pair just a fortnight ago. He said not.
I suspect not. In goes James and bowls very wide outside off stump, and so wide that Swindles, not remotely tempted, lets it go through to Moores.
I know he's out of sight of you, but down here at long leg, Peter Trigo, all throughout this over, has been bowling. He's been running and bowling, going through his action and bowling, almost as if somebody's about to come on at the start of a new spell.
I think it's ambition to bowl through the entire session. I think he's going to try and... that's what he wants to do.
It'd be a good effort.
What would it be, about 14, 15 overs, 14 overs maybe. In goes James and bowls, and played in the air. There's hesitation between the two batsmen for a moment. Rhodes was watching the ball. He wasn't listening to Swindles, whose call it was. He pushed it wide of mid-on, who had to turn and run after it. It was always going to be one, and Swindles could see that, but Rhodes was flat-footed in his crease for quite a long time before getting an urgent shout from Swindles, and one is taken. So Swindles now top scorer in the innings is on 8. Leicestershire 36 for 4.
Yeah, the number 5 batsman, the first to reach 8 in the innings. It's going to be Trigo.
He's still spotting with rain, you know.
Guessing Barber's a little frustrated down at long leg. He bowled nicely in the last game. He's got good pace. Left armour, so a different weapon at Nottinghamshire's disposal. Here is Trigo then, still got the 3 slips, bowling to Swindles, who defends. I think the spots on our window of the commentary box here are just getting a little heavier, aren't they?
Umpire Cook is staring up balefully at the sky.
This ground, of course, very famous for the hospitality with regards to the players and officials. Lunches normally, I would imagine they're going to be well looked after. This one's short and pulled away on the leg side, but straight to Joe Clark. It was along the ground, it was safely, nice timed pull from Swindles, but gets nothing for it, a yard either side, and he'd get a boundary there.
I think the players and officials are still getting spectacular lunches. Sadly.
Not the media.
No longer ourselves in the media. We are in the outer zone, the outer bio bubble, and therefore never the twain shall mix.
There's Trigo again, past umpire Hassan Adnan. This is very close, just to kissing the outside edge as it goes through to Moores, and Trigo just for a second stood there with his head in his hands. It's almost as if he couldn't believe it hadn't clipped the outside edge and got his man.
Wasn't that far from off stump either. Somehow missed everything. What a ball that was.
Last wicket went down with the score on 25, so partnership of 11 here. Trigo again. Slips are staggered in readiness, but almost crouching. Swindles nudges it out into the offside. Samit Patel's there.
These are tricky batting conditions, aren't they? You can see the shadows being cast by the players, and the ball always does swing a little bit more under the lights, or usually does. It's only 20 overs old.
I think Cook's not enjoying it. He keeps stopping and turning and looking upwards. Got Got his hands thrust deep into his pockets at square leg. Trigo in once more. He wants to get another wicket before they go off, but this is clipped away on the leg side. There's Barber. He's a good fielder, Barber, and quickly got to it and speared it over the top of the stumps to Tom Moores.
It's raining quite hard now.
Nick Cook's had enough of this, I think.
Yeah.
We might have another stoppage, folks. I think the players are going to head for the pavilion. So productive little minute or two there for Leicestershire. 37 for 4 in the grand scheme of things. I'm sure the batsmen will be delighted to get off the field, because it's not easy to, well, in truth, it's not easy to bat, bowl, field or umpire out there. It's pretty filthy right now, and away to our right, you have to say it is actually building up, isn't it? There's heavy cloud cover, dark clouds, and it may be that this stoppage is a little longer than the previous one.
He's on the radio now, Nick Cook, and I suspect that he's telling the scorers that we will now have an early lunch. It is only 20 minutes until lunch. I can see Nick calling. Yep, he's making the knife and fork sign, so it is an early lunch here at the Fisher County Ground. And an excellent morning it's been for the visitors from the moment that the toss was won and the decision made to bowl. Had to work hard to prize the openers apart, although, what did it take, 40 minutes or so, I guess, before Sam Evans was the first to go, but thereafter wickets have fallen pretty regularly. 37 for 4 then, Leicestershire at lunch. And hopefully we'll have time to make up those overs, but looking out over where the weather is coming from, it is not promising. In fact, it is now raining very hard indeed. They did say on BBC Radio Leicester with some of the showers could be heavy. I think this qualifies, Dave.
Yep.
It is now pelting down out there.
It's a little more than a sprinkling.
So we will be back with you. We'll keep you updated, and fingers crossed that we can start promptly after lunch, which would be presumably around about 1:30 rather than sort of 20 to 2. But the other covers are coming out now as well. But for the time being, from the Fisher County Ground at Grace Road, with Leicestershire deep in trouble on 37 for 4, we'll say goodbye for now.
Unchanged. Fresh.
Both throughout the day. Well, I suspect it'll be better before the day is out.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I think we're okay, thanks.
society and stress.
So have you got one of those training shirts then?
No, not yet. We only...
A bit like Leicester Tigers, I got my shirt.
I could wear a 2XL, but for comfort I want a 3XL, and the only couple in the club flexes on it, so I'll try and...
They're a bit tight, aren't they?
Try and get his when they're finished.
Fletch? Get them to send us a review copy and we'll chunt around it on air.
Well, welcome back to the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Second session on this first day of the Bob Willis Trophy first class cricket match between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. The two umpires heading out into the middle after the early lunch, so hopefully no overs lost. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings in deep trouble. 37 for 4. Peter Trigo will have one ball of his 11th over 2 bowl. No wonder he comes running out, leading the Nottinghamshire side almost, because he's sitting on figures of 10.5 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 16. BBC Radio Leicester, Richard Ray, BBC Radio and Nottingham. Dave Bracegirdle, your commentators in this game. And just as I say that, Dave, the sun goes in and a few grey clouds around, but we should be okay for a prompt restart.
It was filthy for a while, wasn't it? Absolutely chucked it down, and the poor old ground staff trying to bring those sheets on, the big tarpaulins that they used to put on vulnerable areas of a square or the run-up, so it's been blown around everywhere. It was a really thankless task for the ground staff. Well, it's not thankless, because we do say thank you to them whenever we see them, because they really do work hard. A day for them is something that begins in the very, very early hours and doesn't end until it's gone dark and everybody else has gone home, and in between we do like to think that they can have a little bit of quiet time, but it wasn't like that this morning for them. That half an hour, I guess, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, they're on red alert, and then when they had to try and bring the covers on, it was pretty tough going. As you say,
they are short-staffed a bit at the moment as well. Two or three of them are still on furlough or whatever, so the stewards have been helping out as well, some of those lads out there in the middle.
Well, thanks to them as well. We are going to get a little bit more cricket. I don't think we ever got to the point where we were thinking this could be called off, because we could see, it almost came as by surprise and went as quickly as it came, but we are going to get some more cricket, thankfully. Peter Trigo's got 1 ball left in this, his 11th over.
I think the wind will help us today. It's whisking shower clouds across. Is it me from this end? I can't quite remember. I think it is you from this end.
Enjoy yourself.
Trigo then with one delivery to bowl in his 11th over. Comes in and bowls and finds the outside edge of Rhodes' bat, but Rhodes is going to pick up for, I suspect, Slater's in. Oh, he's not. Slater is going to drag that one back, and indeed it is just 2. I thought that would normally run away up to the third man boundary for 4, so slightly fortuitously Rhodes picks up a couple of runs off a thick outside edge. It wasn't a chance or a sniff of a chance, it was into the gap, but it definitely was not off the middle of the bat. So Swindles and Rhodes both on 9 now. No Leicestershire batsman yet into double figures. Perhaps one of these two will be the first. The Foxes 39 for 4.
Yeah, we have seen the tractor go round, haven't we, with the rope, but maybe there was a little bit of moisture there. It certainly seemed to pull up very quickly, the ball, and I've noticed Joe Clark working hard on it and then sending it round the ring via Ben Slater to sack Chappell, who's going to come back for a second stint of the day. Bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11 from the Bennett end at the start of the day. Bowled nicely. Had one chance go down off his bowling. He comes into bowl to Swindles, who's on 9 and plays away from his body. No foot movement whatsoever. Just had a little fiddle at it, a good 18 inches, 2 foot away from his body there, and very, very fortunate not to nick it.
Nervous sort of twitch by Harry Swindles there. He needs to get his head down. I'm sure he will be.
Swindles on 9, Rhodes on 9, the men out. Dearden for 7, and then 3 batsmen were dismissed on 4. Colin Ackerman, Hassan Azad, and first to go today was Sam Evans. Here's Zach Chappell, umpire Nick Cook at the far end. It's in by Chappell, pushed for runs. Beats the dive of the bowler and mid-off, and they take an easy single. And Leicestershire up to 40.
And a batsman into double figures. Harry Swindles, the first man.
Last week it went down at 25, so small steps. They've only put 15 on, but
biggest partnership.
Yeah, they've stemmed the bleeding a little bit, haven't they? It was a little bit of a procession. Wickets going down in the 9th over, the 11th, the 15th, and the 16th. Chappell just been made to wait as Rhodes takes guard, and then he stands bat held aloft and brings it down just in time. With squad number 34, Rhodes clips it up to Barber at mid-on, and there's no addition to the total. Not seen Barber turn his arm over yet, but he is now turning his arm over like he's doing the breaststroke in the Olympics butterfly final. Both arms going together, which I guess if you're a breast swimmer is fairly easy to do. If you're not, it's not that easy, is it?
It might be. Might have to wait a while yet.
Yeah.
With these two bowlers having had a nice 40-minute break.
Well, we were wondering if Trigo was coming towards the end of his spell, and now, of course, he's had 40 minutes or so, hasn't he? Put his feet up. Here's Chappell, wide of the off stump, through to Moores. Sun is beating a path now through this fairly heavy cloud cover, but as Richard said, the strong breeze means that we've rarely got the same overhead conditions for 2 deliveries in a row. It's very, very strong out there.
Sunshine very bright, and the lights on, of course, as well, and they will stay on now until the end of the day, presumably, whenever that may be.
You see Welford Road behind us. Their season's kicked off again, I think.
Yes.
Is Chappell in once more on the pads this time and tucked away. That'll go for 4, I'm sure. It will indeed, out towards the Milligan Road side of the ground. And Samit Patel, merely like a retriever going to fetch a tennis ball, jogs after it to fetch the ball back from the boundary board where the ball had come to rest.
Indeed, they may be playing this, and they're at home this weekend, I'm certain of that, against Bath.
And that's all behind closed doors as well, isn't it?
It is.
Mentioned it last week on commentary. I heard Barry Hearn being interviewed about the snooker and getting people in for the final. 44 for 4 on the board, all the 4s as Chappell bowls a good fullish length delivery that Rhodes clips up to mid-on. And the thing that struck me from his interview was I kept asking them every single day. Every single day I made a nuisance of myself. I pestered, can we have people in? Can we get people in the Crucible? We've got a good record. we know what we're doing, we'll keep them safe. Every single day, he said, I pestered them, and eventually they relented and allowed the crowd in for the final.
Well, maybe that's what the ECB should be doing then, a little bit more of.
Yeah, because
it is crazy.
Lots of empty plastic bucket seats all the way around this ground and all the other first-class grounds in the country. And I'm sure we could socially distance 500 people in here today without them being anywhere near anybody else.
Trigo, eager, so eager that he had to just pull out of his run there because Harry Swindles wasn't quite ready. He is now, as in goes Trigo and bowls on off stump to Swindles, so his head is right over the ball. It thumps into the middle of his defensive bat, trickles down the pitch on the on side, and there's no run. Yeah, it is almost impossible to understand, really. I didn't understand how the audience weren't required to wear masks when they went in the crowd for that, and they were sitting next to each other and all that sort of thing. But there you go, above our pay grade. In goes Trigo and bowls edge, dropped at second, third slip, beg your pardon. He went for the drive, took the edge, it travelled quickly, but it was just about catching high. Lyndon James to his left, got two hands to it, could only deflect it down to the third man boundary for 4. So that should have been a 4th wicket for Peter Trigo. A life for Harry Swindles. Will he make the most of it? A second catch goes down.
Yeah, it went quickly. That was much, much harder than anything we've seen today, either taken or dropped. Went very, very quickly, but he got both hands to it.
In goes Trigo, bowls Fuller, this time on off stump. Half forward. Waite was going forward, although he was really on the back foot initially. Swindles pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. He will be cross with himself, though. Two hands to it, you hope to hang on to those, don't you? It's a tough one, toughest probably of the chances if he'd held that, but
from here, I don't know how you saw it. I thought he'd actually parried it up for either second or first to grab, but it was just a trick of where we're watching from.
Trigo in, beats the outside edge again as it pitches round about off stump and sort of seams and swings away, and missed it by quite a long way. Harry Swindles, he was playing at it for sure. It was just far too good for him.
Yes, he parried it behind him. The ball almost bursting through his hands. It went with such speed and force, but just wondered for a moment if it was just going to lollop up for either Mullaney or Duckett to grab.
Trigo is in, bowls, and that one is just a little bit too short, and as a result, although it does straighten up and move away, Swindles is not required to play at it and doesn't. Ooh, an update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Real struggle for the Foxes. They took an early lunch because of a shower, and they took that lunch on 37 for 4. Peter Trigo, the former Somerset all-rounder, now at Notts, having picked up 3 for 16 in the morning. He nearly made it 4 for just a few moments ago. Harry Swindles drove a delivery that left him, took the edge, and was not able to hang on to the catch at third slip. Lyndon James on that occasion would have been 44 for 5. Swindles picked up 4 for that one. He's moved on to 14. George Rhodes is on 13. They're putting together something of a stand, but they're going to have to bat a lot longer to repair the situation because the Foxes are 48 for 4.
Yes, end of that over. Trigo now 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 22. Chappell 8 overs, none for 16. Going to bowl the next over from the Bennett end. So Notts have manufactured 6 catching opportunities and have held 4 of them up to this point. Mullaney and James, who've both actually taken a catch as well, have both put one down. There's a genuine play and a miss from George Rhodes, playing down the wrong line. Sun is with us, tempted to say temporarily, because I guess by the next delivery or two it will have gone behind a cloud. It's that sort of day. The trees billowing away to our right, all All different sorts, aren't they, over there?
There are.
You any good with trees? I'm hopeless.
No, not great.
No, I won't put your head on the block then and say which are which, but next ball is gloriously put away by Rhodes, through extra cover for 4. That's got to be almost up there, I think, with one of the shots of the day. We did see Ackerman get off the mark with a push down the ground for 4 that was very, very impressive indeed, but that also out of the top drawer, and that takes the Foxes up to an over 50. They're 52 for 4, and Rhodes in his personal little duel here with Swindles goes ahead again. He's now on 17, the top scorer in the innings. Lovely shot.
I did ask the groundsman Andy Ward to go through all the trees with me, but he said grass I can do, but trees isn't. I'm not too sure. There are some limes, but there's a big old mixture around the back of the car park.
Comes Chappell again. How can he respond with a foolish delivery that Rhodes blocks into the offside? Ben Slater doing the fielding, collar turned up.
There's some birch trees, 1, 2 silver birch trees.
It's the dark coloured one in particular. If I was wondering about away there on the meat side of the ground. There's one that's certainly not green, is it? I don't know what sort that is.
Sort of mapley. Very purple, almost dark purple, maroon. Dark maroon leaves, no doubt. There are people out there who know that immediately what we're talking about there.
52 for 4. Chappell in once more, bowls, and Rhodes again defends. Again, mind keeps wandering off to Groucho Marx, Rich. Did we get anywhere with that? There's a question this morning, wasn't there?
I'll scroll back in case I missed it. It was play at Pompey.
If anybody knows, we were given a quiz question. Which cricketer was described as looking like Groucho Marx by both...
Which 2 test
which 2 cricketers? By both John Arlott and Jeff Thompson.
So Arlott said one was like Groucho,
right.
and Thompson said another was like Groucho.
There's Chappell. This is run to backward point. They'll take a single. In fact, they're both at the same end as throw from Hamid comes into Moores. The non-striker Swindles had just made his way down to this end and was certainly not interested in going back, but then he suddenly had to because Rhodes was herring back towards him, but he had plenty of time to get back even before Tom Moores could take the catch and then throw it down to Chappell at the far end. But it's nearly a mix-up. In truth, Rhodes proved that there were 2 runs there if you run hard, but there was certainly a bit of a misunderstanding, a miscommunication, if you like, between the 2 batsmen. Rhodes on 19. And it's Chappell in, and Rhodes again is not very comfortable, relatively speaking, at the crease. Defends this one, and it's the end of the over. 54 for 4.
Interesting that they've gone back to Chappell as quickly as they have, Mulaney and Knotts, because James was bowling pretty well before the break.
Yep.
He'd picked up a wicket.
Yeah, seems to be the go-to man at the moment. No Jake Ball, no Luke Fletcher, no Matt Carter in this game if you weren't with us earlier. Knott's winning the toss, Stephen Mulaney wanting to bowl first. Lyndon James coming in for his first game since September 2018. Trigo again buffeted by the wind as he begins his approach.
Yeah, 3 overs, 1 for 8, James, before lunch. You'd have thought he might have justified another extra over or 2. In comes the Somerset man and bowls to Swindles, just drifts on towards leg stump and pushed slightly across the line out towards mid-wicket, picked up by Joe Clark, who's out there at mid-wicket now, and there's no run.
I don't think Lyndon James will mind at all. I'm guessing, I don't know, because we don't know when Matt Carter was injured, but he's here on the ground. I'm guessing when Lyndon arrived here, he was expecting to be 12th, so
just happy to be playing.
Yeah. 3 overs before lunch, Skip, certainly.
In goes Trigo, bowl slightly short and looking for the pull. Swindles does not time it at all. Hits it down into the ground and it rolls fairly slowly out to Zach Chappell, who's at mid-on. It really is Follically challenged now, Zach, isn't he? He's with his back to us, with no sun hat. He's got a beard. He's sporting a sort of quite a rakish looking beard, piratical almost. Trigo in bowls, and little fiddle, I think, at that one swindles. He's pitching it more or less on the stumps. It was a little bit short of the ideal length probably from Trigo's point of view, but it still did plenty, and Swindles had a little fiddle, got away with it.
Just watching one of the ground staff who's run all the way round the boundary edge down below us, and has now got on the old roller, sat on the heavy roller. I don't know if he's going to strike it up.
Trigo is in again, outside off stump. It straightens a fraction, but it was too wide and a little bit too short, and Swindles had nothing to do with it. I think they're just going to put it back in its...
Yeah, it's just started up now. Perhaps just...
We've left it out.
Yeah, I think that exactly that's it. It was right by the boundary edge. If a fielder was rushing towards it and put in a sliding stop, somebody might just have pointed out, you know, can we just drop that back a bit further away from the boundary edge.
In a collision, the roller would win. In goes Trigo. That one comes back in a fraction, but again, probably just a little bit too short. So Swindles on the back foot has time to adjust and play it with a high left elbow out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, you're right. They're just backing it off a bit. They'll be employing it perhaps during the tea interval to do a spot of work on one of the T20 pitches, perhaps. In goes Trigo and bowls. That one is on to middle and leg. This time again, Swindles can stay on the back foot and play a sort of enough defensive shot out into the onside, picked up by Clark. The end of the over, one of probably the less challenging ones that Trigo has bowled, possibly because he was just probably 6 inches or so too short of his usual length. Bring the batsman forward if you possibly can.
They're playing again in the test match, and Joss Butler has reached his century. He's 106 not out, and Zach Crawley is on 180.
Confident young man, Crawley, isn't he?
England 360 for 4.
A good piece by George Doble about Crawley on Quick Info this morning. In goes
Chappell, and that's caught the outside edge. Catch for Moores, and Chappell has got his first wicket of the day. George Rhodes, who's played 1 or 2 very nice shots since lunch, has fallen for 19, just pushing at Chappell there, and a faint kiss off the outside edge, and the most routine of routine catches for Tom Moores gives Notts their 5th wicket. And after a little mini revival there, Leicestershire again set back by the fall of a key wicket. George Rhodes out for 19, is the top scorer in the innings, but now he's gone. Caught Moores, bowled Chappell. 54 for 5, the Foxes at the start of Chappell's 10th over.
Yeah, lovely ball from Chappell. Just straightened nicely, didn't it? Drew Rhodes, nice length as well. Probably deserved, I think, Chappell overall. He's bowled pretty well, 9.1 overs, 1 for 22, back on his old stamping ground.
It's amazing how many wickets go down the first ball of an over like that. You know, concentration perhaps just disturbed a little bit. But brilliant man.
Tom Taylor to the wicket.
Genuine number 7, or maybe a place high?
In this side, genuine number 7 for sure. Got the ability to be a
genuine all-rounder.
I think it's probably fair enough, really. 7. I know exactly what you're saying, and some all-rounders in inverted commas are no more than number 9s, but I think Taylor is better than that. And his track records suggests as much. He obviously hasn't had much opportunity so far this season. 21 runs with a high score of 15. He just played the 2 innings and only been out once.
Here is Chappell then. Be pleased to get one in the end column. Comes in and bowls to Taylor. This one goes through to Moores. Mentioned, obviously we're talking about Ben Slater when he was playing for Leicestershire, and did put out, I did mention that obviously playing for the Foxes after Derbyshire, after Nottinghamshire, he'd played for all three of the East Midlands sides, and Mike Goulder, a keen cricket statistician, did look up, went through all the books and everything, and there's only one other player that's played for all three in first class cricket, believe it or not. Only one. I'll give you a couple of balls. It's not that long ago, it's within the last 30 years as this is pushed in the offside and there's no run. In fact, it's this century, let's put it that way. 54 for 5. I think there's a spot or two arranged.
There is,
starting
it's coming
to,
in the window, that's for sure. So I'll close it slightly now. I think that stat was sent to us when I was at Lancashire. When we were playing Lancashire at Worcester. But I can't quite remember who the other one was. It will come to me.
54 for 5. I had a look back. I couldn't see anything, and then Mike said he'd gone through it all, and could only find the two that had played for both. As Chappell is in and Taylor's away, pushing into the offside. A lot of space on the meat side of the ground. Seabermead scampers after it like a young puppy, and they come back for two. And Taylor's on the board.
It's almost a Gale-esque bandana, isn't it? That
Yeah.
sort of style.
Leicestershire 56 for 5.
Was that you? Thankfully, it wasn't me for once.
Oh crikey, we better.
Is it you, or is it?
Well, yes, it's me.
Okay.
That noisy person is Mr. Luke Fletcher, who's with us. Who's got the I've got the answer. I knew the answer. I don't say quiz questions. I've got the answer. It's banged in short, but he knows the answer. And there you are, Rich. Just to refresh you at the bottom. It's I was going to let you read it out and take all the glory.
Oh,
you remember him, don't you?
AJ Harris.
AJ Harris, Andrew Harris, yeah. Thanks to Fletch, Luke Fletcher. Hopefully, almost fully recuperated and ready to go in the T20s. His book, I understand, not too far away from being published. Tales from the Front Line by Luke Fletcher. Should be with us in the next week or two as Chappell is in. This is pushed up to mid-on. I know regular listeners will have heard me saying that for a time or two. There are so many books, as you can understand, written during lockdown that the publishers have, and they're a little bit like hairdressers when they suddenly open the salons. There are queues and queues and queues. Well, the poor old publishers have got queues and queues and queues of books to be published, and sort of doing them in order. This one shouldn't have been out until in the autumn, ready for the lucrative Christmas market, and we managed to get it done about 3 months early. So it should be with us any time now. But if you like a funny old read, lots of funny cricket stories and lots of mishaps that Luke Fletcher's been involved in, it's not too far away from being released.
Trigo continues, bowls on the back foot, pushed out into the offside by Harry Swindles again. Probably not the perfect length as far as Peter Trigo is concerned. He's into his 14th over now, 3 for 22. The man from Weston-super-Mare via just about every other point in between. Been around a few places. Little shuffle, and then he gets into his run and bowls again, slightly short, and this time up on his toes. He can be whipped away by Harry Swindles out towards deep backwards square. In from the boundary comes Tom Barber, well, out from deep sort of long leg, or wide long leg towards backwards square. Single, 2 taken.
What I will say about Fletcher is I still can't understand why he can't write everything he wants to write and then send the message, not write a word and send it, write another word and send it, write, I've had this with him a few times, write everything you want to write in one message and send it together. Thank you. A little bit of admin.
Taylor then will be facing Peter Trigo for the first time. Bobs at the knees as Trigo comes in and bowls. That's the better length from Trigo's point of view. He was half forward, wasn't quite sure. The ball just pitched and swung away, held its own and went past the outside edge of Taylor's bat. He's got a high score of 80 Tom Taylor in first class cricket. 764 runs, averaging 19 thereabouts. He's a better player than that prospectively. In goes Trigo and bowls to him, and he's got that one away, but not past Ben Slater at backward point, who scrambles across to his left. That's not fair. He's a bit more athletic. Scrambling's does not do him justice there. He was up on his toes and leaping across to his left to make the stop.
Well, it had scrambled twice as quickly as normal, because Taylor's his big mate, isn't it? So he was determined not to give him any runs there.
Trigo just pauses at the top of his mark to give the ball an extra shine, then he's in. And bowling, back foot again, well, wrong length really, but it still straightens away past the outside edge. Taylor sort of plunged forward, miles away from the bounce of the ball, and determined to try and get forward if he can. But any sort of movement seems to be a real struggle for some of the younger batsmen to cope with. And Trigo is definitely still finding plenty of movement. The ball is still only 26.5 overs old. Pretty much at its best right now as Trigo, 77 on his back, runs away from us and bowls onto the legs of Taylor, who's going to pick up just the one, I suspect. No, they're turning for a second, and a good call it is by Taylor, as Barber came in from the ropes through left-handed, but it wasn't the greatest throw in the world. Taylor adopting the policy of picking up what runs he can at this stage, moves on to 4, Leicestershire on to 59 for 5.
Yeah, run hard. Yeah, Barber, the speed with which Barber was coming in then at the end of that over, I just wondered if they decided to make an early change, but no, it's going to be Chappell to continue. Ben Slater's off the field.
He just gone off, has he?
Yeah, only just, and might be Sol Buddinger at mid-off. I'll confirm that for you in just a moment. There's Zach Chappell from the Bennett end. Umpire Nick Cook, hands in pockets. Batsman is Swindles, the Leicestershire wicket-keeper, and that's a lovely delivery. Plenty of pace from Chappell. He's looked good again today.
He has.
3 wickets to Trigo, 1 to Chappell, 1 to Lyndon James. Yes, it is Sol Buddinger. Wearing number 1. Look at mid-off.
It's like a Chicago gangster.
You've got to have something about you to wear number 1, haven't you? I think the 2 most recent ones at Trent Bridge to wear number 1 were Ajmal Shahzad and then Brendan Taylor. There's Chappell in again, nicely behind it. Swindles, who's on 15, nudging it out onto the offside. And there's no run.
Settled into a really nice line, Chappell, in this post-lunch spell.
Can hear Samit Patel bellowing encouragement. Barber at mid-on is once again whirling his arms around. We've seen a little bit of that from Tom Barber today. Itching obviously to have a bowl. 59 for 5. Chappell comes in and once more outside the off stump, just inviting the batsman to be interested and have a little sniff at it, but Swindles is not playing Chappell's game at the moment. Withdrew the bat inside the line. Moore standing at first slip. Duckett has given himself a bit of a firm base there, so he's not blown away. He's spread his legs as far wide as he possibly can, and then Stephen Mullaney at second, much taller Lyndon James at third, and Joe Clark in the gully. There's Chappell in once more, and this is a genuine throw the kitchen sink flash at it outside the off stump, but Swindles doesn't make contact. That was loose, wasn't it? It's a high risk attempt at playing at the ball.
Just a whiff of almost desperation really about that shot.
certainly not the way to construct an innings, is it? Even if you get him away once, he's going to keep coming back at you and keep putting the ball there. You've got to find a better way to play him than almost playing by numbers, deciding just to have an elaborate flash at it. Here's Chappell in again. Where will this one go? Oh, nice and full, hit him on the pad, but I suspect it was always angling down. Hands on head from Duckett, Mullaney and Lyndon James. It got through the defences, I fancy, and it nibbled off the seam a bit.
It swung, actually. It swung really late, and at Chappell's pace, that's a worrying prospect. It was heading sort of down the leg side, and then it swung late, and goodness me. No wonder Nick Cook had a smile and a word as Chappell turned away. Real swing.
Something's just blown over, sounded like a dustbin or something like that behind us as next ball comes in, and it's hit. Oh, that's brilliant from Chappell. That's really good. Nice clean connection from Swindles. Looked to be driving the ball back past Chappell. There'd have been plenty of runs there, but the big fast bowler threw himself to the ground. Only a moment to react, and he did really, really well. End of the over, 59 for 5. Chappell threw 11 overs, 1 for 24. Something certainly blowing over up here on the gantry behind us.
It's quite dark where weather's coming from, but beyond it, and those clouds are going quickly, it is quite dark here at the moment. Beyond it, blue again, so fingers crossed it blows over without interrupting what's, from Nott's point of view, a hugely productive game of cricket thus far. Trigo, wind him up and off he goes again. Bowles, back foot defensive shot from Tom Taylor on off stump. Wants to get forward, Taylor. Maybe that's why he's just dragging his length back a bit, Peter Trigo, at the moment. 59 for 5 remains the score.
Test match, England 367 for 4. Crawley 182 not out. Jos Buttler 111 not out.
Looking to bat just the once, I guess, in that one. Get up to 500 or something, if they possibly can.
240 they've added together.
Must be a record, you would have thought, of some kind. In goes Trigo and Bowles, and Taylor right behind that one. Weight on the front foot as he pushes it back up the pitch towards Peter Trigo.
You'd imagine the Ageas Bowl, if not for England-Pakistan, wouldn't you? A 5th wicket partnership. Very healthy stand between that pair. Still no resumption at Headingley. They only had a couple of overs this morning. Yorkshire 8 without loss against Lancashire. Durham 68 for 3 against Derbyshire.
Trigo in again. That's a fuller delivery, but it's just drifted on towards the leg stump and whipped away by Taylor down towards mid-wicket. Barber's going to cut it off running across from deep square, so it is just going to be a couple for Tom Taylor, but it does look like these two young Leicestershire batsmen decided to not throw the bat at all, but to pick up what runs they can. It's not thinking in terms of all-out defence. They'll try and keep the scoreboard ticking over. They've taken it on to 61 for 5. Taylor on to 6 with that shot, but that won't discourage Trigo and Nottinghamshire in any way. Slips go down as Trigo is in to Taylor, who does leave that one. It is outside off stump, and it does just straighten a fraction, but too wide, as I say, and Taylor let it go through.
Nearly 2 o'clock. Trigo, of course, began from this end at 11 o'clock, and nobody else has bowled from this end.
It's always determined to go through an innings. I wonder if he's actually done that before. 387 first-class wickets make that 390, I suppose now. In he goes and bowls. That one goes on. Doesn't move too much, but Taylor is a tall young man. Stands up tall, just strokes the ball back out towards Zach Chappell at mid-on. No run. 387 first-class wickets coming into this game. 171 List A wickets. 78 T20 wickets.
Batted 3 in one-day cricket for Somerset, didn't he? It was a real handful to bowl to in the power play overs.
A mighty hitter of the ball. He's in bowling to Taylor, who's playing around his front pad a little bit, and Trigo quizzically back down the pitch for a few moments before turning and marching away to his fielding position because it's the end of the over. Just the 2 runs from it. 15 overs now, 3 for 27. His figures, Leicestershire 61 4-5, with an awful lot to do to achieve anything like a respectable total.
The Fox has got anybody coming to join them for the Vitality Blast?
No, it was well, yes, it was going to be Anaman Milan, but it was announced a couple of days ago that, like the South African women, he couldn't. He had hoped all the way through. They had hoped he was still going to join them, but that wasn't going to be possible. So they've signed Gareth Delaney, the Ireland.
Oh right, yes, yeah. Saw that. His Chapel continues from the Bennett end. Oh, it's slightly uppishly towards subfielder Buddinger at mid-off. It was in the air for a long time, wasn't it? It only got to him 1 bounce. 1 hand, 1 bounce. That's what he used to play in the schoolyard. Buddinger on for Ben Slater, who's been off for 2 or 3 overs. Not been noticeable that Slater's had to dive and stop one, or might have got one on the finger end as Chapel bowls again. This one takes off, goes past the right shoulder of Swindles. Did well to get out of the way of that one.
It's good sort of late 80s stuff, isn't it? You would think from Chapel.
Yeah.
Getting it through at a really decent lick on a pitch which isn't really helping him too much.
He's got the pace,
Swing.
He's got the rhythm, but now he's got a bit of confidence. He feels, I've spoken to him. He feels, like he belongs. It's a great relief to get his first Nottinghamshire wicket, having gone 6 games last year, not getting any at all. He comes in once more and bowls, and that's an absolute peach. And as it goes through to Moores, and conversely, well, not conversely, but additionally, maybe even a little strangely, he feels the loss of Jake Ball has sort of given him a little bit of a lift, because he knows the 10 other teammates out there are now looking to him to be the spearhead, and he's sort of risen to the role. Very nicely the last couple of games.
Help a lot.
Yeah. Some can be weighed down by responsibility, but others they get a lift from it, and he's one of the latter. Here he comes again, nicely in sync and bowls, and that's another loosey shot from Swindles. Did he play a meaningful shot at that, do you think?
Yeah, he did. He just
nowhere near it.
Get up, but yeah, exactly. He actually tried to sort of hit over the top of it almost, didn't he? In the end, tried to force it away through the offside.
Just do one more delivery, and then we'll go and speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood County. Tell them what's
talking to Yorkshire again, are you?
Aye. What's going up here? 61 for 5. Chapel once more comes in and bowls. That's a nice push into the offside. Nothing more than a push from Swindles. He'll get a single, moves on to 16, and it's 62 for 5 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester, with Dave Bracegirdle and Richard Ray.
Coming up to updates time as Dave nips next door. At the moment we're okay weather-wise. Plenty of grey, dark, showery clouds around, but they are fairly well broken at the moment. Knots have gone a long way towards breaking the back of the Leicestershire first innings. 62 for 5. Swindles and Taylor trying to build a partnership for the 6th wicket. Taylor on strike now as Chapel comes down the slope and bowls to him. A bouncer, and that's going to be 4 wides. He banged it in, and Tom Morton just ducked underneath it. Tom Taylor, it flew away to Moore's left. Went away off the pitch a little bit, but obviously misdirected as well by Chapel, so they'll take them as they come. Leicestershire at the moment, and a welcome 4 added to the score. Moves on to 67 for 5. Ben Duckett was the man who jogged back from first slip to pick the ball up. That was Chapel's first delivery to Taylor. He was trying to shake him up a little bit. with his pace. It wasn't a well-directed bouncer, so might just try and get back into his line and length here. In he goes and bowls to Taylor, and that is a line and length delivery that is drilled back towards him by Tom Taylor. Stopped very well in his follow-through by Zach Chappell on about the third bounce. Not cleanly, but did stop it, and ends up just tossing the ball to the 12th man, the sub-fielder, because that's the end of his over. 12 overs. 1 for 30 for Zach Chappell now, indicating to Peter Trigo that there is movement still off the pitch, as you would expect. Greenish tinge, by no means dark green, anything like it, but just left a little bit of grass on it. Obviously got a little bit wet during the previous game against Durham. In goes Trigo and bowls, and a defensive shot. Standing up tall from Harry Swindles, off stump, back down the pitch, very straight, off middle really, middle and off. 16 off 48 for Swindles. Obviously still the 3 slips. Messrs Duckett, Mullaney and James, standing next to Tom Moores. In goes Trigo, bowls a fullish delivery onto off stump, dragging Swindles forward, again very straight, and a straight bat from the young Leicester wicket-keeper. Back down the pitch to Peter Trigo. Who turns and is in. Bowls a little bit of an in-swinger. Half forward went Swindles, back down the pitch again to Trigo. It's quite a long run. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, from 37 for 4 at an early lunch, Leicestershire have now lost another wicket, that of George Rhodes, who got a wonderful delivery from former Leicestershire bowler Zach Chappell that pitched about off stump, just left him, took the outside edge, and a comfortable catch for Tom Moores. Behind the stumps, that was Rhodes, gone for 19, the top scorer in the Leicestershire innings so far. Harry Swindles is drawing in on that, though. He is 16 not out. He's been joined by Tom Taylor, who is 6 not out. The Foxes still an awful lot of work to do to achieve an anything like respectable score, because they're 67 for 5. Back with you on the commentary as Trigo is in and bowls, takes a thick outside edge as it squares up Harry Swindles, rolls along the ground towards backward point, picked up by the 12th man. But again, almost got that one to take the outside edge and fly through to one of the 4 men waiting behind the stumps. Coming towards the end of his 16th over, Peter Trigo, though. I think there might be a change before too long. He's not exactly leaking runs either. This is a maiden over so far. Goes in, bowls, and forced off the back foot, slightly short of her length by Swindles, but only as far as Hasib Hamid, who's at a wideish mid-off position. Didn't time it at all. Swindles dot ball, so another maiden over to add to Trigo's collection. 16 overs now, 6 maidens, 3 for 27, his figures. Mullaney comes and has a word with him, so that might, and I stress the word might, be that. It might just be saying another one, and I think the question is almost definitely yes, if you're asking that question of Peter Trigo.
He should be loose by now, shouldn't he? And then James getting ready. He seems to be the next cab off the rank if a change is to be made. There's a young man out there attending to the TV camera, which I assume is presenting the pictures for the live stream. I wonder if it was the camera that had blown over. Here's Chappell in and bowls, and this goes straight through to Moores. Century this season for Tom Moores in the second game against Derbyshire. Been a while coming, his first ton at Trent Bridge. That was a great moment for him. in the last game for Slater and for Ben Duckett as well.
Barber's doing some serious warming up now. I think that's Barber kicking up his orange-soled cricket boots, lying on his back.
Taylor on strike on 6. Here's Zach Chappell, bowls to him, hit away and caught, and Chappell's got a second wicket, or has it gone down? Has it been held or not? It's been drilled low down to mid-off, and the way reason they're not celebrating, I guess, is the ball has come out. It's a Seba Mead who,
that's a shocker.
As we've said, has had a little bit of a problem with the finger end in the last game, and he's got them all taped up. You've never seen so many plasters and bits of sticking tape on the end of the fingers there, and it was low down round about his ankles, and everybody else was celebrating and rushing towards him, and clearly somebody saw it was on the ground. There's Chappell in again, and it's defended, and they'll pinch a single here, Taylor. So on 6, Tom Taylor having a life. So Notts have caught 5 and dropped 3 now, I make it.
2 of which have been off the bowling of Zach Chappell, who must be cursing his ill fortune back on his old home ground. That one, sore fingers or not, should really have been held by Hamid, and it looked like it had been a little bit like Mulaney's right at the start of the day.
It was dying on him though, wasn't it? It was very low down.
It was, but maybe
it should have been taken.
Just dipped as it got to him, perhaps. But it looked like it got. It was a general confusion.
Yeah, I'm not making excuses for him. 68 for 5. This one's hit away into the offside. Sol Buddingers after this one, the sub, and they'll get a couple of runs. Slater's still off the field. In fact, he's there ready to come back on, isn't he, at the boundary edge? So it's not like there's a problem with Ben Slater. 70 for 5. Swindles 18. Tom Taylor has 7. The man out into lunch. George Rhodes caught behind by Tom Moores off the bowling of Zach Chappell for 19. That was 54 for 5. They've added another 16 since then. We're in one of these little weather windows where it's very, very blustery and heavy cloud cover. Play and a miss outside the off stump.
Bat miles away from the body. It's quite wide, that one. Again, not too much foot movement. Tried to force it away off the back foot, but as they say, the coaches, not a percentage shot.
No. Not sure of the playing hours in the test match, but they've just trooped off for lunch there with Crawley 186 not out and Butler 113 not out. England 373 for 4. It's a handy position to be in, isn't it? Chris Webbs has had his pads on for about 2 days. Here's Chappell in and bowls, clipped away on the leg side nicely down to Trigo, who interestingly is fielding this as he throws it in. That's worthy of note. He's just thrown that in. Look, he's fielded it with his cap on. So I'm presuming that Peter Trigo is going to have a blow. So his figures there: 16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 27. Bowled. Well, it's the 33rd over will be the first one that he's not bowled.
Well, 5.1 overs in that spell then, and no wickets. And only conceded 11 runs. But Lyndon James, who bowled an impressive 3 overs before lunch, he's going to come in and bowl after lunch.
The Swindles drop, was that before lunch or after? It was in this session, wasn't it, when he was dropped by Swindles on 10?
Yes, it was. Yeah. So he should have had one. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, 44 for 4. That was.
James switching ends.
He's going to find it rather different bowling up the slope and into the breeze, such as it is. In he goes and bowls, but and again a good line and length to Taylor, who is forward, defending the ball back down the pitch to Lyndon James.
Got a wicket in his first over, didn't he? From the far end. If you can't be good, be lucky.
Sliced drive Hassan Azad, held by Slater at a backward point, low down, a good low catch by Ben Slater. James is in and bowling, slightly short of a length and outside off stump, chopped away by Taylor. out to the point boundary. No fielder on the offside moved until Hamid turned and jogged back to pick up the ball. Almost off the front foot, sort of almost a square drive really by Tom Taylor, but it was put away with some certainty. Moves on to 11, 76 for 5.
Yes, forceful back foot shot. He's looked in fairly decent order here, Taylor.
Got away with one.
Yeah.
Can he make it count? In he goes again. Lyndon James and Bowles line and length delivery on off stump. Taylor forward. A lot of time. It is very different, as I say, up the slope against a strong breeze. And it is a strong breeze.
So Ben Mike due in.
Yeah.
Next, James Whale, the former Durham player.
I would think Wheel will come in before Ben, actually.
So.
I would guess, but we'll see. James was ready to go there, but the breeze, like running into a brick wall.
Gavin Griffiths. Pretty sure Griffiths made his Lancashire one-day debut against Notts at Liverpool a few years ago. Picked up 2 or 3 wickets.
James in, labouring slightly as it goes down the leg side, and nicely taken by Moores, diving away to his left. Taylor didn't get anything on it, but yeah, probably bowling something like 8 to 10 miles an hour more slowly than Lyndon James against the strong wind and up the slope. Hard work to get up. In he goes, kicking up his heels, and Bowles full again, though it's just drifting on towards leg stump, clipped away by Taylor. Hasn't hit it fine enough from his point of view. It enables fielder down there, Barber, to get around to his right and cut the ball off. Not quite underneath one of the big floodlight pylons here next to the electronic scoreboard. A single taken by Taylor, who's timed the ball as well as anybody in terms of his attacking shots. He's moved on to 12, 77 for 5.
Talked about Tom Barber and not getting a bowl. I haven't mentioned at all Stephen Mullaney. A good option in these conditions.
James in again, outside off stump, straightens, but it was very wide, and Swindles had nothing to do with it. He was one of the men that Paul Nixon talked about yesterday. He was saying the key is to sort of, once you've seen off Chappell and Barber, then he said Trigo and Mullaney will come on and wobble it around, and well, Trigo's certainly done that.
Yep.
But Mullaney at the moment showing no inclination so to do. Why would he, with a score of 77 for 5? Chances still being created by Chappell and Trigo until he was replaced by James.
Still going to be Zach Chappell. Zachary.
It's a long old spell for him.
Yep. Born in Grantham, but the family residence grew up in Stamford. Down the A1. Went back there during lockdown. 77 for 5. Here he comes. Calling to Taylor, who's going to get runs down to third man for 4. It was quite a way to the right of Joe Clark in the gully. Clark flung himself full length, couldn't get anything on it, and there was just so much pace on the ball. It's always going to go for 4. Welcome runs to the Leicestershire cause, 81 for 5, and Taylor now on 16.
He scored 10 since he was dropped mid-off.
Yes,
in the air for a while, that one.
Whilst I was next door doing the Radio Nottingham update, there was the delivery from Chappell that went away for 5 wide. That was a bit wild and woolly. Not bowled too many of those today. This one is leg sideish though. It's a good take from Tom Moores. Tumbling away to his right again. Tom Barber down on the ground. He's stretching. He's ready. Skip, I'm ready.
He's done plenty of stretching, hasn't he?
Yeah. Should be no excuse to come on and bowl loose first over, should there really? It's been getting ready since about 11:30. 81 for 5. The Foxes Notts with 1 bowling bonus point, 1 wicket away from a second. This one is pulled away on the leg side. I'm not sure if that was a deliberately slower bouncer or he didn't get it out of the middle of the bat, but either way it was all so much in slow motion there, out to Samit Patel, out on the deep square boundary. That's the exact position you'd ever fielder if Samit was batting. Times he hits it to deep square leg. Got a first baller last week against Lancashire, Samit. Most curious. Went in at number 8. First ball he was caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Clearly took a liking to the bowler, went after him first ball and holed out, which was a little bizarre.
Still swing, still moving through the air for Chappell.
In these conditions you're sort of almost expecting there to be some movement, if not induced by the bowler, then and the breeze may pay a hand. Comes in again and allowed to pass through to Tom Moores. Come on Chappie, shouts somebody. Duckett, Mullaney, James the 3 slips, and Clark in the gully. Seba Mead at backward point, Ben Slater at mid-off for the 6 on the offside. Interesting that Slater's gone there actually since he came back on the field, and they've moved to Mead out of the mid-off position, the widest mid-off position, where he put that chance down off Taylor. There's Chappell in again, once more fairly wide of the target, end of the over, 82 for 5.
Does look to be puffing a little bit, Zach, now. 14 overs he's bowled, 1 for 40. Probably is due he's signalling to the dressing room, whether it was for a drink or for a...
Well, you were watching Chappell, were you? I was watching Mullaney, and he pointed to Tom Barber, and then that end the gesture. So expect to see Barber intensifying his loosening up activities during this over, and I'm sure the left armour will be on for the next over. Unlike club cricket, we've not got to haul the sight screen across about 15 yards.
Well, James is ready to go, but then he aborts his run up about halfway up. Whether it was because the batsman looked ready, but maybe did get a big gust of wind in his face. Turns again, top of his mark, and runs in that very straight run and bowls foolish, and is on driven for 4 by Taylor. Very nicely indeed. Just overpitched slightly, but Taylor, as we've been saying, has timed the ball as well as anybody in this admittedly relatively short so far Leicestershire innings. But he's looked good in going to 21, which is the top score of the innings so far.
Not noticed any sanitising breaks, but I guess it's perhaps only about 6 wickets or so since 6 overs or so since the wicket went down, so they maybe all did it then.
James, 45 on his back, runs away from us and bowls a little bit short this time. Played in the air for a while. It's gone straight through backward point. Might be another 4. It is not going to be another 4. Hamid, is it Hamid?
Yeah.
No, is it Trigo?
No, it's Hamid.
It is Hamid. Managed to slide and make the stop. He didn't stop the ball cleanly, but he stopped it, and he slid sort of past it, but the ball had been arrested in its path. So just a couple to Taylor. Moves on to 23, but it wasn't far away from backward point.
Is such a long way away from us. The key identification point, I guess, with Hamid when he's sliding on the ground are the orange flashes on his heels, bright orange heels.
James in again to Taylor, foolish on off stump, but Taylor is wary, straight delivery, just strokes it back out to Ben Slater, who's back with us at mid-off. There's no run.
Admittedly, he was down on the ground, sprawling full length. He couldn't see name or number from this long distance away, but the orange flashes were very visible.
Where's Trigo now? Mid-wicket. There he is, short-sleeved, Nottinghamshire sweater on. as James goes in and bowls outside off stump, a little bit too wide and allowed to go through by Tom Taylor.
I asked Ben Slater who it would benefit most, him having had a 2-match loan spell here. Would he be able to impart lots and lots of knowledge to his Nottinghamshire teammates and the coaching staff about Leicestershire, or would they know more about him?
James in again, bowls, and the thick inside edge from Tom Taylor there. He's going to pick up one, he's going to turn for the second. Tom Morse chases back and picks up at around about short fine leg, about halfway back to the boundary, but Taylor had made his ground comfortably, moves on to 25, 90 up for Leicestershire.
His answer was very much, in this day and age, the analysts have everything on everybody, and there's very little that he could add that wouldn't already be known by the Notts camp, or anything that Leicestershire wouldn't already know about him.
James in again to Taylor. Again, it's just drifting on towards these pads. He tries to whip it away. Don't think he got anything on it. Came off the pad, ran down towards square leg. The leg by, indeed, is signalled and taken. 91 for 5. Taylor's 25 has come off 33 balls, comfortably the highest strike rate of the innings, and it is now a sanitising
I thought
break.
it must be about due. I'm sure somebody will tell us a little closer. I'm just wondering if there's been an adjustment for the tea break, whether they'll still go off when 32 overs remain in the day or whatever, because we did start this session at 1:20, having gone off for lunch 20 minutes early, so we'll just have to see a little later in the day, won't there? But certainly no overs would have been lost, but it would mean for an extra long session, wouldn't they, if they go all the way until 32 overs remain in it. You know, it may be that there's a change of innings this afternoon, it may not, but I would have thought they'd have adjusted the tea break, but we'll see. Somebody will get a message to us or tell us, or it'll become fairly obvious when there's a shower of rain later on.
5 overs, 1 for 21 for Lyndon James now.
This is a nicely developing partnership. They put 37 on so far for this wicket, both batsmen in the 20s. Nobody else in the top 5 had reached 20, but Swindle's 20. Taylor is the top scorer on 25, not out. Have joined forces here, and they're very much trying to blunt the threat from the old enemy across the border, other end of the A46.
So it will be Tom Barber now.
Hope they don't shot it tonight. Last
Have they
Saturday.
been working on it, have they?
Yeah, well, last Saturday night, I was pootling on back towards Newark, and away we went round the villages. So here is Tom Barber.
In he goes, left armour, bowls onto off stump. Little bit of shape back in, but on the back foot Taylor plays it without too many issues out into the onside. There's no run.
Dorset man from Poole, big Bournemouth Football Club supporter. Played just 2 first-class games for Middlesex. Highly rated though. He played for the South in that South v North 2 or 3 years ago.
Is that the one that was played in the West Indies?
Yeah.
In he goes and bowls onto the hip of Taylor, who tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, and it's taken by Moores, just stepping to his left behind the stumps.
You know,
Big fella,
yeah.
Barber.
Spoken to a few of the Nottinghamshire batsmen, and certainly over the winter, either side of lockdown, before and after, he's shown them in the nets, and you know, both indoors and on the training facility at Lady Bay, that he's quite a slippery character, quite a fast bowler. Nice lad as well.
Down the slope he comes and bowls to Taylor, who drives, and he's got that one away backward of point. Patel flung himself to his left, couldn't get there. However,
Jack
Blatherwick runs around towards deep backward point, loses his sun hat in the process of throwing, but he does cut it off before it gets to the rope, so just a couple. to Taylor. He's moved quickly, relatively quickly, on to 27. Hands something that has blown across on the wind to umpire Hassan Adnan. Not sure. I thought they weren't supposed to give umpires anything. But, who knows what it was? Maybe a stud or something.
Might have been something that had blown out the umpire's pocket.
Yes. Barber is in, bowls on off stump. Grunt of effort from him, but Taylor plays it without too many problems. Pushes it back up the pitch and there's no run.
And I was looking at the umpire, and then he played a forward defensive himself out there, as if saying, "Oh yeah, that's how I used to play, son." I think he was a top order batsman, wasn't he, Hassan? Hasman?
We'll have to have a look at his record.
I think he was.
Watching it, quite a deep square leg as in goes Barber and bowls to Taylor. Does just shape back in towards the tall young right-hander there, who covers up, plays it firmly out into the onside, picked up by Slater. Had a few feet to go, but travelled quite quickly towards him, so no chance of a single.
10 first-class centuries, so let's hope he was a batsman. Top score of 191. It's very decent, isn't it?
Very.
137 matches, career average of 37.1. Just took 4 wickets, so predominantly a top order batsman, yeah.
Barber is in, bowls short of a length, just flashed wide of third slip. James was interested, flung up his right hand, dived, couldn't get there, didn't get anything on it. It flew past him and ran away to the third man boundary for 4. So Taylor into the 30s now, on to 31 of 39 balls. And Barber will think, well, wasn't too far away. They're playing their shots, these two. There will be chances created. Leicestershire on to 97 for 5.
Yeah, we'll have to disappear in just a moment, but Taylor, I think, has gone out there with a very positive mindset, hasn't he? And he's looking to get on with it, and maybe there's 1 or 2 in the top order that didn't have a deal of luck today, and so far he's got away with it, making the most of it.
Lyndon James in from the pavilion, bowls foolish, nice little bit of shape to the delivery, and it's played in defence by almost overthrows there, in defence by Harry Swindles, back down the pitch on the onside. Blatherwick threw the ball in, overthrew Tom Moores, but a good alert piece of backing up by Ben Duckett means there aren't any overthrows as a consequence. 97 for 5, so these two came together with a score on 54. 43 added so far for the 6th wicket. James is in, bowls again. There's a late, it's sort of on towards middle, almost middle and leg, but just straightens a little bit, and defended out into the offside by Harry Swindles, not entirely certainly. Peter Trigo's doing press-ups, believe it or not, at mid-wicket now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and he leaps to his feet again and does a little dance. Oldest man in the side, I would think, probably the fittest. In goes James and bowls onto leg stump this time, and it stays on leg stump, so clipped away by Swindles. Down towards deep backward square. I think it will be cut off by Barber. Had a long way to run, and they will complete 3 runs. Good throw from Barber, although the wind is probably fairly sheltered where he threw from there across the ground. 100 up for Leicestershire, so these two continue to repair some of the earlier damage. 54 for 5, 46 they've added now. Taylor on strike as James goes in, bowls, and he hits him high back over his head for a huge 6. Well, that was a lovely shot from Tom Taylor. It was a bit of a line and length ball. It was in the slot, as they say, and Taylor, with the wind behind him, used that wind and just lifted it straight back over James's head for a lovely straight 6. Taylor very much taking the initiative Remember, he was dropped on 6. In goes James and bowls to him again. This time he treats a line and length delivery with respect, pushes it back down the pitch on the offside, and there's no run update coming. Wind gets up again, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Rather better, actually. They're still just the 5 wickets down, but the 2 men at the crease are taking the attack back to their opponents. Tom Taylor in particular has just hit Lyndon James for the sweetest of straight 6s to go on to 37. Harry Swindles is battling away. He is on 23. They came together with the score on 54 when George Rhodes was caught behind by Tom Moores off the bowling of former Fox Zach Chappell for 19. At that stage 100 looked a long way off, but they've taken the score past that now onto 106 for 5. They've added 52 so far for the 6th wicket, with Taylor leading the way. Back with you online, end of the over, so you didn't miss any cricket. Harry Swindle's just checking his guard because he's going to be facing the left armour Tom Barber for the first time, and Dave's back with us.
This is a hard at area all of a sudden. Thought that was coming straight for me.
It was a lovely straight 6, wasn't it? Beautifully hit.
Clean as a whistle. There's Barber from the far end. Another hit down the ground. Oh, that's a very decent effort by Blatherwick down at third man. He's not caught it, but he's saved it going for 4, and he did his level best to get there. It was once again Taylor going for, in fact it was Swindles on this occasion, going for a very big shot against Swindles outside, against Barber outside the off stump. He threw everything at it. The ball flew off a top edge down to third man, and sometimes you see the fielder just weigh up the options and let it bounce first and then take it safely. Now he threw himself forward trying to catch it and very nearly got there. Here's Barber in again. Taylor pushes it back to him. It's a decent effort, and I can see him down to our right. He's actually rubbing his hand now.
He was pretty brave as well, because he could easily have collected a mouthful of a cricket ball there.
Samit Patel doing. He's gone right in to have a natter look to Tom Taylor, and Tom Taylor
waves him away.
Yeah, off you go, Sam. Nick Cook's sending him on his way. Go on, get out of it, Samit. What are you doing?
It's okay having a word, but you're best not to go it from point all that way. Goodness me.
I can't imagine Samit's getting too excited about anything. But it certainly looked as if both the batsman and the umpire told him to disappear, and Taylor's had a ooh-ah, and Samit's going again, look. It's almost like mind the windows, Tino, isn't it? You've seen him play the big shot against Lyndon James, and it's almost like, if you're picking on him, you're picking on us all.
Yeah, there's a whiff of that, isn't there? It riled Samit in some way, and he's had a go at Taylor, and it kind of worked, because that shot of Taylor's wasn't a great one. Bit of a flat-footed waft outside the off stump, and Samit clapped his hands together. Go on, try again.
Yeah, suddenly we've got a bit of feistiness in the game that wasn't there. Now pushing a run to Samit Patel, and it's a wonder he didn't throw it. He's run down to that end. Samit picks it up, and Nick Cook's there. Look how Nick Cook's got between them.
He did. That was nice work by Cookie there, wasn't it? Like a wise old policeman just coming between the two.
Calm down, Samit.
And he's following him around. The two are having a little dance for a minute or two.
Oh, great theatre.
I don't associate Samit with that sort of...
No.
I'm sure it was all in a good spirit, but Nick Cook made sure it stayed that way, didn't
I've got the binoculars on him, he is laughing. 108 for 5. Here comes Tom Barber, tall man, left armour, and another fairly ambitious swish of the bat from Swindles. Gets nothing on it.
Taylor sort of has connected with a fair few of those, but Swindles less convincing when he goes for the attacking shot, rather. But you can't knock, I suppose, the way these two are playing, because at the moment it's working.
Yeah.
What is it, 54 now for they've doubled the score effectively since the last wicket fell.
108 for 5. Here's Barber once more from the Bennett end, past umpire Cook. Again a play and a miss. He's slippery quick, Barber, and couple or three of those that went past the Swindle's bat, he might just have done him for pace. End of the over. Samit Patel chatting to Stephen Mullaney there. I don't know if Stephen Mullaney's perhaps had a message from the umpire, just tell your player to calm down, or maybe he's suggesting to Mullaney that he ought to have a bowl, or...
Yeah, the 50 partnership in 12.1 overs at 4.3 more or less, so...
You are good at maths.
He's just reading out the scorecard. Lyndon James to continue from the pavilion end into Tom Taylor, who drives it back and he puts down his right hand. The ball cannons into the stumps, but I don't think James got anything on it. There was a howling appeal from behind the stumps somewhere, I think. I don't think it was from James, but Swindles looked like he had his bat down as well, so either way.
His wingman was in there though, Samit.
Might have been Samit shouting, actually. Yeah, you're right. It might have been Samit.
He came rushing in there to...
Suddenly got involved.
Touch knuckles with Lyndon James.
Yeah. He's defending his man, and he's on his side, making it clear he's on his side. In goes James, and bowls, just drifts onto Midland leg and turned calmly by Taylor out towards mid-wicket. It's Peter Trigo who goes running back and picks up, gets his throwaway, 2 taken by Taylor. Trigo was actually keeping himself warm by doing press-ups in the last over. He was whipping out a quick 10. Wow. It was impressive stuff. Samit claps his hands together.
He wants this wicket.
He's winding up Taylor. He's winding up Taylor. He wants Taylor to get himself out. In goes James and bowls to Taylor, who does drive a little bit loosely. Thick outside edge, and Patel stands in disgust with his hands on his hips, making sure that Taylor knows what he thinks about that loose shot. But he got away with it. There's a big gap at point. He ran away towards deep point where Hasib Hamid is fielding near the manual scoreboard. Pick up 1, so Taylor into the 40s now, onto 41. Swindles 24, 111 for 5.
To get the binoculars to confirm it, 41 from 48 balls. He's faced
85, the strike rate. You need those
old eyes, a little bit blurry.
Bit bigger. They did make them a bit smaller, actually, some of the figures. In goes James, and bowls driven in the air, and he just got it well wide of Samit Patel, whose hands are on his hips again. He can't believe it. Taylor's got away with another one. It bounced well short of mid-off, who went round to his left to cover, but had Samit been 10 yards, but that's quite a long way. But
that was Swindles, wasn't it?
Taylor is...
No,
did he not take the one?
No, they didn't.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, it was Swindles then, who has not been quite as convincing in going for his attacking shots. I assumed they'd taken a single there, but they didn't. They stayed put.
Yeah, we're on Nelson.
In goes James again and bowls 2 Swindles, again inviting the drive. It's a little bit straighter this time, and he goes for the drive again. That's Blatherwick again. He did that 2 overs ago, and Duckett saved any overthrows. This time Duckett saved any overthrows by taking the ball on the full. Whether he's sort of allowing for the breeze coming into him and overthrowing it hard on purpose, but twice. The 12th man has very nearly given away. Well, he's warmed Ben Duckett's hands, if you like.
He went round for seconds at lunch.
In goes James and bowls to Swindles, who takes a little shuffle down the pitch there, and then Tom Taylor wandered down the pitch. He went back into his mark slowly, inviting Samit Patel to throw the ball at the stump. Samit accepted the invitation and hit the stumps, but Taylor had his bat back down. So one of those really fun little sort of byplay episodes that keep cricket so interesting when things might not otherwise be so
Duckett and Morsborough saying to Samit, what's up with you? Where's this come from?
It's good stuff. He's trying to make something happen, isn't he? He claps his hands together. Maybe just senses that, not that the innings, 111 for 5, still in deep trouble, but frustrating little partnership.
Is this a win for Taylor, or wise from Mulaney, because fielders are being pushed here, there and everywhere. We've almost got 2 third men down here now, look.
Yeah, like almost a fly. Not really fly slips, but he's about 15 yards inside the ropes.
But there's 2 of them down here.
Yeah.
There's Barber from the Bennett end bowling, and this is chopped away in front of square for 4. Fabulous shot from Taylor. Goes on to 45.
In a weird sort of way, it kind of wasn't wide enough for those 2
No.
down at third man, was it?
No.
It enabled him to crunch it away off the middle.
It was loose.
Back foot.
It's a sign, I guess, how quickly Barber's bowling. If you're going to have 2 men almost on the fence, there's a wideish third man, and then
You can see now why I was saying that. I thought Taylor is justified probably coming in.
Yeah.
He's got the ability. He really does. He's primarily a bowling all-rounder, but he's got a wonderful eye.
This could be a big day for him. He's nicely set now on 45. Born in Stoke, 25 years of age. Barber to bowl to him. And this is driven down to the wider of the 2 third men. Zach Chappell, so he takes a single. So Taylor is a boundary away from a half century. Swindles is on 24, and Leicestershire 116 for 5. Wickets going down this morning at 7, 15, 21 and 25, and then after lunch at 54.
I just wonder whether Swindles will be just slightly readjusting his thinking a bit. He's got somebody going really nicely with him now at the moment. All his job is to do is just keep the scoreboard ticking if he can.
There's Barber to bowl to him. Wide of the off stump, not drawn into chasing after that, or playing at it. Harry Swindles, Leicester born.
Yes.
His highest score 41 not out, so that's certainly within reach over the next half an hour. Just his 11th first class match.
Curiously, Leicestershire have 3 Leicester born. All their 3 wicket keepers are Leicester born. Lewis Hill, Harry Swindles and Sam Bates, who got his first professional contract this week.
116 for 5. Next ball again wide of the off stump and through to Moores. He was also in the 14, wasn't he?
He was, because Harry Swindles had a sore hand. He has a tiny little bone that's apparently...
There was Aaron Lilly, and also Rishi Patel signed on loan yesterday from Essex. And I was looking at Rishi Patel. He's played 6 first-class games, and 2 of them have been against Notts. One for,
that would have been ironic, wouldn't it?
One for Essex and one for Cambridge University, or MCCCCCCU, or whatever it is they're called these days. 116 for 5. Barber bowls. Oh, I thought he'd got through Swindles then, but instead it's a run to the Leicestershire batsman, nudging it out onto the leg side. Not sure how much he knew about that. His former teammate Ben Slater doing the fielding. Looks frozen, Slater. He's got a long-sleeved fleecy effort on. He's got the collar turned up, cap pulled down almost over the ears.
It's not a cold day, is it? But the breeze certainly is not as quite as warm as it has been. It was yesterday. It was a lovely warm wind yesterday, wasn't it? But a bit more, cooler today.
117 for 5. Duckett and Mulaney, the 2 slips. Barber bowls. Oh, he's gone for a big hit. Doesn't completely middle
have
it.
Something to say about that.
And he is indeed. He gave himself a big wind up there, Taylor, looking for the boundary to take him to 50, and just in the end, just bunted it 1 bounce to mid on. There's no run, and Samet not impressed.
Walking up, having a word, but what if you can have a little bowl? Samet, not yet. Not yet. Oh, I don't know. He's winding his arm round and round.
Trying to get the attention of the skipper.
Mulaney's okay to bowl if required. He's not injured or anything.
Well, he's bowled in every game so far, so unless he's picked up some sort of ailment that we don't know about.
So we're definitely warming up. Lyndon James is ready to go, but Harry Swindles is not ready to receive it.
No, it was Melania who stopped him. He wanted Zach Chappell a lot straighter just to prevent the on drive.
James is in and bowls to Swindles, who is reaching for one on off stump, thick outside edge along the ground, but there is no point fielder. The man at point is actually on the boundary, Hasib Hamid, so single taken by Swindles. I'm not sure a point on the boundary, a deep point, is entirely justified for Swindles. Maybe just trying to keep the squeeze on him a little bit. Taylor, yes, entirely justified, and Hamid stays out there, deep backward, well, wide long leg, almost out there for Taylor. Long, well, mid on and mid off, just drop a few paces as James goes in to Taylor, who is beaten on the outside edge. Reached forward for that one, it held its own. Again, went to quite low to Tom Moores. Taylor remains on 46, 52 balls. His face, that's all.
Elsewhere in the North Group, Durham 112 for 3 at the Riverside against Derbyshire, and there's been no play at all at Headingley since the very early stages when they squeezed a couple of overs in. Yorkshire 8 without loss against Lancashire in the Roses match.
James is in and bowls and brings Taylor forward. Doesn't try and hit it too hard though, gets it wide of Patel at cover. Off the point boundary comes Hamid, and a single is taken by Taylor. The bails fall off again, so Taylor obliges umpire Adnan by using his bat handle to tap the stumps down, and the bails are replaced.
In the Central Group, Glamorgan 109 for 6 against Northants, Somerset 84 for 4 against Gloucester, and Warwickshire 100 for 1 against Worcestershire. Bears against the Pears.
James in bowls, just tickled around the corner nicely by Swindles for 4, just drifting down towards middle and leg there, and Lyndon James paid the penalty. It was a nice little turn of the wrist by Harry Swindles, an authentic for him. 119 for 5, Swindles on to 26. He's been 21, 22 for quite a long time. Have to just get him moving again.
Delicately.
I beg your pardon, on to 30. I thought he must have been just very slow putting that one up, both scoreboards. Been in the 20s for a long time. On to 30 then, 123 for 5. James is in again, 2 Swindles outside off stump. And again, very low through to Tom Moores behind the stumps, allowed to go through by Swindles. Looks like he's finding it hard going up the slope a little bit, and it is hard going, but it just shows how impressive Peter Trigo was this morning and this afternoon.
Very much so, yeah. Just to finish off the scores in the South Group, no play yet today at Arundel, Hampshire, Essex. Inspection at 3 o'clock. Sussex 139 for 2 against Middlesex. Kent 109 for 4 against Surrey.
James in again down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Oh, there's hesitation here. Could be run out. Taylor's going to be run out. No, because James did not take the throw behind the stumps. He did not hang on to the ball. Nottinghamshire cannot believe it. Tom Taylor should have been run out there on 47. The throw went in. I think it was Ben Duckett who seized on the ball. Taylor was halfway up the pitch. He couldn't get back to his throw. It wasn't a bad throw at all from Duckett. It was right next to the stumps. James couldn't take it cleanly, and it just trickled out of his hands behind the stumps. And knots are a lot of hands on hips out there.
Yeah, another opportunity has gone begging. It was a bit of a disaster as far as the communication between the two batsmen are concerned, and then it was a disaster as far as Nottinghamshire were concerned. Too many opportunities going begging here.
Well, eventually I suppose they start to, one's going to cost you, and the Taylor drop when he was on 6, wasn't he, Hamid? Well, judging by the reaction, it got there, and everybody thought he was out, actually, including Zach Chappell, the bowler, and somehow it escaped Hamid one way or the other, and Taylor was on 6 at the time, and he's now on 47. The swings of fortune before lunch. Everything was going so well for Lyndon James, wasn't it? With
Mm.
that little burst of 3 overs and picked up a wicket in his first over.
Yeah, he's put one down, and
And now he's just failed to go over a throw from Duckett and run out Tom Taylor.
a little bit like Nathan Lyon, wasn't it? Trying to run out
Exactly that, yeah.
Jack Leach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the score. They've all been and sanitised their hands. We've done the same in the commentary box, and we're just about ready to get going again with Tom Barber. 3 overs, none for 14 so far. Once again, Stephen Mullaney's going to deploy a couple of fielders down in the deep.
Gorgeous now over the ground, but it's horrendous away to where the weather's coming from.
Oh, that'll miss us with a bit of luck as Barber comes in past umpire Cook and bowls, and a little push and run into the offside, and again they'll go for it. Sammy Patel's hit the stumps. Brilliant work from Patel. Nick Cook wasn't looking, you know. Well, he was trying to get into a position where he could look, and well, he's not going to be given out. Tom Taylor. It was brilliant work from Patel, and Notts, I think, thought they'd got their man.
I don't think they think. I think they're absolutely 100% certain they had their man. Look at Ben Duckett even now. Can't understand that. I think you call that spot on, because I'm not sure that Nick Cook had managed to quite see that, or wasn't. He sort of saw it, but I'm not sure he's in the right position to give it out. If that makes any sort of sense. He was looking back as he tried to get out of the way, but whether he just felt he couldn't give it because of that. Certainly, you'd want to see that again.
And that's twice on 47 that Taylor has had a life. This one's chopped away onto the offside, and Samit Patel misfields, and they take a single, and Samit's furious. He's clearly a little unhappy at the fact that didn't go in his favour. It was a lovely clean pick-up, just run out onto the offside. They went for the sharp single. Samit coming in from point, clean right-handed pick-up, and a throw from 20-25 yards away towards the non-striker's end. Looked to have beaten Tom Taylor, who was running in that direction, and everybody in Nottinghamshire colours, certainly those at the far end, were fairly convinced. This one was left alone, Barber bowling to Taylor, and it goes through to the keeper. But Nick Cook was desperately running away from the stumps, trying to get into a position where he could see, and he was sort of half turning, I fancy, as the ball struck the stumps. Impossible to tell from here, except I just felt that he'd have been struggling to make his ground. It was such a clean pick-up and a direct hit.
The body language of every Nottinghamshire player.
Slater was in a good position because he'd got across there to back up the throw.
Suggests you are right.
Taylor in again, left alone once more by Taylor, who's on 48. Might be a bit more chirping from Samit Patel next time their paths cross.
I always think that they are the hardest decisions for umpires to give. When I was playing, I used to think, how on earth can you be sure when it is a tight one like that? And
because there is this thing about the umpire, he must run and get square on. If you're fairly close, you know, making sure you're not in the way of anybody running to you. But if you're much closer and can see the line, you're perhaps in a better position to, as this is pushed straight back to Barber, to tell. Malcolm says we're only getting one angle with the live stream. That run out though was definitely out.
One angle as in one... I'm getting them from both ends.
You're getting both ends?
Yeah, I think so. I'll
See, they've been
that. Maybe that was that crash that you mentioned.
Well, they've been spoilt by one or two live streams recently that you know, we get sideways on action as well. Next ball is flashed down wide of the two slips, and the finer of the two third men, Lyndon James, makes the stop. That was going quickly to him.
Well, Taylor's living dangerously, but it sometimes happens that a batsman, if they've had a few lives or had a really lucky escape or think they were out when but were given not out, that they sort of start to play a bit differently, and it's important from Leicestershire's point of view that Taylor just puts it behind him. He's moved on to 49 with with that.
Well, Swindles was dropped on
Tricky
10
drive.
by Lyndon James. Taylor was dropped on 6 by Hamid. And then on 47 there were those two run-out incidents. Duckett throwing it to James, who couldn't take it. Again, couldn't be certain.
James to Taylor on 49, just pushed out towards mid-on. Zach Chappell's going to pick up and get his throw away, so not the single he needed for his 50 yet for Tom Taylor. Yeah, could easily be 8 down, couldn't they, Leicestershire?
And then the direct hit from Samit Patel. Malcolm says it's chucking it down in Nottingham.
Well, that's okay, because your two are north and the weather's heading that way, but there is some awful weather away to the west, but it might be going up the M1. In goes James, bowls to Taylor, who drives for 4, crashes it away in the air through the covers for 4.
50.
And the 50 is up for Taylor. He moves on to 53 off 60 balls, 88 for 88.3 his strike rate, and an emphatic way in which to get to your half century.
He's been entertaining as much as anything. He's led the fight back for Leicestershire. It's not been dull. He's gone after his shots. He's played some very, very impressive strokes since he's been out in the middle. He's had, as we were just saying, a little bit of good fortune, but he's still there and still with power to add. 6 fours and a 6. Yeah,
absolutely. James in again to Taylor, length and line delivery, and Taylor defensively solidly forward. Only one slip behind him now,
and to throw in there as well, and he's got under the skin of 1 or 2, which is never, it's never a bad thing.
No, it's the way he's playing that's doing that,
yeah.
Because he doesn't say he's not a chuntrer out there in the middle. Usually Tom Taylor, very polite young man. These two, they're approaching 100 partnership. In goes James and bowls to Taylor, who, just to perhaps make his point, plays an immaculate forward defensive. Dave's going to pop next door to update BBC Radio Nottingham with the news that Tom Taylor has had a couple more lives, one way or another, but is still going. He is 53 not out now. Harry Swindle's 31 not out. Together they've added. In goes James and bowls. Taylor forward on off stump, and there is no run again. Together they've added 74, I think. 76, beg your pardon. 76 for the 6th wicket. In good time. 17.1 overs at 4.42 runs per over. Entertaining cricket being played in the Bob Willis Trophy, being brought to you by BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Nottingham. Lyndon James into Tom Taylor. Length delivery just slightly short of a perfect length, but he is still looking to get forward. Tom Taylor there plays it out towards mid-off, picked up by Ben Slater. End of the over. James 1 for 43 from 9 overs. He's gone at 5 runs and over, but he'll consider himself not particularly hard done by, but he'll know he should have picked up, or at least he should have been involved in the dismissal of both these batsmen, but he dropped Harry Swindles off Peter Trigo on 10. Difficult chance, but very catchable. Two-handed to his left at 3rd slip. It was travelling. It was an edged drive rather than a defensive shot, and then he should have fielded a throw from Ben Duckett and run out Tom Taylor on 47. He was waiting behind the stumps, and it wasn't a bad throw from Duckett, but James didn't take the ball cleanly. It just ran a couple of feet behind him. Tom Barber to continue from the Beckett end, waiting because Hasib Hamid is running into position at deep backward square on the boundaries, carrying the helmet, which suggests we're going to see Samit Patel before too long. Down the slope comes Barber. Bowls outside off stump, goes for the big slashing cut off the back foot. Harry Swindles, and misses. The ball bounces over the top edge of his bat. And he's taken two-handed, but a nice height. He's got some bounce and pace about him, Tom Barber. Getting more out of the pitch in terms of bounce and pace, showing that there's something there to be had if you really bend your back. In he goes and bowls to Swindles, who drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off. There's no run. Patel bounces up and down on his toes, just get himself going, get his feet moving, and then he bowls the ball out to Joe Clark, who is that man at a wide-ish extra. Two slips, Ben Duckett and Stephen Mullaney. They're slightly baggy Nottinghamshire whites, inflated in this strong wind. Barber is in to Swindles, who leaves the delivery just outside off stump. It goes through to Moores. He just juggles with the ball momentarily before taking it, and then indicates wide. So the ball just dipped before it came to me. The optimistic ice cream van goes down Milligan Road again. Barber, short dark hair, runs in, bowls outside off stump, steered away off the back foot, didn't try and hit it too hard, Swindles, and the 12th man gets to the ball quickly at third man, so there was only ever going to be a single there for Harry Swindles. Takes it, moves on to 31, 131 for 5, brings Taylor down on strike. Hasib Hamid retreats to the backward square boundary. So 4 men behind the bat, 2 on each side on the boundary. Deep backward square, long leg, third man, and deep backward point as Barber goes in, bowls almost a wide, and Taylor watches with interest, but Nick Cook decides that is not wide enough to be called. Taken, it was very full and very wide. Nice take by Tom Moores, falling to his right. .45 overs bowled, so coming up towards the halfway point of the day in terms of overs, if we get them all. Barber is in again, gets a shortish ball in towards the ribs there, Taylor, but he plays it well, just stands up tall and defends it with a slightly angled bat down into the on side, picked up by Barber in his follow through. That is the end of the over, just a single from it taken by Swindles. 131 for 5 is the score, and Samit Patel takes off his sweater and cap and then remembers that he has to run to the boundary to drop it off. Well, he doesn't run, he walks briskly down towards long off and then throws said cap and sweater the last 2 or 3 yards, and then he jogs back out into the middle. Tom Moores, shock of blonde hair revealed as he takes off his Nottinghamshire cap and dons a helmet to stand up to the wicket. Hasib Hamid has gone in with a helmet at short leg. Mullaney is at slip, and those 3 are the close catchers. Clark at mid-wicket is only 4 strips back, he's sort of close-ish. Likewise extra cover, and backward square, Barber, none of them very deep, as Samit Patel goes around the wicket, tosses one up, forward goes Swindles and defends the ball out on the onside. Patel himself picks up, there's no run. This will improve the over rate anyway, which is a little bit slow, just after 3 o'clock. In goes Patel, bowls, a thick inside edge from Harry Swindles there. It's fielded by Hasib Hamid at short leg, and there's no run. Blows on his left hand before gripping the ball. Patel goes in and bowls. Forward goes Swindles again. Thick inside edge runs along the ground, this time to Barber, a backward square, almost on the 45. but more backward square than on the 45. And there's no run again, no obvious turn so far. You wouldn't really expect it, but you never know. In goes Patel, bowls back, a little bit short of a length. Back onto his back foot goes Swindles and plays the ball firmly back up the pitch to the former England all-rounder, one of the greatest county all-rounders probably of all time. In he goes again, bowls a couple of steps down the wicket by Swindles, a little shuffle, and he's got it away past Hamid at short leg. Clark has to run away to his right towards square leg to complete the fielding, and Swindles picks up 1, moves on to 33, 132 for 5 mid-off. Retreats to long off, Peter Trigo, Glenn Chappell, Zach Chappell, so many Chappells. Goes back a few yards but not as deep at mid-on. In goes Patel, bowls to Taylor, who goes back and plays the ball firmly back down the pitch to Samit Patel. A little bit of byplay between the two, but that has sort of blown over a little bit, like many of the clouds that have passed over Grace Road this morning and afternoon. Leicestershire 132 for 5.
Zach Crawley 200 not out for England.
Well batted, young man. A daddy 100, as Graham Gooch used to call them. If you're going to get 100, make it a daddy 100.
Well, go on and get another one.
Why not?
We're halfway through the day's allocation. We've had 45 overs and we've got another 45 to go. I hope we can get them all in.
Saying the introduction of Summit for a few overs will just hurry things along a touch.
Indeed. Yep. Going to be Barber, and he's going to have a go round the wicket now to Swindles, who's on 33. Taylor has 53 at the non-striker's end. Just chatting to Ben Slater, who's at mid-on. So here comes Barber. There's 1 or 2 deliveries that have really smacked into the gloves of Moores. This one is just eased into the offside, and Patel will pick it up. Hands the ball to Joe Clark, former Worcestershire man. Ice cream man outside the ground on the Milligan Road. Mr. Softy. I think that's a generic name, isn't it? I don't know if it's a brand name. Don't know. 32 for 5. Not so many seagulls in this part of the world. Sometimes by one near the coast, and they'll come and pinch your flake or pinch you the top of your ice cream. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Wind's got up again, hasn't it? As it gets dark. Very blustery. Real shame no one in the ground to watch this intriguing battle between 2 of the East Midlands sides. Always that little bit extra in these games. I don't know, they talk about Lancashire and Yorkshire, Surrey and Middlesex, Warwickshire and Worcestershire. We've got a false start here. Barber was coming in, but Swindles not ready. Settles down again. Comes Tom Barber. Athletic man, slingy action, bowls wide of the off stump and again through to Moores. Got that picture of the fox on the roof of the Bennett End, roof of the hospitality buildings over there. Very much the logo at the moment, isn't it? Everything to do with the cricket club, the running foxes. There's one on top of the meet, of course, way to our right. Next ball down the leg side. I think that there may have been some bat involved. I'll have to have a look at Nick Cook now. He taps his knee and says, "Got you, Brace Girdle, you're wrong again." Leg by. 1 more to the total, 133 for 5. Meet is cafe and bar area that I guess has been out of commission all through 2020. Nobody, of course, allowed in the ground, so the Leicestershire players are using that pavilion, or that building as their pavilion, their changing rooms, rather than the main pavilion. Next ball pushed into the offside by Taylor doesn't get a run because Patel, with an extra spring in his step every time Taylor plays a shot, goes over and fields quickly. And Mead is being brought up from third man just to reinforce the offside. Where's he going to go? He's going to go in the covers between Patel and Clark.
Going round the wicket, Barber is looking to tuck Taylor up a little bit, just get a bit of control back on the scoreboard as far as Mullany and Notts are concerned, and see if they can frustrate these Leicestershire batsmen, particularly Taylor, into playing a really rash shot and get himself out almost.
See how that goes then. Barber bowls to him. And he's just guided this very elegantly down to Chappell, the 1/3 man, but he runs hard and he's come back for 2, and once again, he might have just got a deflection there off the gloves of Moores into his grill area, but he's okay. But we've seen that a time or two. Yeah, he has indeed, but we've seen that a time or two from Taylor. He knows it's got to be a really good throw from the deep to run him out, and he absolutely goes hell for leather for that second run and gets 2 more. On to 55. Leicestershire won 35 for 5, so they've added 46, 76, 81, I think.
It's a wide playing area, and even with the wind behind, and that one wasn't with the wind behind, it's you've got a fair chance of beating a throw from the boundary. Patel to continue to Harry Swindles. Just adjusts his pad. Everybody's whites fluttering in this strong wind as Swindles is in. He's appealing for leg before he went a long way down the wicket. He shuffled down, well, almost danced down the wicket, and it might just have straightened a bit, and it beat the defensive push, but hard. I know things are different with VAR and things like that, but still very hard, I think, in county cricket for an umpire to give that out in those circumstances.
But then I think Swindles had stayed where he was, out of his crease, looking at the umpire, and Slater had a throw at the stumps and narrowly missed.
In goes Samit Patel, getting to the pitch of it, defends that one out into the offside. Hassan Azad was run out from 15 yards, batting out of his crease by in the game against Derbyshire by Harvey Hussain. Just rolled the ball into the stumps because he hadn't walked back in. In goes Patel, bowls, forward goes Swindles, getting to the pitch again, defends back up the pitch to the left arm spinner. Trigo might just be keeping himself warm, but he's doing a little dance at mid-off. In goes Patel, bowls, and he's hit on the back pad. He's given him! He's got his man. It might just have straightened a little bit, that one. We'll have a look on the replay, and it was a reasonable shot. It did straighten. It hit him on the back pad. Swindles looks back, but Patel, as so often throughout his career, has struck a vital blow for Nottinghamshire. He's ended this 6th wicket partnership by having Harry Swindles leg before wicket for 33.
It's almost like it's our turn. You've turned down a couple. It's our turn, Mr. Umpire. There was a little bit of a feel about that one. I just fancied he would give it. I mean, it did look a good shout. First and foremost, it did look a good shout, but I was sort of never in any doubt that he was going to give that one.
No,
funnily enough.
I agree. There was a whiff of that. It's always worth a few shouts, even if you're not sure yourself, just to start to load things a little bit in your favour. The law of averages, if you like. And but as we say, it was a good delivery, and it did, I think, straighten.
Yes.
And a little bit in the pitch, perhaps, for the spinners too already. 135 for 6, but a hugely, well, not restorative partnership. There's still 135 for 6. Still a mess of an innings, really, but it's given Leicestershire just a little bit of hope of building some sort of first innings score here.
It could have bordered on slightly embarrassing. 54 for 5 could well have been 80 odd all out, couldn't it? The way it was going this morning, they did need somebody to get together, apply a little bit of glue to the middle order, and they've done that, to be fair.
Partnership 81 at a good rate, at close to 4, 3.8.
It is Ben Mike, the new batsman, come in at number 8 ahead of
James Will. At 21.3 overs at 3.76. Patel then into Mike. Can they go bang bang, as cricketers say? Ooh, that came off a leading edge and popped into the offside, a long way from the field, and Patel himself didn't move, didn't leap forward, but again, perhaps just straightened a touch. There's something there for Samit Patel at the moment, and he goes again and bowls. That one is just a little bit too full, and Mike can very much get to the pitch of it and just turn it off. Middle stump out into the onside. The end of a wicket maiden for Samit Patel. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1, his figures. So you wouldn't say he's had the last word, because it's not Tom Taylor he dismissed, but he's had a very, very influential word. 135 for 6.
Yes, he's had a hand in proceedings, which he didn't in the last game, of course. He didn't score a run, didn't get a wicket. Very unlike Samit, who's very much the definition of an all-rounder who tends to get involved in the game right from the outset. If he doesn't get runs, he'll get you wickets, and vice versa. Comes Barber, starting his 7th in a row, this one down the leg side, helped on its way by Taylor, should be stopped by Trigo and is, and that's just a single. So Taylor on to 56, so the new batsman is Ben Mike. As I said earlier, has strong links with the other side of the border, Nottinghamshire, born in Nottingham, Ben Mike, and Dad Greg did play for Notts. Good to see him get a chance with Leicestershire. He's got company, but Notts have pushed a short leg in there for him, Asiba Mead. So Barber might be targeting the rib area. Let's have a look. Oh, that one's spat up at him, and he's done well to play it down, but on the offside. And Patel comes in and makes as if he's going to throw down the stumps at the far end. He's already done that once, but didn't get the verdict. 136 for 6. 2 bowling bonus points now for Nottinghamshire. 3 wickets to Peter Trigo, and the others have shared them around so far. Chappell, James and Patel. Nothing for Barber. We've not seen Stephen Mullaney turn his arm over yet. Barber once more comes in, bowls. Ooh, short, wasn't it? Dug in. Goes over the left shoulder of Ben Mike, who goes down, does a bit of gardening. Solidly built young man, Ben Mike. Broad of beam, as they say.
Likes his new clobber. Fond of posting pictures of his latest acquisition on Instagram. His latest pair of spotless white trainers. Good looking boy.
Bat nicely logoed up. Squad number 8. Stands there and pushes this into the offside, fielded by Clark.
Big job to do, with Taylor going well at the other end. Barber's one of Niall O'Brien's boys, I think, isn't he? Former Leicestershire and Ireland wicketkeeper. Now an agent amongst many other things. But he was telling me the other day he thought Tom Barber had real pace and promise.
Here comes the left arm quick bowls, and again Ben Mike, I beg your pardon, is bound to happen. Pushes it back to him, fielded by the former Middlesex man. So 42 overs remain. Maybe that we have to go 10 more before the tea break. 20 past 3 now, so I guess that would take us up to about 4 o'clock. Probably be about right. Barber again, in wide of the off stump, and Nick Cook calls over and strides away, having a bit of a chat with Ben Slater as he does so. End of Barber's 7th over, none for 21.
It's quite a slightly slingy action, isn't it? It's not thinking of other quick left armers, I suppose, Footed, someone like that, but different sort of bowler perhaps.
No maidens for Barber. There's been a get-out ball at least 1 or 2 every over so far from Barber, but I think he's just encouraged just to run in and bowl quickly.
Patel in to Taylor bowls. Taylor is bat in front of Pad as he defends that one off middle stump out towards mid-wicket. Joe Clark picks it up as he comes running in, and there's no run.
Good point from Chris Morley, says Ben's got his dad's stance.
In goes Patel, back foot defensive push, or a firm defensive push, stroked out into the offside by Taylor. Straightened but slowly. Could adjust to the delivery off the pitch. Patel is in, tosses that one up a little bit more, and it was slightly played again across the line by Tom Taylor. Out towards mid-on, intercepted a long time before it got there by Clark running across from that shortish mid-wicket position. Chappell almost back on the boundary at long on, back defensive shot on the back foot by Taylor. Again, he and Patel and Clark are playing a 3-man game at the moment.
Franklin Stevenson tells the story the biggest hit he ever did with a cricket ball was off John Embry at Lord's.
Patel is in and a couple of steps down the wicket from Taylor, but he doesn't try and put in a huge hit on that occasion, just strokes it away through the vacant mid-off area down to Trigo, who's at long off and takes the single, moves on to 57, 137 for 6.
And the reason I mention that is because it was dropped on the Nottinghamshire balcony, the away balcony at Lord's, by Greg Mike. It's a decent hit, isn't it, at Lord's onto the balcony?
It is. In goes Patel, bowls, and Ben Mike is waiting on the front foot with his bat in a defensive position, drops it down the pitch on the onside end of the over, one from it, just the single. 137 for 6, and Notts to an extent now back in control. They did lose a little bit of control during that partnership. It all got a little bit wild, like the weather, like the wind.
Could still go a little bit haywire here if Taylor has a...
He's sort of settled down a bit, but they've got him a little bit more under. I think that's what Mullaney was probably as worried about as about that as much as anything. If you keep creating the chances, one will eventually be taken. But in the meantime, the scoreboard needs to be slowed.
The Quicks are having fairly lengthy spells here. Taylor, I'm not sure he actually played at that one. He knew it was always wide of the off stump. But this is Barber's 8th in a row. So Trigo, what did Trigo have? 16 broken either side of lunch.
10.5 and 5.1.
Did Chappell have 7 in his first one and another 5 or 6 after lunch? So the Quicks have had quite decent spells here. Time to find a bit of
the
rhythm.
wind's behind you.
Yeah.
It's less so when you're playing.
Or you're taking wickets, as Trigo was. Barber bowls, and again, a very expansive looking shot by Tom Taylor. It was more of a golf shot than a cricket shot, I fancy. Trying to give that a firm old whack down the fairway.
Going around the wicket has worked well for Barber so far.
Caught a bit of the television highlights yesterday and listened to the commentary, and then I was in the car driving round a bit, so I was listening to some of the radio highlights, and it just seems that golf is the topic of conversation virtually every international game at the Ageas Bowl. Listen, slashed away, cries of catch it down to Chappell. He's caught it at third man. Barber gets a wicket and Tom Taylor does go. He did fall into that trap. You don't really expect to get a man caught at third man, but Notts did put him there very deliberately for Barber, and Taylor, well, just like a big old trout, gobbling and scoffing the maggot and getting the hook caught in his throat, has gone. He's taken it hook, line and sinker and has helped Barber down straight into the hands of Chappell, and it's 137 for 7.
Exactly that, I'm afraid. He'll be so disappointed with himself. You would have thought Tom Taylor, he'd had a couple of lives early, and indeed on 47 he'd got to 57 off 78 balls, and well, that was absolutely bold for that shot. That deliberate, just slightly short and wide, just enough room for him to free his arms, And with the extra pace and bounce, it flew in the air. Couldn't have picked out Chappell more directly, and Chappell made no mistake. Two-handed catch. 137 for 7.
Yeah, it came to him very quickly, but he pouched it, hands like buckets. And the new man is
James Wheel, surely.
Yeah, I was going to say,
got a number.
Martin Emerson used to call him Willie Wheel. It is James Wheel or Whale. I'll have to get it clarified, but he's out there on Leicestershire debut. He is the man with no name or number.
But he does have a young son who arrived last week. He and his partner Alice Cooper.
Alice Cooper?
The son is called Cooper.
Oh.
Cooper Wheel. And he went back to see them a couple of times, but this is a very important little trial period, so he'll want to impress, because at the moment he doesn't have a contract anywhere next season. Important innings. So 2 in 2, they have gone bang bang.
Yeah.
Nottinghamshire. Can Leicestershire just build another partnership? Barber is in, bowls short of a length outside, off stump, coming over the wicket and feeling for it. Wheel doesn't get anything on it, unfortunate not to do so. You were at that end.
Well, I was wondering. I'll have to get up and go in a minute. It's nearly that time again. The day's flying by. Wherever you are, I hope you're enjoying the coverage and the commentary as Barber bowls to the left-handed Wheel, uses it into the offside to Slater, and there's no run. The ball is speared back into the gloves of the wicket-keeper. So 6 catches, and the LBW decision that Samit Patel got to get rid of Swindles. We've had 1 catch to the keeper, a couple that slip, 1 to mid-wicket, 1 to point, and now 1 at third man. 137 for 7. Just Gavin Griffiths and Alex Evans, the 2 Leicestershire players we've not yet seen, with bat in hand out there, as the next one's eased into the offside end of the over. 137 for 7, and Barber, deep into his 8th over, gets his first wicket. He's got figures of 1 for 21. He's not only got his first wicket, he's got his first maiden as well. So well done him.
Yeah. Did exactly what his captain required of him. Set the trap, bowled the right ball for it. Tom Taylor fell into it. Good innings from Taylor, 57 off 78 balls for him though. 6 fours and a 6 for Taylor. Leicestershire could have done with him hanging around for a little longer. Samit Patel will continue from the pavilion end to bowl to Ben Mike. 2 batsmen yet to score. Bowls to Mike again, just drifting in towards leg stump. He's looking to turn it on the leg side and loops away into the offside. Not very far, only a few feet, whether it was off a leading edge, off the bottom of the pad, not quite sure from this distance. Patel is in, bowls, and getting forward, pushes the ball back down the wicket towards Samit Patel, who stops it with his right hand as he reaches across. Didn't look to be travelling too quickly, but just caught it wrong. Samit Patel just shakes his right hand, in he goes again and bowls. Mike is forward, not to the pitch of it, and there is some very slow turn. Pushes it out into the offside. Duckett out there, out of the slips for the first time. Fields, and there's no run. Patel is in, bowls, a couple of steps down the wicket from Ben Mike, looking to drive the ball away. Doesn't middle it at all, and runs out towards Joe Clark at mid-wicket. Has to get back to his ground quickly, Ben Mike does. Patel in again. Bowles drops a fraction short, but Mike is solidly forward on off stump, out into the offside. Playing the ball off the pitch, so to speak. Whipping through the over, Samit Patel, just one ball to go, 5 dot balls. He's in again, Bowles tosses that one right up and reaching for it again, Ben Mike, but not a big strike, and Patel, a little laugh as he feels that he almost beat the batsman in this flight. He did a little bit. Dot ball as he pushes it out into the offside. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2 for Samit Patel. Leicestershire still 137 for 7. Well, it was 135 for 5 not so very long ago. And Harry Swindles went leg before wicket to Samit Patel for 33, and now Tom Taylor caught by Zach Chappell at third man off the bowling of Tom Barber for 57. Has put a very firm break on Leicestershire's progress. Barber down the slope from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls onto the hip of Wheel, whipped away down towards long leg. Chappell waits down there, it bounces 3 or 4 times before getting to him. So Wheel has his first run for Leicestershire. 138 for 7. Took that one on. Nick Cook has a word with him. Ben Mike will be facing Barber for the first time, so takes guard. So no sports programme this afternoon on BBC Radio Nottingham?
No, I'm not sure what they're doing. He's asking anagrams and quiz questions, and I don't know. It's one of these sort of find your way around Nottinghamshire sort of programmes on at the moment, I think, and lots of clues being given to destinations.
Round the wicket comes Barber and bowls to Ben Mike, who I think had a little feel for that when he took the bat away at the very last second, but I think the ball delivered at pace by Tom Barber might already have passed the outside edge as he did so.
I think cricket's only got the world of sport to itself for another fortnight, haven't they? I think 2 weeks today the EFL Trophy, the Carabao Cup, starts, and 3 weeks today the Championship League 1 and League 2 starts. So there'll be plenty of football for the listeners to get stuck into.
Barber working up a good head of steam now, and he's whipped away off his body by Ben Mike over backward square for 4, but it wasn't so very far from carrying all the way. Umpire Hassan Adnan signals it was a 4 to umpire Nick Cook, who so signals to the scorers, but that was a neat little whip away. Just used the pace of the ball as it swung back in towards him there, Ben Mike, and almost off the front foot whipped it away over backward square.
Lots of posted a man out there now. Might well be a case of after the horse has bolted, but he won't be able to do it again.
Seapad me won't have seen much of that one as it whistled past his ear. In goes Barber and bowls. Forward goes Mike. Defensive push, but very firm, and he's got it through mid-on. It's running out towards long on. Clark runs back from mid-off and picks up around about 4 or 5 feet inside the ropes up there at long on, and Mike picks up a couple as a spot of rain hits our commentary box windows, but I think it is just a passing drop or 2. Umpire Cook looks up into the sky, but it is broken around at the moment, the dark clouds, so I don't think they'll be taking them off. Barber in again to Mike. Bowls a bouncer, just bobs at the knees, lets it go over his head.
Test match, they've been on and off a few times today for a rain. They're playing at the moment. England 425 for 4. Zach Crawley 226 not out. Joss Butler 124 not out.
Jeepers.
So they are 2 runs away from the 300 partnership. 298 they've put on.
Barber turns, almost sprints down the hill, bowls full, and that's going to be 4 as well, because he was over pitched and pushed hard and firmly through very straight mid-on, and that's going to run away to the long-on boundary, 4-4. He's getting it to swing into the right-handers a little bit, but he's got to get his lengths and direction right. Tom Barber didn't on that occasion, and Mike used the pace of Barber well in that over on each occasion, picking up 10 runs from the 11 actually, because there was a single off the first, but for Wheel wasn't there down here. So
a few spots of rain falling. I reckon that might be the end of Barber. He's had 9 overs, 1 for 32. It's a good old shift he's put in.
He did pick up his wicket as well. Chappell indeed is stretching away with his orange-soled cricket boots.
Thought the captain might well have given himself 1 or 2 overs.
I guess it'd be from this end if he does, and Patel at the moment is bowling with great control.
6 overs to go to tea, we think. Samit Patel to bowl to James Wheel. Less, of course, we get into that scenario where Leicestershire suddenly find themselves 9 down and we go on and on. Wheel nudges it into the offside. Joe Clark comes in and fields. Must be a rainbow around somewhere. We've got spots of rain on the windscreen and players out there in bright sunshine. Patel in again, defended by Wheel. Still absolutely different clouds and all that. I know there's 1 or 2 commentators on the circuit that know all that sort of stuff, but certainly in lockdown I did sort of get into the old stars a little bit as this one's turned away behind square on the leg side. Certainly sort of through May predominantly. There were some lovely warm evenings, clear skies, and would go out looking for the space shuttle, and then you go out there and you see the different constellations and whatever, and then you sort of have a little look, now which one is the Plough, which one is the Great Bear, and it's all very interesting. This time it's defended. Never really have the time in your life to sit there doing nothing, have we, until this sort of lockdown period. But it's not always nice to see the International Space Station come over every night during lockdown. This one's nudged into the offside for a single. Might come back for 2. Clark's onto it. Oh yeah, he's comfortably going to make it back. So Wheel goes from 1 to 3, and Leicestershire have the 150 up. One of those that people clap for reasons best known to themselves.
I can identify with some certainty the Plough, but that's about it.
Yeah,
I think.
There's Patel. Mead in there at short leg. He's not brought into play as Wheel pushes it out onto the offside, and Samit's raced through that over. Just those 2 runs coming from it. Patel 5 overs now, 1 for 4. The wicket of Swindles, which ended that lengthy partnership of 81, and then straight afterwards Tom Barber dismissing Tom Taylor.
The space station, you were told where to look, weren't you?
Basically.
And, that made life a little bit easier.
Yeah, once you've seen it. First got into looking for that when Tim Peake was up there, and sort of told you could see it with the naked eye, and you go outside disbelieving. But when you're told where to look, and at what time, it's a nice thing to see. I mean, very repetitious, but still nice to see it. Give it a wave at night whilst you're out there having a glass of something.
It's good to know. Apparently the sinkers, the stream and commentary has been synced quite perfectly all day.
Oh.
So the new Leicestershire computer is doing its job. Barber is going to continue from the Bennett end. Round the wicket he comes and bowls outside off stump. A very exaggerated leave from Ben Mike. He swung himself round and watched it into the gloves of Tom Moores. And obviously there's no run. Dr. Karen, hello. Mr. Softy is in fact a Leicestershire name. The ice cream vendor. From, well, I'll read this out, from Massarella's Stud. They had a show jumper too back in the day, and a very expensive stud pigeon. I'll pass that on.
Yep.
It's Barber and bowls another bounce. Mike just bobs at the knees, lets it swing and bounce over his head to Moores behind the stumps. And again, there's no run.
Used to be your nickname, didn't it? Stud Pigeon.
I was talking about expensive pigeons. We were talking about that in a game not so long ago. might have been Scott Reed against Lancashire down in Worcester. The cost of pigeons had recently been sold at auction for over £1 million.
Good grief.
Pounds. I think into Italy. In goes Barber and bowls and beats the outside edge of Mike's bat, just straight and nice delivery. Not an easy one to bowl to the left armour coming round.
Going up high.
Straighten it away. Well, my thought was, well, if it was a homing pigeon, somebody's onto a good thing there. Sell it to somebody in Italy, and the thing comes home again, we sell it to somebody else. I haven't seen it, mate, no. Barber giving it everything. In he goes and bowls 2, Mike. That's a little bit too wide out, and Mike stretches forward in a butt raise, lets it go through. He remains on 10. Leicestershire 150. James Wheel on 3.
I mean, my knowledge of pigeons really extends to watching Jack Duckworth go out and feed them, but I do think something quite extraordinary about a bird that you can take 80 miles away or 180 miles away or whatever it is and let it go, and it'll beat you home. It's incredible, isn't it?
Upright as he runs and bowls full, clipped in the air, but beautifully timed by Ben Mike, and it's going to run away to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Mullaney briefly looks as though he might be interested in there. It was past him almost before he could move, and again Mike timing the ball really nicely, and it's showing whether it's a new ball wicket. I don't think that's can possibly be right, really, given in terms of taking wickets, because wickets have continued to fall sort of throughout the day, really, but maybe it's getting a bit softer now. Yeah. What is it? It's 53 overs old.
There's plenty of pace on it from Taylor. He's he's just coming on the bat nicely from the natural pace he's creating.
In goes Barber, bowls another bounce, but Mike saw that one very, very early. He banged in short. End of the over. Lots of purposeful marching going on, suggesting that it might be indeed T. So it is 22, or just after, so that umpires Cook and Adnan decided was going to be T anyway. There are 36 overs remaining, 54 have been bowled. Leicestershire taking T, well, by no means in a strong position, but in a slightly, I suppose, better position than they were in at lunch, which they took on 37 for 4. They've lost 3 wickets in the session, but they did have one substantial partnership of 81 for the 6th wicket between Tom Taylor and Harry Swindles. They're both departed now, and the job of trying to keep the innings going is in the hands of Ben, Mike and James Wheel. Mike is on 14, Wheel is on 3. The covers are coming on, but I suspect for purely precautionary reasons. So we'll be back with you in around about 15 or so minutes time. Welcome back to the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, for the third and final session on this first day of the Bob Willis Trophy first class match between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. Commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Leicester, myself Richard Ray, BBC Radio Nottingham, my colleague Dave Bracegirdle. Dave at the moment next door, just updating BBC Radio Nottingham. And his news will be that Leicestershire are about to resume their first innings on 154 for 7. The men not out at the moment. Ben Mike, who's 14, not out, and James Wheel making his debut for Leicestershire is 3 not out. 3 wickets fell in the afternoon session, during which Leicestershire, well, they scored runs at a fair old rate. They moved on from 37 for 4 to 154 for 7, thanks in main to a partnership of 81 between Harry Swindells, who was dismissed for 33, and Tom Taylor, who was dismissed for 57, hit 6 fours and a 6. They repaired some of the damage done during a very tricky morning indeed for the Foxes, 37 for 4, when lunch was taken early. Samit Patel over the wicket, bowls to James Wheel, who looks to turn him on the leg side. It was a little bit short, and he didn't get anything on it, and there was an appeal for leg before, but a little bit high. And umpire Adnan explains to Samit Patel why that wasn't given. In he goes again, bowls to Wheel, who goes back and forces off the off stump as it turns back in towards him, a fraction but only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run. 1 for 4 from 5.2 overs from the veteran left arm spinner Patel. In he goes and bowls, brings Wheel forward on off stump, defends ball back down the wicket to Patel. No run. Patel is in again, driven for 4 by Wheel. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Just started again after tea. James Wheel, making his debut for Leicestershire on loan from Durham, has just driven Samit Patel for 4. That takes the score on to 158 for 7. Not great as far as the Foxes are concerned, but an awful lot better than 54 for 5, thanks to a partnership of 81 between Harry Swindells, who was dismissed for 33, and the all-rounder Tom Taylor, who was dismissed for 57. That half-century including 6 fours and a 6. Both went shortly before tea, however. Ben Mike and James Wheel trying to repair the damage a little further. Ben Mike has 14. Wheel with that 4 has moved on to 7. So the Foxes still having to work hard, but beginning to improve their situation on 158 for 7. Back with you online as Wheel just clips that one out to mid-on, where Chappell, well, no, beg your pardon, it is Chappell underneath his sun hat with his sunglasses perched on the back of that wide-brimmed sun hat. So a single taken from the last ball. Wheel moves on to 8, and Leicestershire onto 159 for 7 as a few more spots of rain start hitting the commentary box window.
Lovely stat for you from the test match, where Zach Crawley has reached his 250 not out, the 5th youngest player in test cricket to reach 250, and the other 4, Sir Garfield Sobers, Len Houghton, I'm missing one, Graham Smith, and Don Bradman. So it's
not bad company to be keeping, and the umpires I think are going to take the players off because it's actually raining quite hard. It won't be for long, however they don't obviously want the pitch to get too wet, so on come the covers and the players run off because it is raining quite hard. As I say, I suspect it probably won't be for longer than around about 10 minutes, but they need to get these covers on quickly, Leicestershire. So just 1 over after tea, from which 5 runs were scored.
Yeah, it's a real shame because I want to get this game moving forward. I'm sure Leicestershire will want to see this pair nudge their way up towards a batting bonus point if they can. Nottinghamshire will be looking to get the Foxes in and out this evening and begin their own first innings, but when the weather's like this, fortunately everybody being frustrated, though two umpires are just pausing on the outfield to have a little bit of a natter.
It's stopped.
Yeah, I'm going to say I don't know how much it's
We'll talk about
raining.
a short shower, that one.
Umpire Hassan Adnan down here chatting to James Pipe. I wonder if they were Derbyshire teammates at one time, probably. Nick Cook always with plenty to say. He's on hand as well. But yeah, some of the Nottinghamshire players, in fact most of the Nottinghamshire players, are still outside. It's not as if they've had to run in and head for cover. One or two of them have perhaps just nipped in for a quick comfort break, or maybe even see if there's any dregs of tea left in the teapot.
There's 4 sitting around the... well, 2 sitting by the floodlight pylon, but the umpires are heading back out. Take them off again. They'd only got half of them on anyway.
We didn't start the second over, did we?
No.
Did you see who was going to bowl? I think Peter Trigo was preparing himself to bowl at the far end, which is an interesting one, isn't it? When he has 16 overs in the innings and they've all been from this end, and the think tank sits down at tea. Well, what are we going to do? Oh, let's switch Triggs to the other end.
Fancies the wind behind him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Why not? And he fancies a 5-for as well, perhaps.
I'm a little surprised Mulaney's not had a couple of overs, personally, but
I guess when Patel is bowling with control and picked up a wicket, and there is a bit there for him. It's slow turn, but it's straightened a few, hasn't he? I wonder if Leicestershire will regret not... they rested Callum Parkinson for this game, but you just wonder, he's the one who gives it a rip. But they've got Ackerman, so we will see what happens. And as I say, plenty of left-handers in the Notts lineup.
In the North Group, Durham 155 for 5 against Derbyshire. I guess Derbyshire will be hoping that their Roses game is either a draw with neither side getting many points, because they're in quite a strong position in the group now, Derbyshire.
Yes.
They could well go on and win it, of course.
They've got to win their last to have any chance of going through the final. They've got to win. You've got to win 4 games out of 5.
Essentially, but bearing in mind only 2 of the group winners are going to go through, and Essex have won 3 out of 3. Somerset won their first 2 games, and I think they will feel they were a little hard done by at Edgbaston on the last day of the last round, when it rained most of the day, with them needing 1 wicket, and that's enabled Worcestershire to just take over the top spot. Now, have you got to win your group? I thought it was the 2 with the highest number of points at the end. No, the group winners.
Okay, you've got to win your group then. So it can't be 2 from the same group.
No,
but I mean, it kind of couldn't be anyway, by definition almost, could it? But
no. It will be 2 of the 3 group winners, but not entirely sure how you would split 2. If you looked going into this round of games, Derbyshire and Derbyshire in the north and Worcestershire in the central were both absolutely spot on in every detail. Batting bonus points, bowling bonus points, wins, draws, losses and points.
It's taking the Leicestershire batsmen a while to come striding back out from the meet. James Wheel and Ben Mike, but they are now back out in the middle. Notts have been out there for a couple of minutes waiting to go. They never really left the pitch in the first place.
Don't think we've lost any overs yet. It's still saying 35 remain in the day. Well, it was 36 at tea, wasn't it? So we haven't lost any. It is going to be Trigo for the first time today from the far end.
I wouldn't be entirely surprised if we get another shower. There is plenty of blue behind it, but there could be another But anyway, let's see what happens.
So here is Peter Trigo. 3 of the first 4 wickets to fall this morning. In fact, the first 3 wickets to fall in the innings. Bowls to Wheel, who clips it on the leg side. And there's no run. 159 for 7. Tom Taylor, the top scorer, with 57. Harry Swindle's 33. And George Rhodes 19. And they were the batsmen that came in the middle there, 5, 6 and 7. Top 4 blown away very cheaply. 4, 4, 4 and 7 for the top 4. Next delivery. Sit him on the pad, and he's got to ask. Peter Trigo asking, imploring Nick Cook to give it, but he didn't. It kept low. can only imagine it pitched outside leg, otherwise I fancy that would have been a very good shout. But Nick Cook kept his finger firmly in his pocket along with the rest of his hand. Didn't adjudicate. Peter Trigo's having a long old chat there with him. Beast, they call him.
Must be old acquaintances. They must have.
I think they've met once or twice before. 159 for 7. It kept low. That will be a cause for concern, I think, for Wheel and for, I guess, all the batsmen in this game. This one goes through to Tom Moores. Still pushes it through nicely, Trigo. Moores stood a good way back.
So they are playing at the moment, the Tigers and Bath.
All right. Here, behind us.
Yes. Normally you'd be able to hear the roar of the grease paint, so to speak, but that's ongoing.
Here comes Trigo bowling, and outside the off stump goes through to the keeper. That Test match, England 469 for 4. Crawley is 260 not out. Butler 134 not out. I guess 1-0 up in the series. He can bat till Tuesday if he wants.
Well, he's breaking records now, isn't he? He's what number of Test matches is it for him? 6 or 7, is it?
Something like that. Yeah. Trigo in again. 2-wheel. Digs this one out, but fielded by a tumbling Samit Patel at backward point, or backward point there, really, isn't he?
Did they choose to bat? Did Pakistan win the toss and choose to bowl, or did England?
That's a very good
win the
question.
Toss and choose to bat? Because if it's Pakistan again, I suspect the captain, who was already under pressure, might be the final nail.
I think Joe Root won the toss. Here is Peter Trigo in and bowls, and again an LBW shout, and I don't think this one's got as much going for it as the one at the start of the over. Incidentally, just looking at the Test match quickly as the over's finished here at 159 for 7. The current bowler is Mohammed Abbas. None for 81 in his 33rd over, and of course former Leicestershire player. What did he have, 2 years? Leicestershire, and should have played for Notts this year as their overseas player in the first half of the summer. He's had better days than the one he's having at the moment, by the looks of things.
No deal with him for next year then, as such? Was it just a 1 year?
Don't know. I don't know.
I suppose all bets are off, really, until everybody sort of quite clear what's happening for next season.
Well, there were some scientists saying yesterday the world's not going to be back to normal for 2 years yet.
2 years, yeah. I saw that one as well. Patel then, and it is spitting again, as Dave says, is in round the wicket, bowls to Ben Mike, who's batted a long way in front of his front pad as he plays that one, just straight in a fraction.
A bit of a choker for cricket fans if, come November, well, we're not able to put the fixtures out because we don't know if there's going to be a season or not, and it's going to really make for a long winter, isn't it?
Patel in again, tosses that one up, and he finds the outside edge. He induced this slightly false drive from Ben Mike. It squirted away off the outside edge in the air for a foot or two through about the gully area. Backward point, went sprinting back, and might be Slater looking over there, not quite sure, and a single is taken. Mike was briefly interested in the possibility of a second.
There are advocates of continuing this sort of style competition next year as well.
Over the wicket goes Patel and bowls on off stump. Wheel a big stride. He's quite a big man and got to the pitch of the ball. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. I'm not too sure about that at all.
Just give me back 2 divisions of 9, 16 matches please, and I'll be happy, but I doubt that's going to happen.
Patel is in again, drops a little bit short, it stays a touch low. He went on to the back foot, James Wheel, and just dabbed down on that one just outside off stump.
No play at all today at Arundel, where Hampshire were due to play.
Patel in again, good length ball on off stump, but again Wheel a big stride. Not the greatest draining ground, I wouldn't imagine.
And that's Hampshire Essex, as we were saying, the leaders of the South Group.
A 3-day game there then. Patel is in. Bowles goes for the slog sweep, maybe a thin bottom edge on pad, sees the ball goes past short leg out towards Slater, who's at a backward square. Briefly, Moore sort of semi-appealed, but it sounded very much there as a bottom edge before pad. Either way, no run. End of the over, 160 for 7. 33 overs remain to be bowled today.
Typical Patel over that one. He was into it and out of it in less than a minute and a half.
More power to him, say I.
Players, though, not exactly rushing around, are they? They're not helping him to get any momentum. They're just slowly getting into position. It's one of those days where inevitably we're going to have overs left at 6 o'clock because of the interruptions that we've had already, but it does seem to be a fairly sedate pace out there.
Interesting to see if he can swing it away from the right-hander from that end. Should do.
Here is Trier then, from the Bennett end here at the Fisher County Ground, and Ben Mike blocks his first ball, pushes it into the offside. Joe Clark is the fielder, and he's going to get the ball back in a moment from Asib Hamid, former Lancashire man, England Test player back in 2016. Both he and Ben Duckett making their England debuts that same winter. Trigo in once more as the wind picks up. A little bit of bat involved there, I think, onto the pad.
You sort of feel that Hamid might get a second bite at some stage in his career if he can really get things back on track. Duckett, I'm less sure about whether his chance has come and definitively gone. Weight of runs, of course.
Yeah, I think he'll get another go in white ball cricket, Ben Duckett. 160 for 7. This one allowed to go through to the keeper.
The white ball side is pretty strong.
Yeah, he was away down in that bubble ahead of the Ireland series. I think they had 20, did they, down there, and then then they reduced it to 14. And then
but that was because the team. There was no movement between the teams, was there? In the sort of test team and the.
No, he played. He played T20 cricket for England last year as a Notts player in 2019. So I wouldn't be surprised if he comes again in white ball cricket, but like you say, he'll have to get a lot of runs in red ball. And same with Hamid, 160 for 7. I mean, yesterday they were only pointing out, I think this is Crawley's 5th first-class 100, and he's gone on his 260 not out now. Hamid's only scored 5 first-class 100s. That's not many, really. There's a lot that can be learnt yet before he's ready to go back into the test arena, but there's a lot of time. He's only a young man. Here's Trigo. In and bowls, and Mike leaves his crease, comes down a step or two and just nudges it to mid-on, and there's no addition to the total. Leicestershire 160 for 7 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester. Dave Bracegirdle and Richard Ray with you. The online commentary via the BBC Sport website and the live stream through the Leicestershire County Cricket Club. Next ball from Trigo. It's got between bat and pad. Mike trying to cut it away, but it was too close to him, and Maiden sent down now by Peter Trigo. He's 18 overs, 3 for 27. Just wondering if that's already clicked on to 7, or we'll move on to 8. We'll find out in a moment, but it's 160 for 7. Yeah, 18 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 27. His figure's really, really impressive.
I imagine he'll be the man to whom the Notts media team speak at the end of the day, you would have thought. At the moment, you never know. Somebody might be about to take a hat-trick. He's going to be bowling to James Wheel from the pavilion end as Tom Walls replaces the bails. It'll blown off again.
Done a lot of things. In fact, he's done most things, but he's not done that yet.
Over the wicket goes Patel, forward goes Wheel, plays the ball back up the pitch to Summit, and there is no run. steps and into his run up, and he goes, and a slog sleep from Wheel, who falls as he does, loses his footing. He's got it away, he timed it nicely enough, but his front leg, he just slipped a little bit in the turf, and he's just stretching his right hamstring now a little bit. That could easily have done a little bit of damage. Leicestershire could ill do with losing a bowler in those circumstances, but it would seem he's okay. Anyway, he picked it up quite nicely, and has picked up 4 out to deep backward square.
It's a good job it went for 4 and it didn't go straight to the fielder, because Ben Mike was already down to the other end, and he was down on his backside with his legs splayed at different angles. He was in a right old pickle. Completely lost his footing.
Patel is in, Wheel bowls in a momentary hesitation, but Mike calls him through for a reasonably comfortable single as Trigo closed on the ball from backward point, always was there, and again he just stretches that right hamstring. Wanders back to the non-striker's end. I think he's okay. Going to need to be, as I say. Round the wicket goes Patel and bowls to Ben Mike onto his legs and clipped away, and Trigo just is going to have to escort the ball for a yard or 2 before putting in the slide and picking up, and it is raining quite hard again now, but umpires at the moment, Nick Cook just staring up at the cloud, because there is loads of blue around behind it, and it won't be around for very long, but it is raining quite hard at the moment. The pitch is going to get a bit of stroking here, a bit of a soaking I should say, and that one is stroked away by James Wheel. It was tossed up wide of the off stump by Samit Patel and crashed away over the extra cover boundary by Wheel. 4-4, second time he's done that to Patel, a bit of lèse-majesté, and actually if it is a bit going to get a bit greasy out there, not something like this ball getting too wet. No. But at the moment, no great concerns being shown by anybody. Nick Cook, with his legs rather unappealingly splayed, is standing talking to Peter Trigo.
Wheels just suddenly monopolised the strike and the scoring. He was about 13 runs behind Greg Mike, and now he's overtaken him.
Looks like his hamstring's alright. He made a good stretch to that one anyway. Ball's now back in Patel's hand. Rain has stopped perhaps. He bowls again, and again he's driven. He's going to have to get down well there, and does. Tom Barber, who's deepish at mid-off, should have stopped it, but it was one of those that sort of bouncing as well as travelling quite quickly, but he did well to get well behind it, made sure it was just a single. Wheel keeps the strike, moves on to 18, and Leicestershire on to 171 now for 7, and so this partnership just beginning to build a little bit. What is it now? 34 for the 8th wicket.
I wonder here if Samit's finished. I'm just looking at the body language and trying to put 2 and 2 together and make 5. I think Samit's finished now after being hit for a few in that over. I think he's going to move Peter Trigo from the far end to this end, and I think Zach Chappell's going to bowl. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. So Trigo's going to be taken off, and I think he's going to switch to this end.
Yeah,
where he had all his success this morning, because that was the end he bowled from. But Zach Chappell is going to come back in now. How ready to bowl he'll be remains to be seen. He's obviously told Stephen Mullany that he's ready to go, but that was just almost a spur of the moment thing when Samit got hit away for a few runs in that over. So you get a few runs off the slow left arm spinner, and suddenly you've got some chin music. Here is Chappell from the Bennett end into Wheel. Larrups it out onto the offside. He was trying to force it through extra cover, trying to get it in that gap between Asiba Mead at cover and Ben Slater at mid-off, and didn't time it properly. Either we're in a very own ecosystem here in the commentary box on top of the roof, or it's raining heavily out there in the middle, because it certainly is here. A little surprising they're still out there. Here's Chappell. I'm pleased they are there. There's cricket to watch. Chappell in, Wheel. This time he does force it into the offside, but Slater was shy at the stumps and miss, and Joe Clark's backing up. Single taken by Wheel. And moves on to 18. In fact, 19 with that single, 172 for 7. The Leicestershire score after being put in by Stephen Mullaney. Men out this morning: Sam Evans for 4, Harry Dearden for 7, Colin Ackerman for 4, Sanazad for 4, and then we did start to get some better productivity from the Leicestershire side in the middle order. George Rhodes 19, Harry Swindles 33, and Tom Taylor 57. Now this pair both in double figures. The Chapel comes in to Ben Mike, who can clips it firmly to Slater at mid-on. No run. Mike 16, Will 19. The two men to come, former Lancashire seamer Gavin Griffiths and the youngster Alex Evans.
Griffiths worked hard on his batting, and he's capable of hanging around for a long time. Not really, you wouldn't have thought of doing too much damage to the scoreboard, but might be a useful partner.
Here comes Chapel. Fourth ball will be over. This is his comeback over, bowls, and got 4 balls a minute to Slater up there at mid-on to the right-hander. It's close to the witchy now, and I've got to go and do another update next door.
2 balls left in Chapel's over, his 15th, 1 for 41 his figures. He's actually bowled rather better than those figures suggest. Hasn't been unlucky. He's had 2 catches dropped off his bowling. 1 reasonably straightforward as slip catches go, and 1 fairly straightforward as mid-off catches go. Edges and dropped again! Chapel's had another catch dropped. Ben Mike this time took the edge. Tom Moores dived across to his right and put it down. So Chapel having no luck at all on his return to his former home ground. Ben Mike stretched forward, bounced, took the edge. I don't think it would have carried to duck it at first slip. Moores was right to go for it, but he got 2 hands to it, and the ball came out of the gloves. So, poor Zach Chapel. I said his figures didn't reflect how well he bowled. On another day he could have had 4 wickets. Now he's still just got the 1. In he comes again and bowls to Mike. It just seams back in, and he just pushes it out off middle stump out towards Ben Slater at mid-on, and there is no run. But you're a bit unlucky when the wicketkeeper starts shelling him as well. So Mike on 16 at the time, and the score was 172 for 7, which it still is. So it might not be expensive, but it won't make Zach Chapel feel too good about proceedings. And Dave's forecast that Samit Patel will be taken off and Peter Trigo switched to this pavilion end. Perfectly correct. Trigo is coming back on at the end at which he took his 3 wickets this morning. That's a consolatory word with Chapel, who's gone to mid-on. As Trigo comes back up the slope, a familiar route, a familiar path, and bowls to Will on middle and off, middle stump almost, just swinging back in a bit, and played firmly enough by James Will out to mid-on, and there's no run. Well, Notts have taken all their chances, and that's 4 catches shelled now, and 2 run-out chances missed. Well, 1 run-out chance missed. In goes Trigo, bowls. Forward goes Will, defends with a slightly cross bat, playing across his pads as it swings back in and indicating to Mike that there is in swing. Kept it out there. 172 for 7 as Trigo turns. Slightly open stance for Will, bat raised as Trigo goes in, bowls 2, and he's on his front foot again, not really getting to the pitch fit, but pushing it firmly out to mid-off where it's picked up by Barber, and there's no run. 4 chances now, dropped, 1 run out, missed.
3 off Chapel.
Yeah.
Evans this morning, dropped by Mulaney. Taylor dropped on 6 by Stephen Mead, and now Ben Mike dropped behind in a test. Zach Crawley out for 267.
Finally gone. In goes Trigo, and Bowles brings wheel forward again on middle and off stumps, pushing the ball back out to Chapel at mid-on, and there's no run.
I guess Butler can accept some responsibility now. He's only 139 not out. Just been joined by Chris Wokes. England 487 for 5.
He's done a lot of watching with his pads on.
Probably nailed on for a duck, isn't it, when you're 24 hours with your pads on waiting to go in.
Trigo is in, and Bowles hit on the pad, but no, surely pitched outside leg. Even if it did swing back in a bit, and immediately got the no from San Adnan, the umpire.
Yes, didn't have all that much going for it.
It's quite a tall man, Wheel. Him on the front pad, might just a bit above the knee roll as well. That shower cloud, if you like, has now just about drifted overhead. We should be set fair for a while, at any rate, if not until the close. In goes Trigo. Bowles drops a little bit short, is turned by Will into the leg side, but Patel, sharp on his toes, moves away to his left, picks up and throws back to Moores. Dot ball to finish a dot ball over a maiden, as they're technically known. And Trigo, 17 overs, 9 maidens, 3-4, 27. Leicestershire 172 for 7.
Yes, not having to help themselves today, have there? There's been a number of eminently catchable offerings that have been spurned. 3 off Chapel. Swindles was dropped by Lyndon James off Peter Trigo. And there was the run out calamity, and there was also the run out that wasn't given that may well have been. So there's Mike giving it away for a single, and Tom Barber, who's doing long leg for both right-hander and left-hander, has to get a bit of a jog on about 100 yards to go from one fielding position to the next. 173 for 7, Leicestershire. That's the bat first by Stephen Mulaney. Slowly developing this into a manageable score. I feel there's opportunity for a couple of batting points. Certainly the first one's only 27 runs away now as Chapel comes into the left-handed wheel. Can't get this away, just drags it to the onside. No addition to the total.
That's just me on that WhatsApp group that Dan set up. I didn't realise. It's a heck of a ping, your phone.
Once again, Zach Chapel, bit of a shadow from the sun accompanies him down the runway, and telegraphed that a little bit, didn't he? He was going to bang that one in short. Gets up very high, taken by Tom Moores down the leg side behind the left-handed wheel. Strange old day weather-wise. Bit of rain about as I cross the county border on the A46 this morning. Okay when we got here, but very blustery. Next ball down the leg side, and again well taken by Tom Moores. Good clean grabs. That Chapel will be wondering, why couldn't you have done that in the last over?
Yes, right, taking those.
Very nice welcoming committee here. Name on the list and all ticked off. Temperature taken. Everything in order. Allowed in, and nice stroll round the round the concourse to get to the commentary position, chatting to a couple of stewards. This one's a really good delivery from Zach Chappell. This one did nibble away off the seam, and Morse takes it moving across in front of the slip cordon.
Comprehensively beaten by that one. James Wheel squared up.
73 for 7. I mean, a bit of a quandary, because we don't know when we're going to finish. There's a big boxing bill on tonight, isn't there? It's on the old pay-per-view malarkey, the box office thing. There's another fight on Channel 5, a Newark boxer. Oh, it's all happening now. This one's
where's that gone?
Crikey, it's gone away for 4 runs with Wheel. About the only one who didn't know where it had gone, because he'd gone to try and pull it away on the leg side, completely squared him up off the shoulder of the bat. As he was looking towards square leg, he's got 4 down to third man as it ballooned away high over the gully region and down to third man.
I think he came off the back of his bat.
It may well have done. 2 umpires having a chat. Is it hand sanitising time? And Zach Chappell giving him a bit of a stare. Life hasn't been tremendously fair today for Zach Chappell. He's bowled okay. He's bowled with plenty of fire in his belly. Been a real threat every time Stephen Mullany's gone back to him, and he's got figures of 1 for 46, and it could so easily have been 3 or 4.
It could, and if it had been, you can't help feeling that Notts would have been batting by now. I mean, if somehow Leicestershire can sort of drag their score up to 230, 240, they're still in the game, aren't they? I mean,
yes.
Which
so.
At one stage at 50 for 5, you really did sort of fear the worst. You thought, well, if they're all out for 110 or 120, then it's going to be really hard to recover against a very, very strong Notts batting lineup. But 240, 250 might be a different sort of kettle of fish.
Small on the Zach Crawley dismissal, 267 in the Test match. He was out stumped, and it's the highest stumping in Test match history apparently. Nobody else has been stumped for as many runs as 267. There we are. You can tell them that one round the dinner table tonight.
Well, now Leicestershire are running a little initiative called Face in the Crowd for the T20s, which I think probably 1 or 2 counties are doing something similar. Fans can buy a cutout to have their face on and placed in the stand for the T20 games, for the home games. The information is all on the club's website, and obviously you'll see your face in the crowd if you're watching on this stream, but it must be ordered by Monday. All information on the club website.
I had a look. I think there's the opportunity then to get it back as and when spectators will be allowed in, to get them signed up and
there you go.
Get them presented and whatever.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Some of the football clubs have been doing them.
Yeah. Well, there's all sorts of strangers in the crowd, wasn't there? As
Trigo is in and defended on the front foot by Ben Mike, back down the wicket to the West Countryman.
You saw one or two of the championship grounds with the cardboard cutouts or whatever, and all sorts of pop stars and famous footballers and all sorts of things in the crowd. Family pets,
yes,
all sorts of things.
Well, why not? See how many Leicestershire can get into their seats around the ground, around the Fisher County ground, as Trigo goes in, drops a fraction short again. Maybe being unfair to him in terms of length, but when he does pitch up, he gets so much more sort of movement. Yes, he might get driven, but Ben Mike played that one off the front foot, nonetheless, just pushed out into the offside to Patel. There's no run.
This is his 20th over. That's a decent shift in a day for a seamer.
It is when you're 39 and ploughing against the wind, however super fit you are, and Trigo is super fit. In he goes, bowls to Mike outside off stump, and although it sort of went on with the arm, if a seamer's delivery can so do, didn't swing away. Well, it's his 62.3 overs old, the ball.
I think they're getting 2 overs with the wind at his back, didn't they, before switching ends again.
It hasn't been as much movement, obviously, in his third spell as he managed to achieve, especially in his first. Zach Chappell, cutting a very contrasting figure to the darker Trigo, who is in and bowls, and again on off stump, again very solidly forward is Ben Mike. He remains on 17. He's only added 3 since T. James Wheel has added 20 to his score. Get the scoreboard ticking over. Just another dark cloud drifting overhead. It is just drifting overhead. In goes Trigo, bowls onto the legs of Ben Mike, whipped away, or attempted to be whipped away, down towards square leg. I think it was a bit inside edgy, didn't travel very quickly, but did get bat on it. Hamid came in from deep backwards square, encumbered by pads underneath his whites, because he hasn't taken them off since Samit Patel was taken off. Maybe it just wants them to keep warm. Ben Mike picked up 178 for 7. Brings Wheel down on strike. Great orange flash on his cricket boots as Trigo goes in and bowls to him. He tries to pull it away from outside off stump. It was slightly short of a length, but didn't really get up or hurry through when he pulled over the top of the ball. End of the over, 178 for 7.
I think players like Hamid, who regularly find themselves at short leg and again in the cricket flannels, almost made to measure with little zips on the bottom, so there's just a bit more room there to get those pads in, because it used to be a right cumbersome job, didn't it, to roll the trouser leg up and then put the pads on and then try and get the flannel back over the pads.
Maybe that'll be the next step. You know, like cycling shorts have a built-in pad in an obvious place.
178 for 7 is Zach Chappell from the Bennett end. Comes in and bowls. It's been hard work for Nottinghamshire since straight after lunch. This one's just played up to Slade trip mid-on. There's no run. It's fairly plain sailing for the first 25 overs of the innings. Leicestershire 54 for 1 when Chappell dismissed George Rhodes. It was almost straight after lunch.
54 for 4.
Then it became 54 for 5. With the dismissal at the start of the 26th over. But then that partnership of 81 just redressed the balance a little bit. Here's Chappell in again and bowls, clipped away nicely. There'll be a couple of runs here to Mike at least. They've possibly got it in them to come back for 3, and they do. It's a long old chase there for Slater, and they ran hard, which is what you're taught to do from a very young age. So Ben Mike on to 21, James Wheel on to 23, 181 for 7. Leicestershire nudging ever closer to that first batting bonus point. 4:45, we've got, what does that say, 26?
26.4.
Well, past 6-ish if it goes the distance. At the moment, this time it's defended by Wheel, and the bowler will have to do his own tidying up.
I don't think light's going to be an issue because the cloud is so broken, so every possibility of going through the sort of half past. We might get a few more overs from Summit, you never quite know. Might be all out, it might be Leicestershire bowling well before the close.
There's Chappell in once more too. Wheel is chopped on. It's an inside edge. Chappell's been without luck today, but he's got a huge slice of it on this occasion as Wheel inside edges onto his own stumps and goes for 23. A very decent knock from James Wheel, but Zach Chappell putting the batsman up a little bit, and as he goes to drive, thickish inside edge onto his own sticks, and Leicester are 8 down at 181, and Chappell has his second wicket in his 17th over, and 3 dropped off his bowling today, so I guess that's a change of the tide as far as he's concerned.
You can't argue he hasn't deserved it, that's for sure. Zach Chappell, a bit of extra pace. It defeated the batsman and went for the drive, very full. The thick inside edge onto the stumps. Might have been sort of via the pads. Everything was quite close together, but either way, Chappell punched the air with relief, I suspect, as much as joy. 181 for it, just as I was saying. Leicestershire might well be batting before the day is out. Bowling before the day is out. Well, that's looking more of a probability than a possibility now. As to the wicket comes Gavin Griffiths, touches gloves with Ben Mike. Well, Paul Nixon, Leicestershire's head coach, has been saying how hard Gavin Griffiths has been working on his batting. Had a few good knocks last season, a few lengthy stays at the crease without really sort of ever threatening to score big runs.
Did have a look at lunch. It wasn't his debut, but it was one of his very first games for Lancashire at Egberth against Notts in a one-dayer, and I look what he did, and he knocked over Alex Hales, Ricky Vessels and Brendan Taylor, a very decent 3 for right at the start of that game. Notts eventually won, but 3 big scalps. And who is this Gavin Griffiths lad? He's got a T20 winners medal, hasn't he? He played for Lancashire in their successful year.
Chappell knows full well about him. Bowles just tucked out to mid-wicket by Griffiths. Bowled at each other in the nets, I'm sure, on many occasions.
Yeah. He knows everybody's at Chappell.
Last season, Gavin Griffiths only played 4 matches. Stood still a little bit in terms of his career. Highest score was 22, and he made 41 runs. So it was an odd sort of season for him generally.
Here comes Chappell from the Bennett end. The ball to Griffiths. It's a nice compact push into the offside. There's no run.
Previous season, he played 12 games, 18 innings, 225 runs with a highest score of 40. I think that 40 was made at Bristol. Quite a few people have got good scores at Bristol and have got high scores at Bristol, but he can bat, Griffiths. Will need to do so here because he's got a man going quite nicely at the other end. Ben Mike on 21 not out.
Either I've not done my homework properly. This is his first innings this season.
Yeah, no, first match this season. Yes, you're right.
I've got one match, played in one match, did not bat, took 3 for 52.
Sorry, yes, no, he played in the last match. Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
He played last week against
Durham, yeah.
Yeah. But this is his first innings. He didn't bat.
It's lovely now, look.
Yeah. Trigo is in, bowls to Ben Mike. Everything behind that very correct. It defends that one off stump. And there's no run.
And he's one of these that you know when he was born, because his squad number is the year of birth, 93. He's born in 1993.
He's an Ormskirk lad. Lancashire. Taking a picture of the bright sunshine, negating the floodlights completely as Trigo is in to Mike Short, pulled over square leg, and that's going to be 4. Did rather sit up and beg for that one. Nick Cook put both hands into the air.
Yeah.
He was ready to catch that one. It was a good few feet over his head at square leg and crossed the ropes before long leg could get within around about 10-15 even yards of the ball. Mike moves on to 25. First sort of rank long hop really that Trigo has bowled. Might be just showing signs, as you said, of a little even he. Ploughing up the slope against the wind, showing a few signs of weariness perhaps.
He's put in a shift today.
In he goes and bowls again to Mike on to middle leg. Mike defends because it's a much better length delivery. Still wasn't right up there. That's the sound. Maybe that's coming from... No, not with the music. I was going to say maybe that's coming from Welford Road, but I'd be surprised. Because the wind is going the other direction, isn't it? Wouldn't be carrying the sound of the loudspeaker that far. Trigo is in, bowls outside off stump to Mike. Attempter, not attempted.
Can't see it from here. Is the cricketers open?
Yeah, it opened last week with it was a Saturday last week when it reopened. Their grand reopening involved karaoke, which echoed across the ground.
That's just what I wondered, if it was perhaps coming from there.
Could well be. Well,
can you not see the ground from there?
There's a balcony, and yes, you can. You can watch the cricket. In goes Trigo, bowls, hits Mike on the back pad, but it was going down leg side and bounced out into the point area, picked up by Hamid, and there's no run. It's not always a source of... Some relations between pub and club have not always been too strong in recent years. It does sound like it's coming from that direction, doesn't it? Trigo is in and bowls to Ben Mike. He's pushing nicely through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least 2, should be 3, should be 1 for the throw. Indeed there will be, as Tom Barber puts in the slide and gets his throw away, but a comfortable 3 taken.
Yes, I said about Zach Chappell knowing everybody the last over, talking to him the other day about Liam Hurt of Lancashire. And, oh yeah, he was my lodger when I was at Leicestershire. He had a trial. He come and played some second games for Leicester Seconds, and he stayed with me. Telling me all about him. He's a powerfully built specimen like Zach Chappell is, Liam Hurt.
Yeah, you talk about boxing, he looks like a boxer, doesn't he? He looks like he could take on the best in the ring.
188 for 8 is the score. 25 overs in theory remain in the day. Leicestershire down to their last 3 batsmen to get them some bonus points. The 2 at the crease, Mike and Griffiths, and Alex Evans to come. Here's Chappell. 2 for 49 his figures. It's in, and Ben Mike just pushes it back to him. Have to do better than that, son, he says. Son? Who are you calling son? There's a little bit of byplay between the 2 of them. I mean, I guess they know each other reasonably well. Like I said, Chappell knows everybody.
How old is Zach? I should know, because he'd be the same age as my son, so he's be 24 now. Zach, I think, should be there or thereabouts anyway.
Here he comes. Bowls wide of the off stump.
Ben Mike, I think, is 21 or 22, so Chappell the senior of the 2.
He's a little older than that. He was 24 on Thursday, born 21st of August 96.
Yeah, so 24, yeah. Whereas Ben Mike is 21.
Here comes Chappell. 24, good age for a fast bowler. He's in plenty of pace, picks this one up, and Mike a little late down on it, couldn't time it properly, but again gets it up to mid-on. Ben Slater must have fielded 100 balls today in that position. 188 for 8. Pigeon doing a little bit of an aerobatic display over the ground and then heads off. Nothing to eat here.
Not the £1 million pigeon then.
No. Chappell. 3 slips. Duckett, Mullaney, Lyndon James. They're ready, but Mike playing very much in the V, as they say. The last one to mid-on. Is it that one to mid-off? Not doing anything silly here, Ben Mike. Just eking out whatever runs are available and just trying to help Leicestershire to batting bonus point and more. Get as many as you can first time round. It's been a very good effort from the lower order so far for Leicestershire. After the top were blown away. 188 for 8. Chappell bowls. Again, Greg Mike not in any hurry really, is he? He's not taking any risks or being anything other than very, very careful against Zach Chappell. Goes on a little bit of a walk out towards the square leg umpire. Wait till you see Hasib Hamid if he spends any time at the crease. It's almost, you'll remember Chris Tavaret, we used to do it all the time. And Mead does as well, just to almost get away to finish with that one particular ball, whatever happened, and then turn and then get in the zone as he comes back to the crease to face the next one. Chappell in again, and Mike gets right across his stumps and pushes it back to the bowler.
Good stuff from Chappell, there or thereabouts, making the batsman play. A genuine maiden, I think that. It wasn't because the balls were too wide to reach or anything like that. Mike had to play just about everything. Managed to keep it all out. 2 for 49 for Chappell. Could beat 4 or 5.
Tyler shows I've got no sort of feel for the game, or Captain and I are not on the same wavelength, but very often I would advocate a bowl for Stephen Mullaney and it doesn't happen. Just fancy he'd have done a good job on here. He'd have made them play, kept them honest, and wobbling it about. It's hard enough in this breeze, but with Mullaney just snipping it about off the seam, I think it'd have been tough to play.
Trigo in, bowls outside, off stump, that should be 4, steered away by Gavin Griffiths into the gap at backward point. Hamid brilliantly stops, reaches down, flicks it back in the act of falling over the ropes, and the relay throw completed, so he saves 1. Griffiths picks up 3. He is off the mark with that 3. Leicestershire 191 for 8. Ideal as far as they're concerned. A 3 off the first ball brings Mike down on strike. Square leg goes back to deepish mid wicket. There is a short straight mid wicket as well, as Trigo goes in to bowl to Mike, and drives a pleasantly straight on drive, but didn't really put his weight into the shot, and moving across to his left, Tom Barber makes a stop at mid on. Callum Parkinson wanders below us, football in hand. Aaron Lilly with him, the 2 Lancastrians, as Trigo is in bowls. Mike is driving and he's got that past Chappell, who sprawls to his left at mid-off, can't get there, and the ball runs away down to wide, long off for 4. Mike moves into the 30s now, on to 32, 195 for 8. Looking at his figures for last season, Ben Mike. 5 matches, 8 innings, 73 runs, highest score of 16. He waits with bat raised as Trigo goes in, bowls to him. He's very correct on off stump. Pushes the ball out into the covers, picked up by Samit Patel, and there is no run. In 2018, his highest score was 39. 4 matches, 7 innings. Trigo is in, bowls to him, and he hits over mid-on. Lovely shot, almost a golf shot, not trying to hit it too hard either. Sort of 8 iron really, just swung through the line of the ball and over mid-on's head, and it runs away for 4. So 2 boundaries in the over 4, Ben Mike, both beautifully hit, contrasting styles. A drive through the offside, along the ground all the way, and a lofted on drive over mid-on for 4. On both occasions he moves on to 36, 199 for 8. Lovely shot. Trigo now finally coming in for a little bit of punishment. In he comes to finish his 22nd over. Bowls, and Mike is forward solidly on off stump. A chastised Trigo for once. Just head down slightly as he heads off towards his fielding position. 11 off the over, with the 3 for Gavin Griffiths off the first ball, then 2 fours for Ben Mike. So Trigo 3 for 46 now from 22 overs. Chappell 2 for 49 from 18. Will continue. Whether Trigo will continue remains to be seen. 1 run needed for Leicestershire to pick up a batting bonus point. Doesn't sound much, but from 54 for 5, it would be a decent achievement. In comes Chappell, bowls to Gavin Griffiths, who's turning a delivery off middle and leg that just seemed back into him a bit towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Slater at a wide mid-on position, and there is no run. Lyndon James comes out of third slip to go almost exactly where Gavin Griffiths hit that ball. Slater goes to a conventional mid-on as a consequence. There is a deep backward square and a long leg. Chappell turns, almost lopes in, bowls, and Griffiths again is turning to mid-wicket, and this time it does go straight to Lyndon James, as a consequence of which, of course, there is no run. The DJ, if that's the right description, at the pub, perhaps encouraging people to have a go at the karaoke. 199 for 8. Ben Mike has 36 from 63 balls, strike rate of 57, and has looked very impressive post-tee in particular. In goes Chappell, bowls to Griffiths, who goes to try and chop it away. A short ball outside, off stump, and he's really cross with himself for having a go at it. Didn't get anything on it. Ben Mike wanders down and has a word. Griffiths, I don't think he needs to chastise him. I think he's cross with himself, Gavin Griffiths. Trying to whack that one away wide of third man. There isn't a third man, so understand why he was tempted. There's a backward point, Hamid, who's deep-ish, as Chappell comes in. Bowls again to Griffiths, who is all care and attention as the fullish delivery seems back in towards middle stump, pushing it out to mid-wicket again, and there's no run. Has got a first-class best of 72, Ben Mike. Obviously a long way to go before he gets there, just halfway. But 2 lovely shots in that last over off Peter Trigo. Chappell, down the slope he comes. Bowls, Griffiths again, slightly shorter of a length this time, so he's not quite as extended in his forward press. Defends that one off stump out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, the musical interlude is definitely from the direction of
the
cricketers, yes.
As it was last week. If there's any songs we recognise, how far back are they going to have to go? Quite a long way. Chappell polishes the ball on the back of his whites, coming to the end of his 19th over.
Just trying to think what it was playing when it was come in. Is it Susan Cadogan? Hurt So Good? I think that's what it was.
In he comes and bowls and thumps into the pad of Griffiths, runs out towards square leg. Slater has to run across, and that is the single Leicestershire needed for their first batting bonus point. The 200 is up for the Foxes, which, as I say, doesn't sound very good when it's 8 wickets down, but from 54, was it, for 5? I suspect they would just about have taken 200 for 8. Is Patel coming back on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They've
hurry through a few overs if they possibly can. 22 remain. 55 minutes until 6 o'clock.
Yes, I saw them calling for helmets to be brought on at the end of the over, and Samet was limbering up as best he could during the course of the previous over. So Patel earlier bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens Went for 21 runs but got the wicket of Harry Swindle's LBW. Going to continue from our end of the ground, the pavilion end. Bowling to Gavin Griffiths for the first time. He's on 3, tosses this one up there nice and fallen. Griffiths just drops a bat on it. That's a bit of a look at him.
That's a good call, I think. Anyway, I'd like to have a spinner against the tail end. I think it always resists for too long.
Patel in again round the wicket, bowls, and this time it's eased out as far as Duckett. There's no run. First 3 wickets today to Peter Trigo, a couple to Zach Chappell. Patel will ask the umpire's opinion there. The batsman Griffiths got a bit of a stride in. Possible, I guess, from here to see where the ball was turning. Sammett's always fairly optimistic when he strikes the pad that it's out, but with the batsman getting such a good stride in, I guess there was always an element of doubt there. There is Patel in once more. Oh, this time he went deep into his crease. That was very nearly the wrong choice to make. Just brought the bat down on it in time.
Stayed low a bit as well, didn't it?
He was almost in a position where he was playing French cricket just to keep it out from hitting his pad. Next one's pushed out to Duckett, saving 1 on the offside. Just a build-up of pressure usually when Patel bowls, and that release of pressure will either come with the batsman just almost deciding now's the time to have a go at him. This time it's dropped on the leg side, or Sammet will get his man, but he races through his overs in double quick time. That's a maiden to Patel. 9 overs, 3 maidens now, 1 for 21 to Sammet Patel here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester, and everybody joining us through the live streams. Glad to have your company this Saturday tea time in Leicester, in the English East Midlands. Just a real shame that those of you who aren't too far away can't have been allowed in to see it. I'm a little disappointed. I was expecting them to be about 6 deep at the gate on the Milligan Road here, having a look in, but there's definitely an air of indifference.
There'll be a fair few on the balcony of the cricketers, I suspect now.
And why not?
Which we can't see.
Sit there and have a glass of something restorative and watch a bit of cricket, why not?
Chappell to continue from the Bennett end, comes in, bowls to Ben Mike, a short ball just outside off stump. He makes a very late decision to try and just deflect it down over the slips, ramp it in a strange sort of way down towards third man, but it was so late the ball had already passed the bat.
Tell you what, I'm glad I'm not any closer to that music.
It is, yeah, that it didn't start any earlier. We're going to have to put up with it until the close, I suspect. So Chappell looking for a 3rd wicket. In he comes and bowls to Mike, who drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off, who puts in a horrible throw, which bounces about a foot in front of Tom Moore's. He takes it to 2-handed, but his gauntlets are on his hips now in a very old-fashioned look being sent out towards mid-off.
We like gauntlets. We like gauntlets, great word. 72, Ben Mike's highest score.
It is, yeah. A while ago now.
I'm not surprised, having seen him play today.
2 lovely falls off Trigo a couple of overs ago. The on-drive in particular. Yeah. Chappell is in and bowls, turned off his hip by Ben Mike down towards the backward square. I think it's Lyndon James who's out there, picks up, gets a low throw out to Moores, just a single for Ben Mike, happy to take it, trusts Griffiths, I suspect, probably trusts him more against Chappell than against Patel. Griffiths, all application since that little flirt, trying to chop a wide one out down to third man. Mike on to 37, Leicestershire 201.48. 20 and a half overs to go today as Chappell is in. Bowls to Griffiths, who drives pleasantly, and he's got that one through the covers, and I think it's going to run away for 4. It is going to run away for 4. It bounced a bit at first, sometimes that slows it down a little bit, but he leant into that very pleasantly, the Lancastrian, and picks up 4. Moves on to 7, 205 for 8.
Should be at Chesterley Street this time next week. Notts playing Durham in the Blast, the second game. Notts start on Thursday evening. It's a match at Headingley against Yorkshire. Then on the Saturday, second away game up at Durham, before being back at Trent Bridge for the return against Yorkshire on the Monday, Bank Holiday Monday.
In comes Chapel. Bowls again to Griffiths, outside off stump, and Griffiths was tempted, but he managed to resist temptation, let it go through. Hasib Hamid has been sent back, seeing that, to deep backward point. Wanted to give that one everything. Yes, we're playing Derbyshire. It's a home match for Derbyshire, but we're playing at, because their ground obviously is not available to them, they're playing Derbyshire's home match right here. Thursday. Streamed. I see the EFL have reached agreement to stream all their games. Each club is going to stream every single game next season. Chapel down the slope is in, and Bowls outside off stump allowed to go through.
We've got a sanitizer. A lady come to sanitise our box.
Bless. They are very keen. You might find yours gleaming.
Yes,
when you go back in.
Yeah, she came in and cleaned up after me. Wasn't much mess, to be honest.
End of the over, 205 for 8. Chapel, 20 overs, 2 for 54. He's starting to look a touch weary now, with his hands on his hips. Understandably, it's a high burden he's faced. Samit Patel telling him to keep loose, but it's all right for you saying that. I'm sure Chapel's thinking you're not trying to bowl at 85 miles an hour plus.
Barber's just turned his arm over as if he's got the nod, doing the breaststroke. There's Patel from our end of the ground. Bowls, and again deep in his crease. Ben Mike plays that nicely, just clips it down the leg side. He'll come back for a comfortable 2, move on to 39. 207 for 8, so already this pair have added 26 for the 9th wicket. The Foxes dragging this out towards the close if they can. Samit Patel once more bowls. This one's hit back to him. Made his first class debut back in 2002, Samit. Been a tremendous servant for Nottinghamshire this century.
When Ben Mike would have been
in Bowls and just pushed into the offside. There's no
3. Probably so. He was probably around, maybe when Samit was making it.
Yes.
In Mum's arms while Dad was batting or something like that.
I'm sure he knows Greg, and I'm sure he knows Ben. Next ball. There's a expansive looking slog shot from Mike, but doesn't get a deal on it, just drags it on the leg side. Samit born in Leicester, he'll be 36 in November. 26 first class centuries, getting on for 13,000 first class runs. Today was his 351st wicket. He's after a couple more as he bowls again, and Mike pushes it back to him. He's played in 6 test matches for England, Samit, but also played in one-dayers and T20 internationals. Complete multi-format cricketer. This one's clipped to long on, and mid on to Barber, and they take a single. Interestingly enough, Samit's last 100 for Notts, his last century in first class cricket, was back in 2017. We've talked about the game here, but the game at Trent Bridge, Notts won by an innings, and Samit scored 247, and he's not scored 100 in first class cricket since, and that was the most incredible week, because he went into that game having scored 257 in the previous game at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Then he scored 100 in the semi-final of the Royal One Day Cup at Chelmsford to steer Notts through to the final. Him and Stephen Mullaney both got centuries, and then he got the 247 against Leicestershire. Talk about the week of your life, and he's not scored 100 since in red ball. He's had a couple in white ball, one here and one at Northampton.
A few days that I suspect he remembers rather fondly. So Chappell his work is done for the time being, and he'll be hoping for the rest of the day, I suspect. And Tom Barber, 10 overs, 1 for 36, is coming back on at the Bennett end. A Sweet Caroline echoes out from the cricketers.
The ultimate T20 song, the ultimate finals day song. They're hoping to have a crowd in for that, aren't they, at Edgbaston on the 3rd of October.
Crowd of sorts. Well, you never know.
It's a little bizarre if they can pack Edgbaston with a crowd for T20 finals day and we can't have 200 people in here or 500 or whatever.
Yeah. Barber is in, round the wicket, bowls, and Mike covers up, plays it firmly back down the pitch on the onside, and there's no run. Well, I obviously had to go into the city centre of Leicester yesterday for the cricket show. Plenty of people in large groups in shopping centres and so on and so forth. So it would be much better regulated in a place like this, that is for sure. However,
just call it, I don't know.
Barber is in, bowls, and is turned off his legs neatly again by Ben Mike. Nice time. He didn't try and hit it too hard. He's saying to Gavin Griffiths, there's a second there if you want it. Griffiths says, yes, indeed there is.
I think there were one or two counties that sort of looked at it as if they could call it an outdoor beer garden and things like that, didn't they?
But you're right. It's maybe the Hearn example should have been followed, and government should have been contacted almost on a daily basis, saying, look, we can do this. Barber turns, just the one slip now, Duckett, alongside Tom Moores as down the slope he comes and bowls to Mike, a bouncer, which again he tries to lift over the top of the wicket keeper, but it was a good lively bouncer, and Mike a little slow in trying to lift it over the top, didn't get anything on it.
Brendan Taylor, the best I've seen it, playing that up and over shot, the ramp.
42 not out, Ben Mike. And a very good innings it's been too. 75 balls he's faced. Samit Patel just being moved, so Mike steps back. Now he's in his guard again. As Barber is in and bowls to him, he drives off the front foot back towards Tom Barber, who picks it up in his follow through. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball. The floodlight pylon shadow is right across the pitch, a sort of checkedy pattern, and can't be ideal as far as the batsman is concerned.
The old creeping floodlight shadow.
A new phenomenon in cricket, anyway. Here comes Barber. Looked quite light on his toes for a big man. Bowls, full, driven, and he's got it through the covers. Joe Clark, it was travelling, got two hands to it, and it was quite close to him. It got through him, he slowed it down, and Mike is therefore able to pick up 2 runs. He'll still be cross with himself, Clark, because, as I say, it was quite close to him and he did get 2 hands to it, but it was certainly travelling. So Ben Mike on to 44 now, 212 for 8.
Just gentle progress, isn't it? And
ball old and soft now,
yeah,
but still 18 and a ball to be bowled with it. And he won't be giving the bowlers too much back at the moment, you wouldn't have thought. 212 for 8. Barber is in and bowls a bouncer. Have to bang that one in this time. End of the over. Nick Cook waving around.
Must be a hand
sanitising. Is that the gest? That's the sign, is it?
I think that's it. Yeah. Not. What's the? I'd like to have a second new ball available to be able to try and knock over the tail. They'll deeply be hoping that it won't come to that, and it's done and dusted before then. Because if Leicestershire can hang on to stumps and get all the 90 overs in, and not have to take a second new ball first thing tomorrow morning, even just batting carefully and watchfully this evening, they should manipulate or manoeuvre another 45 or 50 runs, you'd imagine.
You would have got long odds against that.
You would.
But shortly after lunch. So this partnership is now worth 12 plus 19, 31 for the 9th wicket. 7 to Gavin Griffiths.
The Test match, England 514 for 5, Just Butler 142 not out, Chris Wokes 23 not out.
Surely have a bowler than today, you would have thought.
In the North Group, Durham 188 for 6. Remember, that's a game at Chester Street against Derbyshire. Derbyshire technically the home team, and there were only 13 balls bowled at Headingley today before they called it off for rain. Yorkshire 8 without loss. Side bowled out today, Glamorgan at Wantage Road 259 all out, Northants 22 without loss. Somerset 183 for 9 against Gloucestershire, and Warwickshire 197 for 3 against Worcester. In the South Group, no play at Arundel, Sussex 232 for 5 against Middlesex, Kent 242 for 6 against Surrey. We're up to date, and Samit Patel comes in to bowl to Gavin Griffiths, who's got 7, a push on the leg side, scampers through for his 8th run. It was quite a tight one, but if you call and then both respond immediately, there's always a good chance you'll get home, and they did on this occasion. Now then, Ben Mike on 44. Certainly shown that he's got a big shot within him. Really fancy taking on Samit to go to a special half-century in the best possible manner. Patel bowls. Well, this is down the leg side, and it's just helped on its way, maybe via pad. Yes, well, look at the umpire who's tapping his knee there. Hassan Adnan, the umpire on the reserve list, getting an opportunity because there's so many games going on at once, and of course there's a number of officials away in that biosecure bubble with England. So the reserve umpire is also being used. Patel bowls, and this is blocked by Griffiths. 214 for 8. Leicestershire, 3 wickets to Trigo, 2 to Chappell. James, Patel and Barber sharing the others. Here is Samit Patel, left arm round. He's nudged back to him. Fields it right-handed and was prepared to throw it right arm. It's always a little weird to see him bowl left arm, and then if a ball's hit back to him and he has to throw it, he throws it right arm. Griffiths on 8. Pushes that crisply up to Chappell at mid-off. Hit that too well, didn't he? He played it far gentler. He might have been able to take a single.
Mulaney's kind of happy to give it Griffiths a single now.
Mulaney, the sole slipper, as Griffiths blocked this. 214 for 8 on a kite-flying day in Leicester. Very, very blustery indeed. Again, we may get a little bit more of this over the next day or two. Don't think Tuesday looks all that clever, but as we saw last week, the forecast can change from day to day. There was one day at Trent Bridge we were expecting play and we had a washout, and then there was another day we were expecting a washout and we played all the day. It's a little bizarre how they sort of tell you what's going to happen, and it's almost the complete opposite. But let's just hope we can get plenty of cricket in during the next 3 days after this one.
Tom Barber ready to start his 12th over. Changes being made to what? Bales have been blown off. It really is blowing a hoolie out there.
Glamorgan have given a debut today to a young man by the name of Callum Taylor, a young batsman, and he's scored a century on debut. Nice story there. One to watch for the future. I think Welsh cricket will be hoping they've found one.
Who are they playing?
Oh, that's a very good question. Was it Northants they were playing? Let me have a look.
There's Barber.
Yeah.
Ready now. In he comes. Bowls to Mike very wide, and Mike steps forward with bat raised and leaves it raised.
Yes, Glamorgan 259. Northants are 26 for 1.
100 out of 259 is a good effort.
Callum Taylor.
Remember the name. He'll remember today. That's for sure.
Like a lot of young cricketers, and they've been spending all winter just desperate to get playing cricket, and everything put on hold for months on end.
Barber in, bowls, driven by Mike. Not at the pitch of the ball. More or less pushed firmly really out into the off side. Not always the best move, being happy to give the senior player in a partnership the strike, but they are happy to do so on this occasion. Last update for Dave. He's heading off next door. Gavin Griffiths down on strike. Particularly tuneless singer on the karaoke at the moment. 215 for 8. Riches really for Leicestershire, considering the position they've been in throughout much of the day. 37 for 4 at lunch. 54 for 5. Short leg has gone in. They will try and put one into the ribs of Griffiths here. I'm sure Tom Barber going round the wicket. A quick bowler, in he goes. Bowls, that is a short ball, and it's taken the edge, and he's gone. He has gone. Griffiths is out, caught behind. Update coming. And just as you come to me, Gavin Griffiths has edged Tom Barber behind the wicket after a useful little knock by Griffiths of 8, but he formed a useful partnership with Ben Mike. He's still going nicely, he's 45 not out, but Griffiths goes caught behind for 8, leaves Leicestershire on 215 for 9. Not a great score, but much better than it looked like it was going to be when they were 54 for 5. A half century from Tom Taylor, the highlight of the afternoon as far as the Foxes are concerned. But Ben Mike has batted beautifully in going to 45 and deserves 100 of his own. Alex Evans coming out to replace Gavin Griffiths. Now, can he see Mike home? The Foxes 215 for 9. Back with you online. It's a short ball. Griffiths tried to drop his hands, just flicked the gloves, I guess, and Moores made no mistake behind the stumps. So a second wicket for Tom Barber. 2 for 41 for him now. Partnership then, 19 and 15, 34 for the 8th wicket. For the 9th wicket, I beg your pardon. What can Alex Evans do? He bats left-handed, bowls right-handed, but he bats left-handed. Young man from Bedford, 72 on his back as waiting. He's tall, his rear end is extended as Barber comes in and bowls to him. He's off the mark with his first ball that he just tucks away off his legs down towards long leg, who comes in to meet the ball. He takes the single because it was the 4th ball of the over, so Ben Mike has 2 balls to face. First appearance of the season, just his 2nd for Leicestershire, Alex Evans. "20 years old, just. And he'll feel better for just getting that one away. He's watching now as Barber comes in to Ben Mike, who hits hard and he's dropped at mid-off by Peter Trigo, diving away. Got a good left hand to the ball. He went for the big drive, going for the runs now. And that is another catch down. Number 5 of the day. I think we have to say it was a chance. He did get his left hand to it, Trigo. Mike on 45. Trigo, being the sort of person he is, cross with himself. In goes Barber. Bowls hooked in the air over long leg for 6. What a way to go to a half century for Ben Mike. It was a very short ball indeed from Barber, but Mike swiveled and he got a huge piece of that one. High over Samit Patel's head. Samit having to, might be in the players' car park. It is in the players' car park. I wonder whose car that has bounced off, because they're all in there, the Leicestershire players' cars. The Nottinghamshire players' cars, if they've come in their cars, I suspect they have, although they're here yesterday, are over in the far car park behind the Turner Centre. But that, actually, if that's bounced a lot, could have headed off down the Milligan Road. But we'll see if a replacement ball is needed. Samit Patel's going to get some help in looking for that one. But goodness me, what a way to go to your 50. Well batted, Ben Mike.
Did I mark your card for that one? Did I say an over or so back? Go to his 50 with a big 6?
You did mention it.
Samit was bowling to him at the time. I didn't think it had come
but not quite like that.
Off the quick. Again, the variations in 2 overs from Tom Barber. His own particular fortunes. Got rid of Gavin Griffiths and then finds himself helped into the car park. Lost ball, I fancy. Umpire San Adnan's having to run off the field and look about in a box of balls.
My guess is that one has disappeared down Milligan Road. If it bounced on the concrete, I mean, it was a huge hit. Used the pace of probably the quickest bowler on the Notts side. Not much in it between Barber and Chappell, but it was a high ball. But goodness me, he hit it beautifully. So he's going to have to find a pretty battered unit is the umpire, because this 74 overs old ball.
Well, at Trembridge last week, Lancashire elected not to take the second new ball. And I think it was in the 100th or 101st over, Matt Carter smashed one out of the ground towards the Larwood and Vaux. So they had to find a replacement ball, shall we say. Well, you're not going to look in the box and see one marked 101 overs, are you, very often?
We've got a piece of sponge you can use.
The dogs choose this one, will it do? It'll hold up in play here. Here we go. San Adnan comes back with
Tom Barber will be, having had him dropped off the previous ball, although it would have been a very fine catch indeed, he'll be most miffed about that. So what's umpire?
It's interesting how they usually come back with 4 or 5 to choose from, but it's almost like San Adnan's gone to his bag and to his cricket bag, and there's a ball here, let's get on with it. So Samit Patel to bowl to the left-handed Alex Evans, who's on 1. Got a short leg in a mead. Got a slip. Oh, this one's gone underneath him and bowled him. And that's the end of that. Evans comprehensively bowled. Samit Patel has another one. And Leicestershire are all out for double Nelson. 2-2-2. Well battered Ben Mike. He's 51 not out, and it's a real shame. He's just running off now just to go and get his pads off, and it's a real shame there isn't a number of people here to applaud him off, because that's a special innings. And his last shot was a 6 to get to his 50, and then he's been undone by his partner, the last man falling at the other end. So 2 wickets to Samit Patel, 2 for 25 to Samit in 11.1 overs, 3 maidens. Tom Barber at the other end, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 48. Leicester all out for 2-2-2, and I think there's 10 overs to go in the day or something along those lines.
Well, Ben Mike, that had a whiff of class about it, that innings. Some of the shots he played, the one that took him to his 50, certainly the hook off Barber, but a couple of the shots off Trigo, a couple of the boundaries off Trigo earlier, and the way he played himself in. Tom Taylor rode his luck a little in going to his 50. He also went to 50 with 6 fours and a 6, as did Ben Mike. but Mike just showed there what he's capable of. And I think this is the kind of the great thing about this competition without the overseas players. Younger players who might not otherwise get a real chance are getting a real chance, and one or two of them are showing real potential. And that is by some distance the best knock I've seen Ben Mike play over the last 3 years. And hopefully next season, when the red ball comes round again, as touch wood it will, he'll get a decent run in the side.
Yeah, something to look back on over the winter, something to build on. He'll have a look at the bowlers he's faced here. Lots and lots of experience and nows from Peter Trigo. The pace, both the right arm of Chappell, the left arm of Barber, a bit of spin from Samit Patel, and he's coped admirably with them all, and he's done very, very well indeed, and of immediate importance helped Leicestershire get up to a score that just seemed fanciful when they were 54 for 5, 222. It's I guess less than they would have wanted, but stuck in today. They've shown a great deal of guts and application in the lower half, and they'll be looking for the top half to replicate that as and when Leicestershire begin their second innings later on in the game. But it's over to the bowlers now, and obviously this evening they'll be looking in those 10 overs to make some inroads, get a wicket or two, perhaps get a night watchman in there. If they can't get him out tonight, dismiss him in the morning, just to start the day on the right tone. And very quickly games can turn round with one side seemingly on top, suddenly able to lose the initiative very, very quickly. It's an important little passage of play we've got coming up here.
Light roller, Notts have called for. They can have the heavy roller in this competition between each innings, but they've called for the light roller. They don't want to deaden the pitch too much, essentially. 13 overs remain to be bowled, so yeah, it will be about 6:30, you would have thought, as all will be bowled by the seamers. We have a dark cloud at the moment.
The country's leading run scorer, of course, will be
strange times
out there on display for the watchers to the live stream. That's Ben Slater that we're talking about. Actually, I'll pull the list up now and just see if he's still got that position.
Wind really getting up. A couple of weeks ago he was batting out there for Leicestershire, briefly, in both innings.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be batting for Nottinghamshire. Rather too early, one suspects, for surely not to think in terms of a night watchman to actually open the innings. But Ben Mike might get an over or two before the close as well. I would imagine that Alex Evans and Tom Taylor will open the bowling for Leicestershire.
Yes, as we sit here now, Ben Slater's still the leading run scorer, but only just. He's on 339. Jake Libby, former Nottsman, of course, now Worcestershire, 333. David Milan, who won't play anymore because he's away with England, 332. Alex Lees of Durham, I think he's scored some good runs today, on 328. Brett D'Oliveira of Worcestershire on 316, and Nick Gubbins, 306. They're the only ones to pass 300 so far, but one big inning, somebody goes out there and gets 150 up and down the country somewhere, and they can soon leap up the chart. Martin pointing out, which I'd already got, I even got it on the fall of the wicket, that the wicket fell on double Nelson, and Bob on the same theme. How long have I got to stay on 1 foot for? No longer, because Leicestershire are all out. It did its trick, it did the job. The Foxes fell on double Nelson. It's if Notts were overnight on 111, then you've got to hop about all night, Bob.
It'll be interesting to see who actually bowls uphill here into this not quite hurricane yet, but not far off.
Well, there's a number of candidates, aren't there? Wheels on debut, so he'll do as he's told. Ben Mike's on the crest of a wave. He'll feel that it's his day, it's his destiny. Tom Taylor got his 57 as well. Gavin Griffiths.
What I'm I'm just thinking though that Taylor, Mike, Griffiths and Evans all sort of fancy themselves as a strike bowler, will want to come down the slope with the wind, and they don't really have a Trigo or Mulaney type bowler to battle up there.
So if you're a frontline bowler, or you're a young man making his way in a game, and the captain says, well, it's 5 overs from each end, but you can't have that end, do you want to bowl or not?
Yeah,
you've got to take it.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. You do what you're told, but yeah, it's a very different requirement, isn't it? You have to sort of hold everything back and concentrate.
Well, who's warming up?
We can
see,
they're all warming up.
Yeah, we can see Griffiths, I can see Taylor, I can see
Mike. Yeah, they're all going to want to have a go.
Yeah, they're all having a bit of a bowl here.
It'll be one of those four, you would have thought. The only alternative really is sort of Ackerman and his spin. So.
What does Evans bowl? I've not seen Evans.
Seen?
Yeah.
At a usually fairly decent pace.
Is he number 72 out there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair hair.
Because he was in and out that quickly with the bat. I didn't even absorb what number he'd got on. Here come the two umpires. Not had the most testing of days in terms of appeals, I don't think. There's not been that many.
They're struggling a bit at the moment. Nick Cook against the wind. His coat is inflated like a balloon. His head is down against the gale.
It's August, but you'd imagine he's got plenty of layers on underneath there. You'd hope so, anyway. It's been blown around. There was a little bit of fun earlier on when Samit was getting quite excited about one or two things.
Yes, he and Tom Taylor. He was probably a little bit bored, Samit wanted, but it did enliven proceedings for a while.
And it would fire other people up as well, and it did. We saw Tom Moores and Ben Duckett both. What's going on, lad? What's the crack? And that all happened just before Samit then picked the ball up for the throw that he threw down the stump. So it got him going as well. And the fact it wasn't given out got him going even more. If you weren't with us, Tom Taylor on 47 twice survived potential run-out opportunities for Notts. One, the return came in. It looked from here as if he was going to be well short of his ground, but Lyndon James couldn't gather the ball cleanly. If he had done, all he had to do was just whip off the bail. Think Nathan Lyon and Jack Leach in the Test match last year, the Ben Stokes day at Headingley. And then still on 47, he pushed for a sharp single. Samit Patel picked it up cleanly, threw down the stumps, and it looked again from here, though it was the far end, as if he might be short of his ground, but it's difficult to see how Nick Cook could get himself into a position where he could see it quickly, because it was all a bit of a blur and the umpire was trying to get sideways on, and maybe I'm doing a bit of a disservice in that he could see it cleanly. Either way, he might have been home. I don't know. From here it looked as if all the Nottinghamshire side felt he was short of his ground, and Samit obviously was the main inquisitor as to why it wasn't given.
It's going to be Tom Taylor who's got the nod with the bright red cherry, and to come downhill. None of the Leicestershire bowlers as fast as either Chappell or Barber, that's for sure. They might move the ball around markedly in the early stages.
It's interesting that the Leicestershire slip cordon and fielders had all positioned themselves before the Notts batsmen had got anywhere near the middle, and they obviously knew Slater was going to be on strike because they'd all set up for a left-hander. I think if I'd been one of the batsmen had seen that, I'd have said, go on, you take it, just. So this will be interesting because, as I said, Slater, a couple of ducks last time he batted here.
He waits with back raised as Taylor goes in and bowls to him and beats him on the outside edge with a ball that just leaves him, and he went for the drive. Well, it was a bit of a non-shot really from Ben Slater, a nervous shot.
Yeah, that's the word. It was full of nerves, wasn't it?
And fortunate not just to tickle that one through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps.
He's made 2 centuries against Leicestershire, but both at Derby. At Grace Road, he's got a highest score of 27 from 7 innings.
In goes Taylor, bowls again this time. Once bitten, twice shy. He leaves it alone, goes through. They're in the same match. There's centuries, I seem to remember. Slater, I can't quite remember now. But I think he got 2 centuries in the same game against us. So he's first and second for Derby as well. Something like that.
And this year he scores 172, 22, 0, 0, 142.
Feast or famine. Leicestershire hoping it's the latter as Taylor goes in, bowls to him when he's off the mark. There was on to leg stump, middle and leg, and it was foolish. He just waited for it, clipped it away, didn't try and hit it too hard. Just pushed it firmly out towards deep-ish mid-wicket. Griffiths ran around from wide mid-on, and Taylor is up and running. So once he's off the mark, that's it, isn't it? Until he drops anchor until he's in the 150s.
Keep saying 10 overs. I presumed
12.3.
Yeah.
As Taylor is in again to Slater, who lifts his bat, lets that one go through.
They must have adjusted that very, very quickly, because as soon as the last wicket fell, I looked up there to see how many remained, and it said 13 on the board, but we were in an over, so I presume wipe this one off 12 and take 2 off 10. So
I think
they obviously did it very, very quickly.
I think so. 3 slips alongside Harry Swindles, Azad, Ackerman and Rhodes standing very close together, and Taylor, well, I think he was okay, but Slater stepped back as a particularly strong gust of wind almost blew him off his feet. Slightly open stance for the left-hander. Collar raised as in goes Taylor and bowls to him outside off stump, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Yeah,
I don't think we've lost any time during the day, have we, for weather at all? So yeah, Leicestershire were bowled out in 74.1, so that's 75 overs. Add 2 for the changeover, 77. So yeah, they're right, the board is right, Brace Girdle's wrong. 13 overs remain, 12 after this one, obviously.
Last ball then of Taylor's opening over is in. Bowls. Slater's beaten on the back foot, pitched outside leg stump. Probably would have bounced over as well. Certainly no appeal from the Leicestershire bowler or fielders. End of the first over. Nottinghamshire replying to Leicestershire's first innings score 222 are 2 without loss.
And it looks as if it's going to be Alex Evans. You said a time or two you wonder who's going to bowl. I guess I should have leapt in then before we started and said, who would you expect to bowl? And of course you'd have said Griffiths and Evans.
Short straw for Evans, but he's a strong young man, I seem to remember. As I say, bowled very well in the last game of last season against Northamptonshire. And from what Paul Nixon said, he's been very close to selection already this season. He picked up, well, he basically finished top of the bowling averages with that one appearance. In 2 innings he picked up 4 for 79, best of 3 for 65.
Incredibly blustery, as I'm sure you can hear and no doubt see for yourself if you're watching the live stream. The bails have blown off again. So Asiba Mead is on strike, former Lancashire man. Started with a 50 and a 60 in the first match. First ball, like with Slater at the other end, little tentative outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and Mead goes down and does a little bit of nervous prodding, so that's a variation on his walk to square leg. Not yet in the zone, Mead, because he does have all these mannerisms and wanders off to square leg to wipe out the previous ball and to refocus for the next one. Doesn't go far, just 4 or 5 steps, but generally does it every ball. This is wide of the off stump. Decent pace from Evans, just shaped away from the right hander. There goes Mead, he's off on his walk. Yep. And turns and comes back, and we'll get ready to do it all again. Leicestershire 222. 1 batting bonus point. That's 3 bonus bowling points.
He's on the money straight away, Evans here. Can he keep it up?
Here it comes again. Squad number 72 bowls, and Hamid's gone for a big waft outside the off stick, gets nothing on it.
I think he's been beaten 3 out of 3 in different ways so far.
Notts for the 4th match in a row then, picking up their full haul of bowling points, and they are going into this game the holder of more batting points than anybody else in the country. It's a shame they lost a couple of games, because in bonus point terms they've had a decent haul. Next one is met with the bat for the first time by Hamid, and then he rehearses it and holds the pose, and now we'll go on his little walk. There he goes, out towards Nick Cook, waggles his helmet a time or two and comes back and will get himself ready. Don't know about Elvis has left the building, but seems to be belting out karaoke just 100 yards to our right. The Wonder of You, I think it is. Here's Evans in again. Accurate start. Though this is spoilt because he's overstepped. A couple of runs to Nottinghamshire there for a no ball.
Not easy up the slope against the wind,
No.
you wouldn't have thought. Trying a bit too hard, maybe.
This is Luke Fletcher's role in life. Running uphill into the breeze. 4th game in a row that Big Fletcher's missed. Expects to be ready for the T20, which starts on Thursday. Next ball is forced away by Seba Mead. He's got a boundary down to 3rd man. The ball has run all the way down there and actually crashed into one of the covers that have been positioned underneath that floodlight. Slightly up his sleeve. A little bit risky, but he went at it hard. The ball flashed away and it was played in a gap, so you'll assume his placement was exactly as he would have intended, and it's 8 without lost knots.
Yeah, that looked a little laboured from Evans. It isn't easy out there. It's hard to sort of put across, but certainly on the stream where it looks perfect conditions, it isn't. Remember, he's running into a very, very strong wind.
4 dot balls to begin with, right on the money, but struggled a little. This is played down into the ground by Hamid, fielded at 3rd slip, end of the over. 6 from it, 2 for the no ball and 4 for that Hamid shot down to 3rd man. Notts 8 without loss after 2 overs. 11 overs remain in the day here at the Fisher County Ground after Leicestershire made 222.
It's not just a strong wind, it's a gusting wind,
Yes.
so you never quite know when it is going to strengthen or drop, and have to judge your effort or gauge your effort accordingly.
The flip side of that, I don't think we've had as much blue sky at any point in the day that we've got now.
It's the best part of the day. Beautiful, beautiful conditions. And we are going to have the full 90 overs. It looks like 11 remain as Taylor comes in from the Bennett end, bowls to Slate, who might just have deliberately played it inside the line of that one, pushed across him by Taylor, bounces through to Swindles. Green gloves on his hand, number 28 on his back. 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid on, mid wicket, almost square leg as Taylor is in. Bowls to Slater, outside of stump. Slater lets that one go through, and of course 3rd man and long leg.
Just Butler is out for 152 in the Test match. England 5-4-1 for 6.
Surely they'll have a bowl at them tonight, you would have thought. Don't need to win it, I suppose. 1 up in the series. Taylor is in and bowls forward, dropping it out into the offside. Is Slater, and there's no run.
Yeah, but nor do you want, as you say, nor do you want to bowl for 3 days if you don't have to.
I guess.
Get them in and, like here, try and winkle out a couple before the close. Make your life easier in the morning.
Taylor turns. Quite a short run, comes in and bowls to Slate. That's a lovely delivery. Seams away, leaves him, and beats the outside edge.
Certainly a punchy innings from Tom Taylor. was far and away the standout innings until Ben Mike did his thing, and he might even have shaved it. Ben Mike played some very nice shots, and not entirely sure he gave many opportunities. The one that Trigo put down, was that off Mike? Might have been.
Yes, it was. In goes Taylor and bowls, and not quite sure where that one had gone. Ben Slater, who was half forward, hopping almost into the shot, thick inside edge onto the pad. Bounces down slightly wide of the stumps, a good few inches, in no danger of hitting them, but he wasn't quite sure for a minute or two. He was on 45, and he was trying to, well, when Evans came to the crease at that stage, you could see why he was trying to get on with it then. Ben Mike, and advanced down towards Barber, tried to drive a wideish one. Trigo got his left hand to it, couldn't hang on. Bounced him next one, hooked it for a massive 6. Taylor is in, bowls outside off stump. Slater leaves, it is pushed across him. End of the over. A maiden over from Tom Taylor. 2 overs, none for 2. Knots 8 without loss.
Still blustery, as you can hear. But we've got a bit of sunshine, and we've had a full day, which is pretty much all we can hope for, really.
You wouldn't have predicted it at the start.
No.
We did have a couple of short rain breaks, but they were very short.
We took lunch nice and early. Good call from the umpires as Evans bowled. Works on the leg side by Hamid, so batsmen change ends for the first time. Slater will face Alex Evans the first time in the match. Goes down the far end and takes a guard from San Adnan. And the Leicestershire fielders swap over for the lefty. Ben Slater, former Derbyshire man, former teammate of them all, of course. He's on 2. Here's Evans. To bowl to him, clipped away nicely. Just get a single, bring it down to long leg. It's interesting. While he was in the field, Ben Slater, he looked like he was, I don't know, on the deck of an Arctic trawler. He seemed to have so many layers on, and long-sleeved fleeces, and his collar turned up, and everything. But he's out there in the short-sleeve shirt. This is his office. This is where, obviously, he's most comfortable, batting at the top of the order. But it looked as if he was frozen all day. Oh, here's Evans, and false start. Thought he'd gone without the ball then, but he lost his stride pattern or trod over something. He's going to start again. Hamid has 5, knots 10 without loss. The right-hander waits and just blocks the ball right down there at his feet, and then again rehearses it a couple of times, goes off on his little walk. He'll waggle the helmet in a second. There's the touch of the helmet, and then makes his way back, and he'll be ready for when Evans turns. Good winter working with Peter Moores. 2 know each other from previous dealings together. Oh, and again off the outside edge, and it's gone to third slip. Who's that, Rich?
George Rhodes, and he picked it up and hurled the ball up the stumps, and well, he very nearly managed to get his man, because Hamid hadn't stepped back into his ground, and I don't think he'd have got his bat back down in time.
It's one of those scenarios, and I'm sure many of you have played club cricket, and you just hope that the square leg umpire is looking, don't you?
Yeah.
If you shy at the stumps from third slip when really nobody's expecting you to. Here's Evans in again. Oh, 2 wide, 4 runs. Hamid will feed on those all day. That's food and drink to the Bolton basher. Let's biff that one away. It was a poor delivery from Evans. He's bowled several really good deliveries, but give Hamid width and you're going to pay the penalty, and he did on that occasion.
Yeah, bit of a long hop, I'm afraid. But again, well, I won't keep banging on about it. But,
Yeah.
but it really isn't easy.
No.
Ploughing up there.
Somerset's George Bartlett has reached 3 figures. Got a century at Trent Bridge last year for the Sidemen. Good player, George Bartlett. They were in a bit of trouble early on, but Bartlett steering them to calmer waters as Evans bowls and Mead defends. Before anybody else starts to move, Nick Cook, been carefully counting, comes striding in to take his place behind the stumps at the far end. 4 overs have gone in a Nottinghamshire first innings, 14 without loss, 9 overs remain in the day. I'll just pop next door just to see if they want me.
Still in a very strong position in the game, you feel Notts really. Now Nick Cook is running up the pitch to put the bails back on at the striker's end, and he and Hassan Adnan get to the stumps at roughly the same time. He'll be slower running back into the wind than he was running with it, Nick Cook, but he's managed to get back. It's almost at the point where they might play without bails, so strong is the wind. Left him on though, as Taylor is in and bowls to Ben Slater, who makes a very late decision to leave that one. Lifts the bat over the line of the ball. No run, 14 without loss. 208 then, the deficit, which is most conveniently up on the scoreboard. Obligingly, even. Taylor turns in, bowls again outside off stump again. Slater just half a stride forward, so his weight's on the front foot, and then lifts the bat quite wristily over the line of the ball, allows it to go through. Taylor grips the ball, in he comes and bowls to Slater, who brings the bat back inside the line of the ball, again pushed across him, slightly shorter of length this time from Taylor. There's a decent amount of bounce, as you would hope, from the new ball. Slater and Hamid's job really just to get through to the closers without losing their wickets. Taylor turns, short run, bowls, and is driven through the offside, but not through the offside because Ben Mike dives to his right at that wide extra cover stroke mid-off and makes the stop, and there is no run. 14 without loss remains the score. 8.2 overs remain in the day. Taylor turns, leans into his run and bowls to Slater, who drives, edge is dropped at second slip, or was it third slip? It was third slip. I think that carried to Rhodes, and Taylor, who saw a couple of catches dropped off his bowling in the previous match, well, he went for the shot, Slater, and it was travelling, but I think Rhodes should really have held that one. Let's have a look, see, did it carry? Yeah, it did. It was around about chest height to his left, two-handed, should have held it, didn't. Catch goes down, 6th catch of the day to go down.
So if he'd hit the stumps in the last over when he shied to try and run Slater out, he wouldn't have been there.
In goes Taylor again, and that one is drifting onto leg stump. He's turned down towards long leg, and the single is taken.
Yeah, that's a good shout, 6 drops in the day.
Yep. So Slater was on 3. So it was travelling, but 2 good hands to it, and it wasn't as though he was really diving or anything like that. It was only a foot or so to his left.
Yes, George Rhodes run him out in the over before. as he shied at the stumps from third slip, then Slater wouldn't have been there to embarrass him. Slater 4, Hamid 9. Here's Evans then, 2 overs none for 12. He's in and bowls and down the leg side. Slater having a little bit of a lazy flick at that, didn't get anything on it. Inside the final 8 overs, so half an hour or so to go in the day. Leicestershire 222. Just wondering if a wicket goes down where Notts might turn for a night watchman. No, Luke Fletcher, we've seen him do that many times over the years. Here's Evans in once more, again down the leg side. This time it's clipped away firmly by Slater down to long leg. He'll get a single. I guess one of the lower 3 might be invited. Lyndon James, Zach Chappell or Tom Barber. Lyndon James was sparsely used. He had 3 decent overs before lunch, got a wicket in his first over, and he was actually bowling, although he just finished an over. He was actually bowling when the rains came 20 minutes or so to 1 o'clock, and they went off for lunch, and he didn't come back afterwards with the ball. This is nicely played by Hamid. Again, width offered by Evans, and it's been run down by the former Lancashire opener for a couple of runs. Just a little dabble there and deliberately opened the face and ran it away for a couple of runs. He done 11.
Did in the field.
Slater 5, Hamid 11. Not opened with each other before last week, and they put 78 on in that first innings against Lancashire, and it was all biff bang wallop from Slater at the start of the innings. He was on 50 when Hamid was dismissed for 22. Here's Evans in to Hamid, who leaves it alone with a bit of a flourish, and then off he goes on his walk.
I don't know, I don't recall seeing too much of him when he was coming through for Lancashire, or indeed really I didn't watch his innings for England too much, but he's always been this sort of mannered in terms of his gestures and the way he leaves and everything like that.
Yeah, yes, obviously played against Lancashire last week as Scott Reed, and yes, he's somebody who's always had these little ticks. He's chased that one and he lit 4 through the offside. He's on to 15. He's only scored 5 first-class hundreds, and one of them was at Trent Bridge in 2016. He got 4 hundreds that year, then had a couple of really lean years, got 100 last year, but not enough to entice Lancashire to invest him any further. And Peter Moore's Mick Newell liked what they saw and brought him to Trent Bridge, and he's got an opportunity at the top of the order, just adding to the competition for those top order places. But a couple of nice boundaries now. He's tucking into Evans. He's on 15. Here comes the bowler down the leg side, taken by Swindles, tumbling away to his left, and Evans 3 overs none for 19. You just wonder if you might just think, right, we can have another go tomorrow, we'll just see how the morning starts tomorrow, but tonight we might just try something fresh, because we've got to try and get a wicket.
Yeah, and he's really struggling.
So we'll have a look and see if Gavin Griffith or Ben Mike might start to get ready.
Taylor really should have a wicket. We'll continue from the Bennett end. In he comes and bowls to Slater, pushed across him, just lifts his bat. Not quite such a pronounced stride that time from Slater, allowed to go through to Swindles.
Off for bad light at Chesterley Street, Durham, 219 for 6. Former Leicestershire player Ned Eckersley, 22 not out. Former Nottinghamshire player Paul Coghlan, 42 not out. Say former Nottinghamshire player, I mean that was half the trouble. They can never get him on the park, and a little bit of homesickness I think, and fancied going back.
Taylor in again, pushed across Slater, but this time a little bit wider, and Slater, a much earlier decision to let that one go through, a much easier decision to let it go through, and did.
From afar I'm guessing the negotiations for the last day run chase would have been fairly easy to set up last week with Ned Eckersley, the skipper of Durham.
Yes. I was pleasantly surprised at the positivity of the decision. You can read into that what you like.
Were you aware? Or
Well, it was, yeah, they both captains said the night before,
Right.
in goes Taylor, and Bowles squares Slater up, takes the outside edge, runs away through gully down to third man, takes one. Yeah, the both captains said, well, look, neither of us have got anything to lose here so much. Yeah, we'll certainly be keen to set up the game. I thought it'd be about 3:10 in 75. It turned out to be 2:92 in 84.
so you were
I think it was.
expecting the
Yeah,
occasional
absolutely.
bowlers at the start of the day. It wasn't a
Yeah.
case of what on earth's going on here.
292 off 82. No, it was very clear what they were going to do, and for people, and one or two people, as they always do, got on the high horse about it, and you know, clutched their pearls, as Brunty put it on Twitter. As Taylor into the right-handed Hamid, who turns a delivery off middle and leg out into the leg side, did, and quickly onto it, prevents any chance of a single. You know, it happens time and again, and they set up a really interesting day.
Yeah.
It was only, what was
Yeah.
it, 7 or 8 overs, something like that. And there wasn't massive slogging around. You know, they got what they needed off it until they'd used up a number of overs,
Yep.
and so on and so forth. So it happens after 186 overs have been lost to the weather on the previous 3 days. Taylor in again, and Hamid is drawn into trying to force the ball away off the back foot, quite wide outside off stump. Not a great shot from the opener at this stage of the day, and fortunate not to get the edge as it bounces through to Swindles.
Tells himself off, goes for a walk, clears it from the mind.
Absolute slip of a lad, isn't he? There's
Yeah.
nothing much of him.
No. Like I say, I think there's a bit of finger damage there, so I don't want to get too many rattling him on the glove.
Taylor in again, bowls, and that one swings back in after it's passed the bat. Been allowed to go past by Hasib Hamid. It wasn't so very far away from his off stump, but it was far enough. That's all it needed to be. Nottinghamshire 23 without loss after 7 overs. Taylor's figures: 4 overs, none for 4, and a catch dropped. Evans's 3 overs, none for 19.
Fully supportive of Alex Evans having another over, but you wonder if it is the right thing. But the way Lady Luck distributes her cards, it may well be that he'll get a really important wicket here. Let's see, 3 overs, none for 19. He's getting another go. Comes in and bowls, and Slater pushes it back past him straight into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and any opportunity for a run is therefore lost.
Probably not what he quite hoped for when he went to bed last night, Alex Evans, and knowing he was probably going to take the new ball for the first time for Leicestershire. We thought, oh great.
It's not a common thing here, is it? The wind is
No.
strong. No, as strong as it is today.
Not
I mean,
at all.
obviously I don't come all that often, but I can't recall it before. This one's clipped away on the leg side. There's no run. 15 to Hamid, 6 to Slater, and the other 2 runs came from a no ball sent down by Alex Evans. Finish for the day at Worcester.
Daydream Believer being absolutely murdered on the karaoke.
Warwickshire 228 for 3 at Worcester. Evans in on the pads of Slater. He's clipped this one away behind square. Should be cut off, but they'll come back for 2. 25 without loss. Slater on to 8.
Oh.
Join in if you know the words.
I wish he didn't.
Have you done it? The old karaoke?
No, I haven't. I must admit, I just wouldn't trust my singing voice.
There's Evans. Wide of the off stump, through to the keeper.
Have you?
Yeah, I've been shamed into it.
I bet you
A
did
few
a better job
times.
than that. I hope you did. A few times. You can hold a tune then.
Well, you know, I was in the forces, remember.
Does the two go together?
They do,
Right?
they do.
Okay.
I've also been to Barbados a few times, remember that as well.
Okay.
25 without loss. There's Evans. Oh, well wide of the off stump, very wide. Umpire Adnan sees nothing wrong with it there. See, his nickname is Hass, and that's the same for Hamid, so I guess earlier on in the day, if somebody was shouting Hamid and shouted Hass, then the umpire might have been in a bit of a tizzy.
Well, there is also Azad on the Leicestershire side,
yeah, of course,
who is
yeah.
known as Hass.
25 without loss. Taylor encouraging from cover region, again wide of the off stick, through to the keeper. So 4 overs, none for 21, just a couple from that. Alex Evans over, not overly threatening. They're all disappearing for a hand sanitising break. Just wonder if they will make a change. Taylor's been very miserly, 4 overs, none for 4. As you say, the thing is, it's all well and good saying we'll have a change, but then you've got to come up with, well, what are we going to do? Who are we going to put on?
Well, it'll be Griffiths or Mike,
yeah.
Unless, with it being the left-hander, Ackerman just has an over or two, just see if he can turn one away from the Slater, bearing in mind that very much have the close of play in mind now, 5 overs to go. Be interesting to see what Ackerman does. He's usually prepared to, well, from what we've seen so far, this is only his 4th game in charge of the red ball side, first class game, but he's been innovative.
Umpire Hassan Adnan has just let everybody know that he's not going to stand at square leg anymore. He's going to stand at point, that's on the meat side of the square, so the sun's behind him. He was clearly finding it difficult. So the right-hander Hamid is on strike, but he's at point.
He'll be staring straight into the sun to the west, of course, as Taylor just his marker had blown away, I think. There puts it back on the scrape that he made at the top of his mark, almost overlapping the slips as we're right behind first slip as Taylor comes in and bowls to Hamid. Just comes back in towards him. It turns his wrists on the defensive push out into the onside.
That was nearly a mistake. I nearly washed my hands with water and drank the hand sanitizer.
Yes, indeed. Taste would be, I imagine, unpleasant. It sounds very distant, the cries of the players being whisked away by the wind as Taylor goes in and bowls to Hamid again and whipped away down into the leg side, and he's going to pick up 4 for that. It was wide of long leg. It bounces back off the netting in front of the sort of that runs alongside there in front of the geary bar down towards the red seats over there.
Been a long old day for that steward, if it's the same steward.
It is. Tony, his name is.
Been sat there, yes. You were having a bit of a natter, weren't you, when you came in, I saw?
Well, he had very, very long hair post lockdown, and he couldn't get an appointment to get it cut. He looked like very much like a child of the 70s for a while, but now he's had it cut again. In goes Taylor and bowls, just again pushing slightly across his front pad there, turning his wrists on it, and 1 or 2 hands started to go to heads behind the stumps. But he got plenty on it as he pushed it into the leg side. Hamid there. He is on 19, almost a run a ball, 22 balls for him. 8 off 30 for Slater. And a good start this is becoming for Notts now, 29 without loss. Taylor is in, bowls to Hamid outside off stump. Allowed to go through by Hamid.
Very much in night watchman territory for Notts. I do like, if they're in the last 6 overs of the day, if a wicket goes down, to send somebody out. Wonder if it's possible to see anybody padded up at the far end. The answer to that, I think, is no. I can't see anybody padded up.
Taylor is in and bowls. That's a better line, just outside off stump, coming back in a touch. Length was slightly short, played around about just above his pads by Hamid out into the offside, and there's no run. Nobody sitting on the balcony in there.
No.
Padded up, all behind the glass, I guess.
Yep. Can't see any of them padded up or not.
Last
Not.
ball. Yeah. Oh, in there, recovering from 80 odd overs in this wind out in the field. In goes Taylor, bowls to Hamid, who leaves, and my goodness me, that was not far from his off stump, but it was far enough. That's all that matters. End of the over, 29 without loss after 9 overs, Nottinghamshire, and it will be Gavin Griffiths replacing Alex Evans.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. No slight against Alex Evans if they've given him 4 overs to just see if he can get a wicket. Doesn't matter who bowls as far as Leicestershire are concerned. It's a team game, obviously. They just want somebody to get that first wicket, and tonight fully aware that the batsmen will be itching to start afresh tomorrow morning. You want to make sure that either Slater or Hamid aren't able to, or both. But that wicket in all probability would bring a night watchman out and would perhaps give Leicestershire a chance of knocking over another one, or knocking one over early in the morning. Suddenly it's a different looking scorecard. 29 for none, 40 for 2. Maybe Gavin Griffiths, another right arm medium pacer, who's going to have to battle against the breeze. Slater's on strike on 8. Faced 30 deliveries, Ben Slater. There's Griffiths bowling to him. Well, it's full on the leg side and clipped away as far as mid-wicket. There's no run. George Rhodes doing the fielding. Rhodes who put down Slater, that nicked a third slip about 10 minutes or so ago. Two slips. There's Griffiths, nice and full, and Slater just jabs his bat down on a Yorker length delivery. The ball goes back on the bounce to the bowler. Turns and briskly marches back, brushes the hair away from his forehead and gives the shoulder of his shirt a bit of a tug as if it's sticking to his left arm, then turns. Umpire was up to the stumps for some reason. I'm not sure if the bails had blown off again, so Griffiths has to just check and start again. Now here he comes. Knees pumping, bowls, and eased into the offside by Slater. No run, no addition to the total. Decent start this from Gavin Griffiths, right on the money. Evans is at extra cover. Alex Evans got the sunglasses on the back of his cap, glinting off the sun. Griffiths once more. Slater stands, bat held aloft, and leaves it there because this is of sufficient width. He doesn't have to go chase it. That's a clap in from James Wheel at mid-on. Made 23 towards the back end of the Leicestershire innings before being bowled by Zach Chappell. One outside his off stump that he dragged on. Without loss. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester, thanks for your company today as Gavin Griffiths bowls. Found a decent line there just outside the off stump, and Slater at the very last second bailed out. Realised there was enough width offered. Didn't have to play it. The ball nestles in the gloves of wicket-keeper Swindles. Two batsmen will be just scratching off every delivery. Just trying to get to the close, which is now 19 balls away. There's Griffiths in to Ben Slater, and again wide of the off stump. He can allow that one to go unharmed. 29 without loss. So Griffiths begins with a maiden. Stemmed the bleeding from this end a little bit after Evans' 4 overs went for 21 runs from this end, but no real threat to Ben Slater. Taylor's going to continue. His 5 overs have only leaked 8 runs and produced an opportunity which was squandered, a drop by Rhodes. Hamid is on strike. Floodlights have been on for much of the day. Light's not been that much of an issue. We've had a bit of rain and we've had some really gusty conditions as new over starts, with Hamid again leaving this one alone from Taylor with a bit of a flourish as the ball goes through to the Leicestershire glove man once again. Sanazad at first slip, Colin Ackerman at second, George Rhodes at third. Nicely spaced. Taylor bowls. Oh, that's a good one. Again, he didn't play at it, but it was only a fraction away from clipping the top of the off bail. It's a really good line that Taylor's bowling. Hamid left that one on length, just climbed over the top. Next ball played on the leg side. There's no run. Interesting tweet, makes you think, doesn't it? Test 250s. Zach Crawley 1, Sachin Tendulkar 0. Great couple of days for the big, tall Kent batsman. Very impressed when he scored a ton at Tunbridge Wells against Notts last year. A very stylish innings. This is pushed back by Hamid to Taylor. 4 balls gone in this over, and there'll be 2 overs remaining. Just starting to get a little chilly now. Again, we can see the clouds building up away to our right, but they're not going to fetch us off before the close now. As Tom Taylor comes in, bowls short, pulled away on the leg side, nicely timed, lovely sweet connection from Hamid, and he gets 4 runs. It was a bit of a half tracker from Tom Taylor. Might just have been just to try out Hamid, see if he was very much in leave zone, but Hamid was ready for it. Got into a good position, pulled it away. Moves on to 23 with that boundary, and it's 33 without loss. Difficult customer to bowl to. He's got a very flamboyant, exaggerated leave. But if you give him anything short or any width, he'll jump all over it. Fallen at the stumps, I fancy, is the way to go. Next one is fallen at the stumps, but he's clipped it away down to long legs. Taylor with hands on head. Most expensive over he's sent down, leaked 5 runs, and it means Hamid will keep the strike at the end of that over. He's on 24, Ben Slater is on 8. Leicestershire made 222 earlier in the day. Nottinghamshire 34 without loss, with 2 overs remaining. Taylor 6 overs, none for 13. Gavin Griffiths began with a maiden. He's going to bowl his 2nd over. This morning, Notts winning the toss. Stuck Leicestershire in. It was really all blustery morning. There was rain in the air. The toss was delayed, I fancy, by a minute or two. The covers came on between the toss and the start. It was touch and go whether we were going to begin on time. It was that sort of morning. Bales flying off, spots of rain on the windscreen as Griffiths bowls, and this is run away by Hamid for his second boundary in 3 deliveries down to third man for 4. Nicely played by Asib Hamid, and the first run's off Griffiths. Hamid looks in the mood here, and he's on to 28, and it's 38 without loss. Leicestershire could do themselves a massive favour if they can get him out tonight. But when play began, Notts soon struck, although it was the 9th over. There were only 7 runs on the board when Peter Trigo had Sam Evans caught by Lyndon James at third slip for 4. That was 7 for 1. It became 15 for 2 in the 11th over when Harry Dearden was caught by Samit Patel. Lazy clip to mid-wicket off the bowling of Peter Trigo for 7. Next ball wide of the off-stump, left alone. The third wicket to go down was in the 15th over. It became 21 for 3 when Colin Ackerman was dismissed by Trigo. Stephen Mullaney had dropped an earlier chance, but he pouched this one. Sanazad had opened the batting. He'd seen his 3 teammates fall. He was 4th out for just 4. Lyndon James first over, and Azad picked him out, clipping to square leg. 25 for 4. That was in the 16th over. Next ball left alone by Hamid. After lunch, Rhodes caught Moorsbold Chapel for 19, 54 for 5. Then a little bit of a resurgence. Swindles was 6th out after a partnership of 81 with Taylor. LBW Samit Patel for 33. Taylor caught Chapel down at third man. Very deliberate ploy. Bowling of Tom Barber short, and Taylor top edging down to third man out for 57. 137 for 7. There's Griffiths. Halfway through this, the penultimate over, bowls nice and full, and again dug out by Hamid, and he scampers down the other end for a single. Called Ben Slater through straight away. 39 without loss. Hamid on to 30. James well played on to Chapel for 23. That was 181 for 8. Gavin Griffiths caught behind off Barber for 8. 215 for 9, and Evans was last out, caught Moorsbold Barber for 1. In fact, he was, I beg your pardon, Evans was bowled by Samit Patel for 1, last out. 222 for 10. 222 all out, leaving Ben Mike 51 not out. 222 all out. The innings lasted 74.1 overs. Notts had 13 overs to bat this evening, and Slater and Hamid are together. This has worked away for a boundary for Ben Slater now, clipping it away square of the wicket on the leg side. It's been a little bit of an expensive final over here for Gavin Griffiths, his second over. He's gone for 9 runs already. 1 ball remains, and Notts are 43 without loss. So 7 balls remain in the day. Slater on 12, Hamid on 29. Leicestershire have 7 deliveries in which to break this pair. If they want to bring a night watchman to the crease, they need to get a wicket now. Here is Griffiths then. None for 9, all 9 runs in this over. Here he comes to bowl to the left-handed Slater on 12, and he drills it back to the bowler, and Griffiths is done for the day then. 2 overs, none for 9. We are 1 over from stumps here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Leicester at the Fisher County Ground. Leicestershire 222, Notts 43 without loss. Slater 12, Hamid 29, and the final over of the day I presume will still be bowled by Tom Taylor. And to talk you through it is Richard Ray.
I think although it could have been better for Notts from 54 for 5, I think they'll still be pretty pleased with the day that they've had. Leicestershire run out 2-2-2, and this swift accumulation of runs at the top of the order by Notts, given the strength of their batting lineup, would suggest that they are set up pretty fair for tomorrow. They will anticipate building a fairly substantial first innings lead, but they won't want to lose one before the close. Ben Mike who had a golden time with the bat, is going to try and do the same with the ball. Comes in and bowls to Hamid, and his first ball is more or less on the money, on off stump, maybe slightly short of the ideal length, and Hamid up on his toes just drops it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Bit of a challenge, isn't it? Last over of the day, on you come, Ben.
Yeah.
No pressure.
A young, fit young man.
Yeah.
Still be probably have a bit of a sweat on from his batting, perhaps. Well, maybe not now, but he'll still be nicely warmed up, you would have thought. See if he can end his day with a wicket. In he comes and bowls to Hamid, turned nicely off his leg. That's going to run away for 4. Just turned his wrists on that one and timed it very sweetly. Let the ball come into him, and no chance at all for Dearden.
He's so strong.
It's quite
there.
square. It's all timing, isn't it? Beautifully played. Picks up 4, moves on to 33 continues to maintain his rate of close to a run a ball, 33 off 37 balls for Hamid.
You just wonder why he lost, I don't know, why he lost his way, or where he lost his way, between being an England player to being somebody let go.
Mike is in, bowls outside off stump, a very big and flamboyant lead, lifting the bat over the line of the ball. It describes a parabola of about 270 degrees there, one side to the other. Do not bowl at his legs, but Ben Mike just over-adjusted a little bit there, a little bit too wide. So the deficit already is down to 175 with all 10 first innings wickets in hand.
Yes, Leicestershire fancy have got to win the first session tomorrow, haven't they? They've got to have a good morning.
They do. Mike is in, bowls again, far too wide outside off stump. A little skip from Hamid there as he lifts the bat over the line of the ball. A little hop and a skip, then he wanders away towards square leg. Harry Dearden heads off towards the manual scoreboard, because there are 2 balls in the over, and Ben Mike wants to put it in Hasib Hamid's mind that he might get a short one. Cannot imagine Hamid taking it on with 2 balls to go, but you never know. It's usually the case that the bowler never bowls a short ball anyway, having pushed the man back. Mike is in and bowls, and it's full, looking for the Yorker on leg stump, dug out by Hamid, just pushed into the more or less vacant leg side. Gavin Griffiths has to run across from mid on towards mid wicket. The single is taken, and Hamid's work for the day is probably done. Of course, unless there's some sort of no ball or something, there is just the 1 ball to go. 34 off 40 balls for him.
Yeah, he's got off to a flyer, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I was just going to point out he's only faced the 40.
Slater, who's been a little less certain and was fortunate to get away with one, dropped on 3 by Rhodes off Taylor, will face the last ball of the day. He waits as Ben Mike is down the slope, bowls to him outside off stump, a hop from Slater as well as the ball goes through to Swindles. It's allowed to go through, and that is the end of play. An absorbing day's play. Notts very much had the best of it, but Leicestershire will be pretty happy to have recovered from 54 for 5 to 222, the sort of total which just about keeps them in the game. The pitch has played pretty well. The movement has been swing movement as much as anything, and very well bowled by Nottinghamshire over the morning. Zach Chappell, formerly of Leicestershire, and Peter Trigo in particular were impressive. The result of which is that Notts have finished the day on 48 without loss, a deficit of 174. We will be back with you, Dave Bracegirdle and myself, Richard Ray, bright and early, hopefully, 11:15-ish tomorrow morning. Fingers crossed we are as lucky with the weather as we have been today, but also fingers crossed perhaps that the wind isn't quite as strong. But for now, from the Fisher County Ground, Grace Road, it's a very good evening.